Hello? All right, everybody, welcome back to SCGCON Columbus. It's me, Anu. You can hear announcements upstairs. Yes, that is players getting ready to play in day 2 of the first Modern 20K. So welcome back to Columbus. This weekend, we have not one, but 2 20Ks. And yesterday, we did impromptu, on-the-fly coverage. I wasn't really planning on streaming. And then I was like, you know what, I'm here. People want to watch Magic, so let's just put some Magic on. And yeah, it's going to be pretty fun here. I think we already have casters in the booth. I'm waiting for players to show up to the tables to see what's going on. But in the meantime, I think what I can do is talk about some of the, let's see, prizes and event structure and things like that. So as you know, this is an event that is, I mean, as a 20K will be, first place is going to get $3,000, second place $2,000, third and fourth $1,500. But more importantly, you get the invite to DreamHack Atlanta, which is coming up in very short time. Sometime, I think November 18th to 20th is when that is. And so getting qualifications will be very important. Although I imagine at this point, a lot of the players in day 2 may have their qualifications. So it's even that much more important for the players who are in contention to win today and get those prizes. And then also, I mean, we can look at the full structure. So I told you earlier that there's 2 events this weekend. Yesterday's event, or I guess today's event, started yesterday, and actually there's a simultaneous event running today, which is day 1 of the second 20K. So we'll be watching day 2 of that event tomorrow. Hi, Raja. But on that note, here I'm going to go start setting up the players. So I'd like to introduce the casters for today. You have, Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif, and then you also have Harry MTG on Twitter, Twitch, and I believe YouTube. I'll let them handle that part. I'm going to go ahead and transition to them. And yeah, enjoy.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the SCGCON. I'm Harry MTG, joined here by my regular co-host, Gabriel Nassif.
What's up, Harry? What's up, everyone? Happy to be here. I haven't done commentary, and I don't even know. I wonder if the last time was not some Grand Prix a long, long time ago in a different galaxy far away. So when Anzid reached out, I was like, sure, I'll do some commentary. That sounds fun.
Oh, no, I've been doing some commentary. I did it for Legacy in Copenhagen, but this is going to be an interesting one as we are both nowhere near the event. This event is being taken place in Columbus. We are both in Europe, so we are doing this over the internet. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think that we have some important information that many of the viewers will want to hear, though, Gab. I think you have it down. How many rounds are we commentating today? What are the Swiss? When's the top 8, top 16? Why don't you give everyone that information?
Yeah, 5 rounds of Swiss left today, cut to top 12 or top 16. And there was 187 players, $3,000 for first. Yeah, we'll be doing the 5 rounds of Swiss, and then Jim and Nicole would be taking over for the final rounds.
So I think going into this, we are both known modern players, Gab, and as a Magic players are watching, they want predictions. What would you play if you were attending this event, and what type of deck would you see winning this event?
That's a tough one. I haven't had great success was anything in Modern lately. I've done well with that blue-white Days on Doing deck, but not amazing. Murktide's always a solid choice. I haven't played a ton of 4-color lately because I played a lot of that and felt like trying different things, but I think 4-color is always a solid choice for Modern.
I think for me personally, when I last attended a big event, it was only, a couple weeks ago? The decks that I saw doing well were the Cascade decks. Now, one thing that you have to take into consideration is that events like these, how many rounds is it? It's like 14 Swiss rounds? Something like that? I mean, 14 Swiss rounds is very hard to play. If you think 4-color control is the best deck in the format, maybe that's not even the best deck to play because you have to play 14 rounds of it. I personally would bring a Cascade deck, whether it's Living End, Rhinos, Glimpse from Tomorrow, just because I get that ease of probably not every game is going to be intense. I wouldn't have to put intense thought into it, whereas if I played something like 4-color control, maybe I have the best percentages against everyone, but are you really going to play it perfectly every round? And I actually saw this walking around the top tables from when I was at my last paper event. All the top tables, Living End, Glimpse from Tomorrow, some Team of Rhinos. So I would definitely go with that. Probably Living End, because that generally is the best Cascade out of them all right now. But something that I hope we can see is a Glimpse from Tomorrow, because that deck is really sick.
Yeah, Glimpse was really good when I tried it. That was a while ago, but I was impressed. I was put off by the mirror matches. Actually, it was when it did well in a few challenges on Magic Online, and the mirror match was somewhat popular. And the mirror matches are pretty miserable. It's kind of weird. Maybe when you get the hang of it, it becomes more fun because you know what to do. But it was a lot about just super long games. A lot about the clock on Magic Online. I haven't played live Magic since COVID, really. So the clock was a factor. It was like you get these huge boards, and then they get, if you don't kill them, they get to glimpse back, and it was almost like you didn't want to be the first player to glimpse almost in the matchup. It was interesting.
Yeah. Well, one deck that I think kind of both let us down is blue-white control recently in Modern. You were mentioning the Days Undoing build, but the win percentage in Copenhagen, so the last big event, blue-white control a 30% win rate. Do you think that that's something that could change in Columbus? We do have some insider information that there's going to be a blue-white control player on table 2.
It could be sample size. There's very few players, but they're really good with blue-white control. Percentage could go up, but yeah, it was abysmal in Copenhagen. The two best performing decks, I think, out of the most played decks were Blue-White Hammer Time was around a little above 55%, and Murktide was above 54%, if I remember correctly, which is not really surprising. These two decks living in 4-color. It's been kind of these four decks for a while now at the top of the metagame. I guess when people ask me, what are the best decks in Modern, I think these are the first 4 that come to mind.
I definitely think that the deck that's most likely going to win, I'm gonna have to put it on. I think I might put it on Hammer Time. I was watching coverage yesterday of SCGCON, and I saw a lot of Hammer doing well. So I guess if I had to pick a deck that's coming first, I'm gonna put Hammer Time. If you had to pick a deck, Gab, what do you think you'd go with?
It's hard to know without knowing the field, but I would pick a 4-color deck. I think the Traverse version's been doing quite well. Traverse and Bubble, that's a pretty cool build. And yeah, we'll see. I guess in real life, the new cards are not legal, right? Because on Magic Online this weekend, I'm excited to see if people bring some of the new Dominaria card, the removal, Leyline Binding or Binding of Leyline, the one that can potentially cost 1 mana, maybe even at 2 mana, pretty decent rate in 4-color. The downside is that you can't get rid of turn 1 Ragavan or turn 1 Chandler with it, but that card could be good. You've got maybe Soul of Windgrace in Jund too. That's one of the new cards from Dominaria that could see a tiny bit of play. It's like kind of like a budget Omnath for Jund. Could see some play. And Sarah Paragon too was a card we talked about on the podcast. Was pad this week. I hope that card sees play. I'm not sure it will, but it's pretty cool. It's the 3/4 Flying Angel for 2 white and 2 that lets you replay a permanent card from your graveyard, permanent that costs 3 or less. Except it gains, when it dies, it exiles, but you gain 2 life. So you can bring back a bubble, get to draw a card, gain 2 life. Next turn, maybe you bring back a fetch land, maybe bring back a Teferi Time Raveler. So that card, it could be pretty cool too. I'm not sure it's relevant to this tournament, right? I don't think the cards are illegal for paper yet. I forget, it's been so long. I don't think so, right?
I don't think so. I think that because it's pre-release week, you have 1 week. It's like 1 week after pre-release week, I think. I'm not too sure. But we do have an interesting message from the Twitch chat. Apparently there's a metagame breakdown for this event, day 2. We've got 27 Murktides, 19 Burn, 7 Living End, 7 Yawgmoth, and 7 Hammer Time.
So no 4 color and a lot of burn too. That's bad for my 4 color prediction.
Unless maybe this is percentages, but that is. Oh, there's an MTG Melee link here that we can look at. I'll send it to you, um, so that we can get this up quickly.
Yeah, I have the link. Shout out to chat. Shout out to Wagner MTG for helping us out. Jarvis U is in chat. Over Voltage was here even before we went live. The Grouchy Turtle at DC Sports. What's up, everyone? It's kind of tricky with 4 color in these breakdowns too, because there's like you have to look at 4 color blink, and then there's something omnav, and it's usually divided in 3 or 4, and then on top of that you add the elemental versions. But yeah, if the data is accurate, if you look at win rates for deck that have more than a few decks, well, we've got 4 color combo. I'm assuming that's Vivian, 5 players, and almost 70% win rate. That's pretty obscene. I mean, maybe Mengu was right all along, you know. And looks like we have our first match. We've got Ross Miriam on the right of your screen playing Jeskai Breach, the combo deck. They usually have, you know, kind of a proactive plan as well. Usually has Ragavan, some copies of Teferi Time Raveler. They can win with Urza Saga, maybe Ledger Shredder. And on the left, you have Chase Masters, both sitting at 6-1. Only one undefeated player, Andrew Vorel. I'm not sure what he's playing though. We also have Quinn Shipman. That's 6 wins and a draw. And after that, you've got a bunch of about 8 players at 6-1, including Russ and Chase. And it looks like Azura's Control Whiskey here at 10 players, 53, almost 54% win rate. Not too bad, actually.
Wow.
People love their blue-white control. It's always so over-represented in paper compared to Magic Online.
Yeah. Have you played against this Jeskai Breach much? Seen it much?
Yeah, I've played against a decent bit online. It's always a little scary. Yeah, it's a solid deck. I know. I know it shows up in top 8s of challenges occasionally. It's not. I'm sure it's not very popular. So the fact that you see it once in a while in top 8 means it's probably quite good.
Yeah, I've definitely played against it a ton. Underworld Breach has actually been seeing a lot more play in Modern than people believe, because there's even the mono red prowess with Underworld Breach, just because of Mishra's Bauble and Underworld Breach being a nice combo. You can sometimes do 2 mana draw 3, 2 mana draw 4, depending how big your graveyard is.
Yeah. One thing that's tough against this deck is, and similar decks, it's not easy to sideboard against that because you have to worry about Underworld Breach, but you also have to worry about Ragavan and Shredder. You have to worry about Emery. You have to worry about their creatures. So you can't really trim removal because they have a lot of annoying creatures. You have to worry about Urza Saga. You have to worry about their graveyard. And it's like, how many Rest in Peace do I bring in? How many, you know, this and that? How much graveyard hate? What should my game plan be against them?
No Ragavan turn 1.
Yeah.
I do see a Ledger Shredder.
Always happy to not see the Ragavan turn 1, especially when you're on the draw. And yeah, Shredder, is there a bubble to go with it, maybe? See a Springleaf Drum in, yeah, he's got a Mox, saving the Mox.
Mm.
Response looks like the Shredder is going to get Lightning Bolt. I feel like I saw a Dwarven Mine in Chase deck. Looks like a lot of colors and triumphs and stuff. Maybe creativity? I think it's creativity.
Yes,
It looks like creativity. Cool. Creativity. What a it's funny. I was actually not to brag or anything, but I was the one who kind of brought back the deck to the forefront when I tried to rebuild it was as a Grixis deck, and I was like, yeah, the black's pretty good, but maybe a Ren and 6 would just be better. I did that, and funnily enough, I was playing the deck and I was like, this deck's kind of, it's good, but I'll move on. And you know, I don't think it's like top tier, and people have been just crushing. I don't know if it's played a ton, and that's why you see it so often in top 8, but that's been one of the decks that's been top 8ing the most on Magic Online.
Yeah. Looking at Ross's hand, it doesn't look too good. I see a Springleaf Drum and a Grinding Station and 2 lands, I believe. That's not something that you want when you have essentially no board presence. Is this going to be a Ren and 6 now?
Yeah. the perfect draw. But yeah, it was. I don't know who originally came up with the whole creativity thing. I know it was the Spider Space. I mean, as far as streamers go, he was all about that deck. Um, Doing well with it, and it's a cool deck because there's so many ways you can tune it. So many, I mean, so many ways you can build it. Even as far as the top end goes. I'm just a big Archon fan. Anytime I see someone play something that's not Archon of Cruelty as their target, I feel like it's just really bad. Whether it's Emrakul and Iona or the Primeval Titan build, I always thought were not that great. But these days, it's almost always Archon.
So we do see Ross dumping his hand with the Springleaf Drum and the Grinding Station. I think his last card in hand should be a land. Or maybe his 2 cards, I think. 1 unknown, 1 land.
Yeah.
Got 3 mana. Typically, this deck plays Prismari Command. I doubt that they play Teferi Time Raveler in this list. I'm guessing that this is going to be a Fable, right?
It could be Fable. It could be maybe main phase Prismari Command. Ross is just one card away from. Let me remember how to. Is like Breach just he can start sacking mocks, self milling on tapping. I guess he has no other cards in the graveyard, so I'm assuming a Breach wins, but I'm not sure. Maybe he needs a little extra. You can see an Unholy Heat in Ross' hand. Not sure what his second card is. And yeah, you were right. Fable of the Mare Breaker.
Okay, so we have a 2/2 Goblin that when it attacks, they get a treasure. And we have Ross untapping. This is quite an important turn for him when the shields are down. I think he did top deck Underworld Breach. He has an Underworld Breach in hand and a Grape Shot, I think? No, Unholy Heat.
Yeah, and a fetch land. So that's one extra card. So he's got an extra card to give. The grinding station is on tap. So I think he's got like he can replay the mocks as many times as he wants, plus an extra on tap for the grinding. Well, I guess we're about to find out. I guess he already has 3 cards in the yard. Okay. So maybe that's just good enough, right? Because he can self mill until he hits an Emery, and then
Well,
recast the Emery, and then that's 4 extra cards, and then he keeps going and casts more Emery. I think that's just game. Yeah, he's playing the Breach. I think that's just game. Well, forgive me if I'm wrong and haven't played the deck, but I think he's got all he needs to kill his opponent this turn. Wow, what a top deck! Unreal.
oh, there's Thassa's Oracle. The thing is, I think you just have so much flexibility with all the cards in the graveyard.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to play Emery's. I guess he just has a free card cushion from the initial 3 cards he had in his grave. You can just mill mocks as many times as you want. I guess if I was his opponent, I would ask to I wouldn't scoop. I'd ask to see his entire deck, see what's in his main deck, even though it looks like a
Okay.
pretty stock list. I guess he's playing Emery just for ease of execution and just to make sure. I'm not even sure he had to cast that Emery. Now the Mox makes mana. Maybe he needed a mana. I don't think he even needed the mana, right? I don't think he needed anything.
Maybe it's just playing tight. I mean, if this Mox makes a mana every time you mill, it's probably free
Yeah,
to do. What's the punish, right? To
maybe
do
he's
this.
just trying to like play Teferi at some point. There we go. We see his opponent. I think just show me your deck, and then I'll scoop them up. Little shortcut.
Oh yeah, I think it was a Grape Shot in hand. Is that? Oh no, it's Unholy Heat. Okay, cool.
All right, game 1 goes to Russ. He was yeah, he didn't have we didn't know exactly what was in Chase hand, if he had the creativity, how fast of a clock he had, but Russ definitely was on the clock there.
Yes. Interesting. If Chase had a Prismari command, I'm not even sure that it would work because you kill the grinding station and then Ross still has 3 cards in the graveyard and 2 mana.
Yeah,
So there might
yeah,
be a way to navigate it, but
I think you might be right.
This
And
deck
you
is
don't,
so complicated.
yeah, and you don't even need the initial cards in the yard actually, right? Because you just sack Mox over and over until you hit an Emery, and then you bring back the Emery and you gain some cards, and yeah, so
Yes.
that's what's cool about that deck. You can just kind of win out of nowhere, and people usually don't have a ton of interaction with what you're doing, especially game one.
Yeah,
So
I,
we
I
don't.
I actually really like the Jeskai Breach just because you have access to a combo plus Ragavan.
Yeah, it's really, yeah, it's always really scary to get paired against that deck. And this is our backup match: Rajai Sulaiman against Keaton Gaddis. 4-color Yorion against Azorius Control. That's a nightmare matchup for Azorius Control. It's not unwinnable, but probably in the vicinity of, I don't know, a generous 25%. I want to say I'm undefeated lifetime from the 4-color side, and that's playing against players of the caliber of Guillaume Wafutapa and his good friend Mr. Kafuyat online. So definitely not what you want to see when you're Raja. But he does have Teferi Hero, which is one of the scary things for the 5-color deck. You can't even get rid of it with an ending. You can have Unholy Heat, but this matchup is weird. Whenever I'm playing 4-color, I feel like, okay, this could be bad for me if they have this and that, but it's kind of tough for them to have it because usually you can just jam annoying threats turn after turn, so you don't really give them the time to draw 2 with Archmage Charm. You don't always give them the time to deluge. You're pressuring them, so they don't have time to cycle their cards, which means they're going to miss land drops more often. And even if it gets to the late game, it's still not that easy for them to always take over.
So the dress down should be sacrificed. There we go. We have the upticking Teferi Hero. I see loads of Planeswalkers and a Supreme Verdict in Raja's hands, so this is going to be cleaned up. I really am surprised about Eternal Witness in 4-color Yorion. Have you even seen that before?
Yeah, it's pretty. I don't know about standard, but a lot of lists play some numbers of Eldem Recall or Traverse, and they play an Eternal Witness, usually maybe a couple Ephemerate in the 80. And that's just a really powerful late game engine in the mirror match, and just, solid card overall. It is true you can get rid of free main opponent side. You can get rid of the Hero with Abundant Growth, which happens occasionally. And yeah, I actually got to play this matchup for the first few times from the blue-white side the other day, and I did have some success. I actually won my 2 matches from the blue-white side, but my opponents had pretty bad draws. They screwed and flooded, had some really good draws, and that's a matchup that was interesting. The sideboarding was really interesting. Do you rely on Rest in Peace? Do you keep in all your sweepers? Do you just maybe cut your verdicts after sideboard, bring in all your subtleties and solitudes, and try to kind of play that almost tempo game against them, rather than rely on sweepers. So yeah, kind of tough matchup. Veil of Summer makes the matchup tough too after sideboard. But it looks like Raja's doing just fine. I'm assuming this is game 1 still, as we go back to Russ versus Chase.
So against creativity as Ross, do you think that Dwarven Mine being a card, you're going to be wanting to take out Ragavans, or you just want to have the high impact, if it hits, I get the ramp, especially in a combo deck?
It's not the greatest matchup for Ragavan. They have the crab card that gives you the O3 token. They have Ren and 6. They have Lightning Bolt. So this is a matchup where I definitely consider boarding out Ragavan. I'm a big fan of keeping in my Ragavans in almost in every matchup, whether it's people who have Young Wolves or, against a deck like Hammer Time. I like it because it plays into Esper Sentinel nicely. And, even if it ends up trading with a Mem Knight, it's still a 1-for-1. And obviously, we all know the Ragavan potential, the free wins you get from the card. But I will say in this matchup on the draw, maybe you keep the one of.
Both players deciding their opening hands. I do see a Ren and 6 and a Prismari command there in Chase's hand. What's that card on top? Is that... Okay, bottoming the crab, keeping the bolt. Clearly thinking about Emery. We've got a tap land, say go.
Yeah, Emery and Ledger Shredder.
No Ragavan again.
He might also just not have blue mana in his opening hand.
True.
Does he have turn 2 Ren and 6? That's really what you were looking for. Triumph, probably the draw for the turn. Would have played on turn 1.
Okay. This must be a Shredder. It is.
And the 0 mana spell that goes with it.
Nice. Okay, we do
Same
still have a
sequence as
connect.
game 1. Yeah.
I don't see a lot of lands in Ross's hand. Discard the mountain. Say go. Not sacking the bauble.
No,
I'm
he has
guessing
an
that's...
Emery in hand.
Yep.
Sounds like Russ is all set for his next turn or two, so he doesn't need the card right away. Just rather keep the bubble for mana reduction on Emery. Here's Ren and 6, but no fetch land. That's a feel bad. Not the greatest start for Chase.
I think Chase has 3 cards left in hand, one being a Prismari command. I don't think it's the end of the world. Looting for 2, discarding a fetch land, getting it back with Ren. Not too bad. We do see Ross sacking the bauble. Drawing 2 cards. I see an Urza Saga.
What does 4-color creativity plays as far as graveyard hate goes usually? Because they can't play Crypt or Endurance because of creativity. Do they usually have maybe Leyline of the Void? Or
Relic.
do they like not you know, I forget. Rusty.
I think generally they played a lot of relics. But
No, you can't play Relic because of creativity. They might just rely on cards like Spell Pierce and Flusterstorm.
oh yeah.
So it might mean he's super weak to graveyard strats, to breach specifically.
I do see a Spell Pierce and a Prismari command and some...
Wizard K in chat says, I don't know how Anzid pulls this up. This is high level production. Shout out to Anzid, obviously, who runs this whole operation. Pretty cool. I'm pretty happy to be doing some commentary today. I was looking forward to it.
Ooh,
For
making
Harry,
a treasure.
for Harry's just another day at the office, though.
Yeah, a bit rusty. Oh,
All
is that
right.
Nature's Claim?
Yeah, that's a spicy one. Not a card you
Ross
see every
plays
day.
4.
Love it. The cheap interaction. That was a good turn. That was a good turn. He still doesn't have an engine though. Still doesn't have a fetch land to go with that Ren and 6. But at least slowing down Russ. Russ
I
still
see
has a
another
full grid
Emery. I
though.
think he has another Emery and a Mox. Is
Yeah,
that a
yeah.
Teferi Time Raveler as well? I think so.
Yeah, he has a Teferi Time Ravel. He has a full grape. Chase was on the play, on the mulligan, and he's been trading 1-for-1. Plus that Ren that's virtually like card disadvantage right now. So he's down a lot of cards, but obviously he could just swing things with just one creativity for Archon. Not clear if Russ has something like a Spell Pierce in hand. I think Jeskai Breach usually has access to some number of counter spells. There's a Spell Bomb there. We see a Flusterstorm, I think, hit the yard as well. And he has a blue up, so potentially could have access to Spell Pierce here.
So I see a Fable. Definitely not a land. So this is a really awkward spot, especially the creativity decks play a lot of land, right?
You usually play, I forget, 23, between 23 and 25, because you do have Ren and 6, and you do have a few cantrips.
Oh, we do have a land. Land and a Fable, plus in the Ren.
Yeah, he did decide to play the Triumph. He could have cycled the Triumph, got it back, played it for an extra card, but was Fable in hand. That makes sense, especially if his last card in hand is something like a Stomping Ground. We see, was it a blue card in Chase's hand? We caught a glimpse, but I couldn't really tell.
I think it's a Spell Pierce, maybe?
This is looking real bad for Chase, though.
Yeah.
Us working was a lot of extra cards.
Yeah, this is the Teferi Time Raveler coming down. What do you must bounce the Goblin, right?
Yeah, seems like the only decent option. You might lose it to a ping, but that doesn't really matter. Slows down Ren and 6 Ultimate too.
And I think the Ross does have access to a bauble for the Emery, because we saw that on the early turns.
Yeah,
Or there's an
Bubble.
Aether Spell Bomb.
Yep. At least these two.
Yeah, so let's see what Ross decides to do. Teferi Time Raveler comes down. We're going to see the Goblin token going away. Ross draws a card. That's a land. I think I see 3 or 4 lands in Ross's hand, so we're going to get the bauble back.
Yeah, I think I saw it at least Freeland as well.
Not sacking the bauble, keeping it in play, passing. The Fable ticks up. You can discard up to 2 cards. Bobbling now in response to the trigger. I think that's a Spell Pierce and something else to the graveyard. 2 cards off the top. See another Fable in Chase's hand.
Yeah, not exactly what he's looking for. He's looking for some immediate interaction. It's funny, sometimes you get something like game one where Russ had quote unquote not much and just wins the game. In this game, it feels like he's been drawing multiple cards every turn and stuff, but kind of still spinning his wheels. Definitely a decent bit of variance when you get paired against Jessica. It really feels that way. Like, which side of the deck are you gonna get to play against? Are they just gonna like assemble everything right away, or kind of be missing the one key part to kill you?
So here in Chase's spot, he's essentially thinking, do I care about Teferi Time Raveler staying on the table? Is this something that you would be worried about? Or are you going to move towards Ultimate? I think moving towards Ultimate, though, isn't that great. If you give everything Retrace and don't have lands, you can't really cast them.
Yeah, I think you just move on to Ultimate. You can ignore Teferi for now, for sure.
I
Yeah,
think
he's just. Go ahead.
Well, I think that killing the Teferi doesn't do much for you, right? You kill the Teferi, and then you have nothing going on. Whereas if Ren and 6 is threatening an Ultimate, at least you have something going on.
Yeah.
Ren goes up to 7, Scalding Tarn back to hand. I also like that when you have a Fable as well. Tick that up, you can discard it next turn. Just kind of all upside. Pinging the Teferi doesn't seem... And also, Ross doesn't really play sorceries. The only thing I can think of is, Prismatic Ending, and you don't really mind that at instant speed.
Yeah. Not even sure he'd necessarily have Prismatic Ending in this matchup after Sideboard. It does hit Ren and 6 and Fable token, but it doesn't seem an essential part of his game plan.
Tef ticks up. We can see a lot of lands in Ross's hand. Flicking a bit too fast for me to see what he is playing with.
Yeah, a second Ledger Shredder would have been incredible for Ross this game.
We do know about Aether Spellbomb in the graveyard. You can bounce the Goblin if you're worried about Chase getting more mana. You can also just start drawing more cards with the Bauble. I think I see a Scalding Tarn in Ross's hand, maybe. You could use that to pseudo scry with Mishra's Bauble. but he does not choose to go with that. We have the Emery being tapped, giving a card in his graveyard. Yep, so we now have the Aether Spellbomb coming down. I think he said go. No.
Yeah, Russ is on
Ooh,
the clock. I think he's going to play Oracle just for the scry value. Scry's
wow.
4.
Seems good.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. And we see an explosives.
You can choose to put all these to the bottom. Because if you engineer explosives for like for 3, you kill your own Emery if you're trying to kill the Fables. I guess you could bounce it with with Spellbomb, but again, that's kind of just overcomplicating things. I think I would bottom all of these and try and start drawing cards, drawing to the win.
Yeah, I think Ren and 6 ultimate next turn is still beatable for Russ since Chase doesn't have a way to get back lands and still like a spell a turn, so it's not the absolute end of the world, but it's starting to look really scary.
Yeah, and we have information that Chase doesn't really have much with creativity, but well, we know that he was hellbent with one land, but you can't really use Mishra's Bauble to do much if you're scared of a creativity coming down.
Discards an Archon. It's going to be interesting to see if he decides to ultimate Ren right away, if he feels like he kind of has to, or if he decides to take it up and get a little greedy with it.
So what's interesting here is you can ult Ren. I think I only see one land in Chase's hand in a crab.
Yeah.
So the problem is you can't really kill Emery. You can bolt it, but then don't forget there's an Aether Spellbomb that can bounce any creature. So you need to have more than just the bolt.
All right. Yeah, he goes for the ultimate. Probably going to see a Prismari command getting flashback here. You don't have a super juicy second target though. You can kill Emery and then you can target one of the artifacts. Chase has access to Lightning Bolt as well and Nature's Claim. If he ever gets rid of Teferi, can have access to Spell Pierce, but I don't think that card will ever do anything anymore this game.
Attacking the Teferi Time Raveler. Presume Thassa's Oracle is going to jump in the way. Yep, it does.
Yeah, the Goblin token is really I guess it is a Goblin token on Fable. I was going to say he's not using the proper tokens, but he's got the 1/1 Goblin tokens from the mine and then the 2/2 from Fable.
So you do have 6 mana. Okay, so he does go for Prismar. I guess you could loot for 2 and try and turn the crab into a land.
Yeah. It's probably what he's going to do because killing a Mox, I guess. He's actually killing Teferi. That's surprising to me. I wonder why Teferi over Emery.
Finds Nature's Claim and Creativity. So I guess you... Oh. Yeah, I can see some sense in that. Discards Creativity and the crab. You've got Nature's Claim.
I feel like he's playing a little too scared here, keeping claim over creativity. But he can just recast creativity if he ever draws just a land. So I guess he's doing the choice of I really don't want to die next turn, and maybe that claim keeps me alive for an extra turn. But does it really? You kill the breach. Ross got to play one spell, maybe an instant speed spell. Russ has Flusterstorm in the yard too, right? So does Nature's Claim even do anything against Underworld Breach? I'm pretty sure Russ has a Flusterstorm.
Yeah, he does. I think that what yeah, I guess 1 mana really isn't that that good, but you can also kill the grinding station. So some flexibility. I think as well, if you look at it from Chase's side, Ross hasn't really had an explosive game, and I guess one Underworld Breach does do a lot, but also you don't have a grinding station in the graveyard, right? So I think Ross has to have a little bit to kind of start going off. Mishra's Bobble doesn't draw cards instantly; it's on the next upheat so you couldn't really like breach into a load of baubles to win.
Yeah. Because what ended up happening here, if ever Ross doesn't have it this turn, then all of a sudden Chase gets to untap. He has that Nature's Claim. If he draws something that's not a land, that's kind of a brick, then he just doesn't have a play for the turn. Whereas if he had kept creativity, at least he can get a couple Archon, and that might not be enough to win the game, but I don't think that keeping that Nature's Claim did anything for you here. We see Ross just adding to the board. Ether Spellbomb, Teferi in play, draws for bubbles. So set go, we saw he just drew the breach. So it looks like Chase's decision at this point won't end up mattering. Because even if he had Archon for 2 this turn, I don't think that was enough. Ross still had pretty healthy left total. People have been pointing out in chat it's Yellow Hat commentating on Green Hat. I hadn't noticed at first. True, true.
Is that a mystical dispute in Chase's hand? I'm not too sure.
I'm not sure
Or-
either.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, 2/1/1s going at Teferi. Block the real real dwarf. Copy dwarf kills. Oh, what's happening?
He could have potentially maybe gotten 2 Archons and copy 1. And that's what, 6, 9, 15 damage, free draw steps. I'm not even sure that was enough to stop. I mean, Ross loses his board, but then he goes breach grinding station, except he might not have grinding station yet. So maybe if Chase had kept that creativity, maybe he still had a chance. Maybe Ross doesn't kill him this turn and just wins the game. So potentially game losing decision. Let's see. Because let's assume Russ would have lost like his Emery, his Teferi, his Oracle, a bunch of cards, but I think he had like 5 cards or so in hand. He would have played the breach. Not clear he would have been able to win the game, right? He would have had to find that grinding station. Yeah. Now he's just kind of going for value. If his leading was on Holy Heat, it means he doesn't really have the intention to go for the combo this turn. He's just happy to clear the board and play the value game. And I think that's one of the upsides of a deck like Jessica Breach. It's a good deck and it's not widely popular. You know, Chase probably hasn't played that matchup a ton, and I think he maybe got a little scared there, and kind of tried to play it safe with the Nature's Claim.
See a Ragavan in Ross's hand. Also, Emery is still untapped. That can be activated. We have 1 blue mana from the Mox Ember, so he's got 3 mana to play with. No land drop made yet. I wonder if there's actually a way that you can win this turn. There's definitely a possibility. Probably could start with Expressive Iteration, especially since you've got way more Mox Amber still in the deck that you can use as kind of like Lotus Petals. Also got Ledger Shredder if you want to build a big board, so it's down to Ross if he wants to start digging or just start, making a wide board, and Ross goes for wide board. What you're an experienced creativity player. If you had to, kind of guess how Chase gets back into this game realistically, what do you think he would need?
Let's see, can Chase still come back? He's got a treasure token. He's got 5 lands, 2 cards in hand. He needs. I mean, creativity is just way too little at this point. I think this game's pretty much over. Ross just building an insurmountable advantage here. I think Chase makes his window, but it is really tough to play against that Jeskai deck. You don't know what you need to be more scared of. Their value cards, them killing you was the combo, and I think we kind of saw all of that this game. So plus Chase was on the play on the mulligan, kind of an awkward draw was that Ren not being able to bring back the land. Imagine this game just how different this game would be if Chase had a fetch land in his opening hand to go as Ren.
True. See a dispute and the nature's claim. We're gonna make the crab and sack the clue. Don't forget, there still is a Ren and 6 emblem on the table, so we have access to any instance in sorcery with retrace in the graveyard. There's the crab. We draw a card. For those wondering about Ledger Shredder triggers on the second spell every turn. So if you cast 2 spells and then cast Ledger Shredder, the second spell has already been cast.
Yeah, exactly. Ross lead was breach, so even if you had played the Shredder right away after the breach, it still wouldn't have triggered on his turn.
Okay, so now that's a miss Ledger Shredder trigger, as we have the Nature's Claim and the Crab being cast. So there should be a Connive trigger. I think it was sadly missed.
Yeah,
Ross
I don't
and
think it matters.
Yeah, definitely not. Underworld Breach off the top.
I'm not gonna cast the stone. I'm the first one to loosen up when the game's over. It's a classic. You've got the unlosable game, unlosable board state, and Twitch chat's like, but Gab, why? Why didn't you do X and Y and Z to change your win percentage probably from 100% to 100%? I don't know. Maybe because it doesn't matter.
Okay, we see the Dash Ragavan getting in.
Yeah.
2/4 Shredder, 1/3 Thassa's Oracle. That's 2, 4, 5 damage. Chase going down to 13. See a Wooded Foothills off the top. Needed that turn too. Got the treasure.
Yeah, I'm assuming Ross has. I think we see Flusterstorm in hand, so he's not really worried even about creativity at this point.
Ragavan bounces. Chase is untapping. Need something big. What is that? Oh, it's a Ren and 6. I mean, you have access to 6 mana, so you can Ren and cast. What? I don't see. Okay. As well as Ross's Flusterstorm, I think this is just 0%. To be honest, I don't see how. Oh, Return Land. Yep, Return Land to hand makes sense. Oh, no, Mystical Suite does nothing against Fluster, and there's a Teferi Time Raveler on the table. You can try and creativity, I guess, on the treasure token. Get a Dwarven Mine, and a creativity the treasure token. Oh, he passes back. Okay. So we do have a Dwarven Mine now to block the Dashed Ragavan if Ross would like to go for that. Yep, we should have a Connive trigger. We do. I think that's a Grinding Station off the top, and we know that Ross has Breach in hand. So if you play the Grinding Station, you can sack the Mox, Oh no, but you can't get it back because Emery's already been tapped. So I guess, is there any way you can get? Oh no, you have the treasure token. Yeah, you have the treasure token. So you play the grinding station, sack the mocks, play the underworld breach, and then you have as many moxes as you want, and then you can bounce a Thassa's Oracle with Teferi if you'd like, if you do have the fluster, because you have loads of mana.
Yeah, I wonder if we're missing something here. If he has grinding station and breached, it's just game, right?
I'm pretty yeah, I see breach, fluster, and a grinding station in Ross's hand. I think that what he's doing is just forcing the dwarven mine, I guess. I'm not too sure. I guess you have the chance that. Oh, okay. So Ross bounces the dwarven mine. Oh, kill the Wren. But okay. 3, 4. So I'm guessing the Ragavan still must have gone face, though. It does. Get the crab, get the treasure. This is still the same amount of mana like we were talking about. You can still play the grinding station, sack the monks, play the underworld breach.
Just the BM attack by Ross, just enjoying his time in the
Is there a
spotlight this round.
Twitch chat is talking about Beseiju?
That might be the reason. I was thinking actually, I was like thinking about a free spell like Nimble Obstructionist, but obviously you can't have that in your creativity deck. Thinking about Shark Typhoon, that doesn't do anything. But Seiju was the card I was looking for. Great call. Just making sure he's got all his bases covered, keeps advancing his game plan while ensuring that even if Chase has, but Seiju, he still has an overwhelmingly winning board state.
So I think Chase is trying to bluff Beseiju, or maybe Chase actually has Beseiju in hand. But if you had Beseiju, could you do something with like Ren and 6 and Beseiju last turn?
He
Oh, we
actually
do
does
have
have
Beseiju.
Wow.
Wow. Beseiju for Chase.
Yeah, tight plays by Russ here, not getting carried away. He's been around the block. He's probably come up a bunch playing this deck. Beseju's pretty popular card. And Chase
Ross's
has
deck is looking very thin.
Chase has one treasure. Did we just call it too soon? He has one treasure, potentially, still's got that Ren emblem, potentially can pay for a Flusterstorm. Do we actually still have a game? And as you said, Draw's deck's getting a little thin. Maybe it's getting hard for him to go off again. Not that many breaches left, right? He's already played 2.
I think that was a Steam Vents off the top.
Okay, Steam Vent's not a break, was a Ren emblem.
Yeah, looking at the graveyard. So you can creativity. Oh yeah, Ragavan was meant to bounce. So you can creativity the treasure. You can still pay for Fluster.
Yeah, Russ only has 1 mana, so he can't put another potential instant on the stack to make Flusterstorm storm count higher. So Flusterstorm is a spell pierce here, basically. Still doesn't feel like one Archon should be enough for Chase to come back in this game, but I've been calling this game over for what 3-4 turns now, 5 turns, and Chase still in it.
Oh, not going for creativity, going for Prismari command. Deal 2 to the Emery and I draw 2 disc. Oh,
Killing the
wait.
grinding station, right? No, killing the Emery.
I'm interested in the reasoning behind that. We see a Fable, a Bolt, and Dispute. Okay. I wonder what Chase was looking for. I guess the logic is that what's keeping Ross in the game. It's the Emery giving him loads of stuff every turn. If you can kill, oh, that's game over.
Here's another breach. Yeah, that was anticlimactic. Just when thought maybe there was a small chance.
So you can play the Emery, keep replaying the Mox, and then you can bounce the Thassa's Oracle with Teferi, as long as you don't mill to 0.
Yeah, that's one ways of doing it. You can Unholy Heat probably your own Oracle if you want to as well.
Sure, yeah, that works. See an Unholy Heat on the Goblin. Yeah,
And
that's
that's the
game.
handshake. Good games.
Very well played by Ross. Did not even think about Beseju. Very tight play. Teferi Time Raveler being also a great card here to fight through all of the instant speed interaction Chase was trying to represent alongside Beseju.
Yeah,
Do you
this round
think
was.
that... Sorry, yeah?
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, do you think that Chase could have won if he played his Prismari command of the earlier turns differently, as well as there was an interesting discard decision that we were discussing with Prismari command and a creativity? Do you think that it could have been navigated differently for a win?
Yeah, I feel like maybe if he keeps a land or creativity over that nature's claim, the game plays out differently for Chase. But thought that round was really cool because we got to see the Jeskai Breach deck kind of do everything it can do. You know, we saw the kind of kill you out of nowhere combo in game one, and then game two we saw the grinding aspect. We saw how the deck puts the opponent in tough spots and forces them to make a lot of tough decisions. Chase had a million different decisions. Was the Prismari commands, what to kill. So kind of got to see the full spectrum of the Jeskai deck this round. Really cool round.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think we're going to cut to an ad and we'll be right back.
Okay, and we are back for the SCGCON of round 1 of day 2. We're going to be going to our backup feature match. I believe it's blue-white control versus 4-color control. We're going to be getting to that quickly, but Gab, which side would you rather be on? Blue-white control, 4-color Yorion? What are you picking?
I might be picking the clock side this round. I might be on the draw side, but yeah, we're going to game 3. Raja won game 1, Keaton won game 2, and they had about 15 minutes on the clock when game 3 started. This is a recorded match, so yeah, we're in game 3, and Raja managed to get game 1 in a tough matchup. I'd definitely rather be on the Yorion side, and it looks like Raja might have missed his third land drop already, right? Since I'm assuming he lost game 2 and was on the play in game 3.
Well, I'm going
Good
to leave it
address
down to
down.
Twitch chat. I'm putting up a poll who wins, blue-white draw or 4-color control. Let us know. We do see a dress down here. Is that it? That must be on the end step or second main.
Yeah, I think Keaton played Ice Fang in Raja's end step, and Raja,
Oh,
he doesn't have a choice. Sure, he has to tap out, but it's too good to pass up. The value, and I like the plan of keeping in at least some dress downs as a blue white control player. Um, I think every little bit matters, and just countering the drawability of an Ice Fang, it can definitely add up, especially if the 4-color deck doesn't just draw perfectly. And
yes.
we see Keaton some. No, okay, I was wrong. Never mind. I got tricked by that button growth. Uh, I don't think Raja had missed his second land drop.
What do you think of the plus there against a deck with Prismatic Ending and Fury?
It's kind of the eternal question, right? To plus or to minus. You
Hmm.
can't do much though. There's a nice fang, so if you minus, you lose it right away to an attack. But yeah, you at least get the draw. You probably have to plus. And yeah, I wonder if Keaton didn't make a very small mistake and not just playing Ice Fang in his main phase on turn 2, letting Raja on tap for potentially dispute or dress down. I was kind of caught the game as it had already started, but yeah, players we can see trying to play as fast as possible. They did do a good job, going to game 3 with 15 minutes left, which kind of makes sense, I guess. The 4-color probably wins a little faster than the blue white deck does, so maybe game 2 wasn't super long. The easiest way to win is just to resolve red on turn 2 on the play. That's the biggest appeal of this 4-color deck, as far as I'm concerned. Just all the free wins you get in almost every matchup. Really, if you're on the play and you have turn 2 Ren, it's just really hard to lose.
So I see a interesting card in Keaton's hand. It's Emrakul, the Promise End. Is that something that you could see helping fight through a draw?
Yeah, definitely, and at least you probably go a little faster IRL than online, where you have to click a million times for both sides. We see a Solitude come down for Raja. We see her just kind of jamming spells and trying to play pretty fast. 2/2 Sharks, Solitude. Keaton clearly has something. He decided not to put Yorion in his hand, so he might have might have a Solitude of his own. That would make a ton of sense.
I also saw a counterspell when the Teferi was put on the stack, but because there was the Abundant Growth in the Stomping Ground, couldn't be killed.
Was
Counterspell's
that
now up.
resolve? Passes the
Solitude's on the
turn.
table.
We do see Counterspell and Solitude in hand, so he decided not to tap out. He's worried about mostly the fairy Hero of Dominaria, I guess. So just happy to pass. I don't think he has a Death Touch yet, right? Does he? See 2 basics. I'm not sure what the land under Triumph is, though.
I think it's a Beseiju.
It does look like a Boseiju, but then I wonder why there was no attacks from Raja's side there.
Because there's a 2/2 Shark. Oh, because oh yeah, I don't know. Oh no, because of the endurance, right? And then he end step
Oh, he was
killed the
playing around.
endurance.
Yeah, but maybe he was worried about a second endurance. That could make sense.
Oh
Yeah,
wow,
just
subtlety
subtlety. Yeah,
comes down. We see two card types in the graveyard. I see a counterspell, an Omnath, and a Emrakul in Keaton's hand. Shock in the Foundry. So we have 3, 6 mana. 6, 7, 8. Only 8 for the Emrakul. That actually makes Ice Fang a nice chump blocker because you are just putting an extra creature type for your Emrakul. Oh, this is going to be Omnath with
Omnath.
counterspell backup.
Yeah, this is looking good for Keaton. The Raja's board is decent, but Omnath was counter spell backup really solid. Ooh.
Oh, puts it on top. Okay. Oh, makes sense. Hold up counterspell for your turn. Fine.
Yeah, I don't mind it. You're just Omnath will catch you up. You don't have the land eater. I think you didn't have the land in hand yet. So if he fights a raid, draws a brick, Raja on taps. Maybe Raja has something good on his turn and gets rid of the Omnath.
I like this. Chump. My Emrakul's now cheaper. Take 5, go to 11. Raja should gain 3. See an untap Omnath put into the hand. We have a counterspell. Let's go. What is this in response? That looks like...
Dress
Is that
down
Aether
maybe.
Gust?
Oh, Ether
Oh,
Gust.
I'm not too
Wow,
sure.
and yeah, Keaton's play kind of backfires a bit here.
Wow. Aggro plan. Untap.
Yeah,
3, 6,
I
7,
like
8.
it.
8 power. You're on 16. I've got a Teferi here of Dominaria in my hand.
Yeah,
Think I also see a Prismatic Ending.
I think that the elemental span's kind of cool. I wonder if Raja's just boarded out all the verdicts for game free, decided that if he's going to actually have a chance of winning this game, it's going to involve some kind of cheesy elemental win. Hope Keaton stumbles a bit and you chain couple subtleties and solitude, and all of a sudden you're just stacking for lethal. And wow,
You know what I
Raja's
saw in Raja's hand?
no another counter
Archmage's
spell.
Charm.
Ooh,
Archmage's Charm.
and we're still a
Untap,
ways
Prismatic
away from
Ending.
Emrakul, right?
Yes. We've got creature, instant, sorcery, land, so that's 4. Yeah, nowhere near enough. So this is probably going to get a Solitude or a Fury. Probably. Or could you get something like Eternal Witness? I don't think so.
Raja happy to let the call resolve. Just let Keaton sink more mana into the spell. Why counter the tutor when you can just counter the creature?
So
I
it's
see
high
this
rolling
changes.
here.
Yeah, and boom, and that's the handshake. Wow,
Damn.
Blue White get it
Was there
done.
lethal there with Kahira maybe? Or maybe the
Um,
life totals weren't correct. Just so
yeah,
far behind.
maybe he just had no outs. At this point, if he doesn't have something like Verdict in his deck, game's just completely out of reach. So, congrats to Raja winning a super tough matchup. I'd love to know, what his sideboard plan is for this matchup in general, and if it varied from game 2 to game 3 potentially. But yeah, welcome everyone. For those of you joining me and Harry joining us, this is SCG Columbus. It is the modern 20K event, $3,000 for first. This was round 1 of 5 Swiss rounds today, cut to top 16, I believe. And yeah, we saw Ross Merriam win with Jeskai Breach in our main feature match against Chase Masters, who was on 4-color creativity. Pretty close match, and yeah, that was the backup feature, and Blue White took it over Omnath.
Yeah, I'm actually quite impressed that Raja brought subtleties there. I played a very nice blue-white list couple days ago.
All right, we
Sure.
got Raja in the booth with us, or was Anu?
Okay, cool. So I think right now, everyone just audio checking everything. It's me, Raja. Congrats on a win. That's
Thank
a
you.
good start here.
Appreciate it.
So, I mean, Raja needs no introduction. I've seen your name so many times on the Energy series. Let's talk about this game 3 because we just watched it going on. So game 1, we got a live look in early on in the game, and it looked a little bit, I'll say dicey the first time we were watching it on stream. I came back later, like 2 minutes later, and I saw like a massive board of like Chalice and like double Teferi and this absolute control. That was cool.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened in game 2. What happened in game 2?
Game 2 was a little rough. I was forced to fight over a Ren 6 with a subtlety early, so I can counterspell on the way back down on turn 3, but it put me back on cards, and then I had like Teferi double ending. He just resolved the Omnath, and I was kind of just, I was in a pretty bad spot early on.
Okay.
Wasn't able to pull away. He played his own Teferi 5, which I didn't think was in his deck, but that was also really good for him too. So
How did you sideboard going in from game? Just going into the first post-board game.
yeah, so I'm playing a full 4 Aether Gust just because this is like my worst matchup, and I want to be able to fight over Omnath, Ren 6, all their best cards.
Yeah.
And then I have a third Subtlety, which I think is one of the best cards in the matchup for me, just because it fights over.
Oh, you're only playing 2 Solitudes in the main deck?
4 Solitudes in the main deck.
Oh, 4, okay.
2 Subtleties in the main, and 1 more in the side.
Gotcha.
And that helps. That's like a better Solitude because it fights over the spell on the stack rather than after it resolves, because all their cards generate value on entry. Right. The Planeswalkers, they're ETB creatures, so Solitude is a much better way to do that. Plus you have a larger volume of blue spells to be able to pitch to it. Unless you also tap out for like your own Planeswalkers and have insurance against their Teferis and their Omnaths.
Okay.
So I brought in the third Subtlety and then a Shark Typhoon just because it's good in grinding matchups. Lets me pressure their Planeswalkers.
Yeah.
Lets me play the draw game with them. Exactly.
Especially stuff that you can play through Teferi, so that's pretty smart.
Right.
But game 2 didn't really pan out the way you wanted to because of the Planeswalkers. But then game 3, we got to watch the whole match here, and Nassif was actually asking a question, which was, based on what you saw in game 2, did any of your sideboarding change in game 3? What was the board state like? Or just talk to me about transitioning from one game to another, how you react to what you saw or anything like that, maybe in play or by cards.
Not significantly. I think I brought back in 1 copy of Spring Verdicts because I think they ended up leaving in more creatures than I thought they would. And I just wanted to be able to at least have 1 copy in my deck to find in certain spots. I don't really like Verdict as much because I want to be able to hardcast my elemental creatures, and like I said, you don't want to really deal with the creatures after they resolve. It's not the way to go about it.
So you're telling me in game 2 you caught all your verdicts then?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. And so bringing 1 back in was to accommodate. Did you see like extra endurances, or what did you see?
Yeah, I saw
exactly?
the endurances. There was a few cards that just made me think that my opponent was going to try to play like the creature game, the flash game. I felt like I needed to have 1 copy. I haven't played. I'll be honest with Chat and you. I haven't played much Modern in the past couple of months, so I played this matchup in the past, but I still sideboarding for them is just really hard because they attack you from like 6 different angles.
Okay.
So like it's kind of touchy-feely for me, and the more I play, the more I kind of adjust my deck as a result.
Yeah, I mean I can imagine that like sideboarding specifically in this matchup can change based on what you see, because it's going to be very reactive. Like you mentioned, you saw extra creatures, so you keep in more removal spells, right?
Yep.
That's kind of important. Also, another thing is like you have a third opponent in this matchup too, is the clock, right?
Yeah,
like I know
exactly.
you're looking very often, and going into game 3, you had 15 minutes left, which seems like a lot of time, but secretly, like, it could be crazy. You never know what could happen. So
yeah, you have to assume like 3 or 4 minutes are gone to just fetching between both of us, and then like anything else that happens.
All right.
So it's not easy, but like I said, I'm really heavy on the elemental package this weekend. I have post-board, I have 7 of them. So I have a way to be more proactive that isn't just my Planeswalkers, that I can actually deal damage to my opponent with.
Okay.
And that's what happened. Eventually I was able to, subtlety his Solitude. I Solituded his Endurance. So like my elementals were tagging his elementals, and then I just started turning the tides with attacking. And then I was able to stick my Teferi. That was kind of the last needle for him, and
there's one question I do have for you, being on site here, and then just like also not being able to really know who's going to make day 2 and how people are going to do. But I want to ask you about yourself. Tell me one fun fact about yourself. I want the chat to get to know the players, because I think narratives are really important. I want to see you succeed this, today throughout the event. I want to see you win the whole event. I mean, okay, don't tell Ross I'm saying this, but I would love to see you win this whole event.
Thank you.
So give me a reason to root for you. Why are you going to win this event?
Oh man, I love Magic. I'm a normal guy outside of the game, but when I play the game, I'm at peace. I'm where I want to be.
Hey, okay.
And and also, I'm also a diehard Lions fan, which, you know, that's a sympathetic situation to be in because, you know, they never win.
Die-hard Lions fan. If
and-
you are a Lions fan as well, you know who you're rooting for
Yep.
today. Okay,
That's
sweet.
right.
Any matchups you're looking forward to playing throughout the rest of the day?
Murktide every single round. I've
Every-
I've played this deck for a while now, since basically MH2 came out, and I've played against Murktide in the double digits, and I've never lost a matchup. It's so good for you.
Okay.
I played it twice at this event. It's where, like, the reason why I wanted to play this weekend is because I saw that Murktide was the most popular deck,
Okay.
and sure enough, it was the most represented deck in the event.
Yeah.
So that's
I
just
saw
kind
you
of,
played against Roshan earlier in the Swiss, and
yes,
that
was
like,
the closest match I've played against Murktide.
Well, I
It
mean,
was-
Roshan is like ex-GP champion, you know,
Yeah,
like, well,
very
not
good
ex,
player.
he is a GP champion, ex-Gold Pro, like, that would have been a great feature match. I wish I could have watched it.
it was a really fun match.
But yeah, it sounds incredible.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, thank you for your insight.
course.
We'll be watching you in the next round as well as the backup. So if you're, you know, a fan of Raja, let him know right now. Actually, I don't even know where Twitch chat went. It's right over here. Perfect. But okay, cool. Raja, I'll catch up with you later. All right.
Sounds good, man. Thank you.
All right, and everyone else. So we are waiting. We're 15 minutes over time for this round right now. I think there was a deck check. As a heads up, I think there was a deck check, and as a result, players are still finishing in their match from that. I think this is a good time to take a break for me to sort of catch up on everything and figure out what's going on. Before I do that, though, one very important thing. Let's see what I have. I've got buttons. I got one buttons here. Okay, cool. If you haven't already, be sure to hit the follow button. Check it out. Right. I've been traveling across the country since February, and it's been incredible to go to all these places and watch all this magic. And you know, the content gets better and better each time, I'd like to think, but there's still a lot more to improve. And you know, there's a lot of other stuff in the background. You know, funding flights, paying the casters, doing all this sort of stuff. It's very important. So if you haven't already, hit the follow button. It does help a lot. Like a lot. Metrics matter. I would appreciate that a lot. But otherwise, I think from here, we're going to cut to a quick break. We'll be back, I think, for the next round. I'm going to get an idea of how much time is left in the other match. And then, yeah, I'll let you guys know. All right? Thanks for hanging out. See you in a bit.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the SCGCON Columbus. I'm Harry, joined here by Gab, and we are leading up to round 9 of the event. Gab, what did you think of the previous round?
Yeah, it was a really, really good match between Russ and Chase, and it was cool to see that third game play out between Raja and the four color deck. I loved the interview, loved everything about it. He was even ripping RIW Hobbies, which is a local game store in Michigan. It's kind of my local game store, funnily enough, because I've spent a lot of time in Michigan, and I even had my Pro Tour trophies, in that store for a little while. So it was cool to see that. Lions fan, I can relate a little bit. I'm not the biggest football fan, but that was cool too. And yeah, everything he said about the matchup and stuff, I loved it. Loved the 4 Ether Gust. Love his approach was solitude and subtlety. The only thing I was wondering is, and I know people in chat who were wondering what the exact deck list was. This is not an open deck list tournament, so we don't have access to the deck list, and it would be, putting the players at an even bigger disadvantage to just share them with you, even if you did. But I was wondering if there was, Chalice in the deck. His approach to the matchup. I was actually surprised that he brought back in a Verdict for game 3 was maybe potentially time issues, but also you're on the draw. Maybe you need that catch up button. Yeah, cool. I was also surprised by 2 subtlety in the main. But yeah, cool build, and I really loved the interview. Really loved everything he said. The only thing or one of the other things that surprised me, he said he wanted to play against Murktide all day, which is not a terrible matchup, but it's not an easy matchup either. I was sure he's just going to say Titan because we saw his build, right? He mentioned the 4 Ether Gust in the sideboard. He mentioned 2 subtleties in the main plus a third in the side, and we also saw multiple copies of Dress Down. So when Anu asked the question, I thought he would come up with the Titan answer, but no Murktide apparently.
Yeah, well, going into this round here, we've got Ross Merriam again for table 1 of coverage. Jeskai Breach, a list that we saw do very well last round, displaying 2 types of draws. One very aggressive combo draw and one very card advantage / Ledger Shredder draw. Is this a deck that you had on your radar coming up to the coverage of SCGCON?
Not especially. Don't think it's a deck on anyone's radar, and that's one of the strengths because there's the hammer times, the 4 colors, the living in the kind of more popular deck and stuff. And then you've got another 5 to 10 French decks in Modern that are competitive but not played as much. So not really.
Okay. Well, we have Team of Rhinos here from Daniel. I think that this is exactly what you want to be doing against Jeskai Breach. Something like Living End or Rhinos, where you're being very quick. You've got things like Fire Ice to disrupt Ross on the early turns to really stop him going wide. I guess Ragavan is exactly what you want from Ross on the turn 1, but I think that I would rather be on the Team of Rhinos side here of things. Which deck do you think you lean towards?
Let's see. Seems like Team of Rhinos should have answers to most of what Ross is trying to do. They have the cheap removal. They have a decently fast clock. They have Force of Negation to interact with the combo aspect. I wonder if the die roll maybe is the biggest factor, honestly, in game 1s anyways. Seems like if Ross can be on the play with a Ragavan, that's pretty good against Team of Rhinos. And it makes Daniel's life a little tougher, but I'm not too sure, honestly.
I think as well you have access to Fury. Something that we saw with Creativity versus Jeskai Breach is that the board goes quite wide, and when you have things like Fury, Fire Ice, Force of Negation, like you're saying, I'm definitely still leaning on the Team of Rhinos, but he does need an answer for the Ragavan. I saw a Fire Ice in Daniel's hand. You can ping the Ragavan, ping Ross's face if you would like. See what he does with 2 mana.
Yeah, you should have plenty of answers. You mentioned Fire Ice, Bone Crusher, Giant. Even a Brazen Bower is, a reasonable play. Every mana matters for Russ in the early turn, so we'll see. And as far as Russ's list goes, it looks like what I would call pretty stock Jeskai Breach. Ragavan, Ledger Shredder. I guess did we not see a single Urza Saga in the in
No, we
game
saw
one.
the Nature's Claim
Oh yeah, on
in
Urza
the last
Saga,
round.
right? Yeah. So yeah, you've got your Emeries, your some numbers of Teferi, Time Raveler. Didn't see anything out of the norm.
Okay, Fire Islet down. Do we have a Cascade? We do. Sorcery Speed Cascade, playing around some sort of counterspell. Cascade trigger resolves. I played in an F&M recently, and I played against Team of Rhinos, and I realized how much I take for granted Magic Online flipping all the cards for you. So
Yeah.
here we go. This is the problem, Daniel. Look, keep flipping. Where's that? Where's the crashing footfalls?
Yeah, you have to be a little careful.
There it is.
I feel like there was a point in Magic where if you would have cast Cascade and you flipped one card too many, that might have been a game loss. Kind of ridiculous, like penalty for such a minor offense. But I might be making that up, anyways. I doubt it's still the case now. But yeah, you do have to be a little careful. Then we see main phase. I think Spell Pierce is not uncommon in the main decks of a Jeskai Breach deck. So I like the play by Daniel here.
Yeah. And also, we need to remember Daniel's most likely been playing next to Ross for most of the afternoon yesterday. When you're at the top tables, X and 1, you're going to be playing against people who are X and 1. These players have definitely seen what each other's playing on the top tables. So, Daniel must have seen things like Flusterstorm, Spell Pierce, all this. And look at that. Ross just has an expressive iteration, exactly what you want as the Team of Rhinos player. You've just put 8 power on the board, and your opponent's casting a 2-mana cantrip.
Yeah, yes and no, and there is that shredder that was wow. No token on the shredder when Daniel
Oh, yeah.
triggered it last turn, so no potential for it to going to 5 toughness. I think all these matchups became much tougher for Rhinos. All these blue decks that got to add shredder to their deck. Um, whether it's Murktide, and probably the same probably goes for Jeskai Breach. Shredder is really, really good. You get to trigger it when they cascade, and if you trigger it one more time, it can block a Rhino. I played a decent bit of Murktide recently, and it did. That matchup did feel pretty good for Murktide. So I wonder it's not somewhat similar for Jeskai Breach.
Yes. We do have a lot of viewers and people in the chat. This stream is not free to do. Shout out to Annie for doing this. Please click the follow button if you'd like to support and you enjoy this content. That's the best free way you can to support it. As we have Daniel untapping, attacking for 8 with his Rhinos, Ross going down to 9 and untapping. Ooh, what's this? Upkeep, we're going to see an ice on the Urza Saga, I presume?
No,
Or
I
maybe
think
even
he
a
might
colored source.
he might ignore. I would go for color source, right? Because if Ross' turn is make a 1/1 artifact, you're pretty happy about that as a Rhino player. So going for color source makes a ton of sense.
Yep.
And yeah, game's looking pretty bad for Ross. I would guess, but maybe he can just get some unholy heat action going.
Do see an Ottawara in Ross's hand. It's going to take a lot for Ross to get back in this. We see a lot of Twitch primes in the chat. Shout out for everyone subscribing again. And who put so much work in for this behind the scene, as we have Ross casting a Mishra's Bauble and Ottawara hitting the table. 2
Yeah.
mana, another Emery, Ledger Shredder, Connive Trigger.
A little blur, so it's hard to say if Ross has Delirium yet, or if he even has an unholy in hand in the first place. But yeah, shout out to wow, we got Adam Wasma was the sub and the 5 gifted subs. Thanks for all the support. Colin was the 8 months. JOSU was the 2 months. Appreciate it. Blackstar was the prime sub. Can Ross get out of this mess? some pretty intense flickering. We saw an iteration, I think maybe another saga, Underworld Breach. It looks like he's got bits and pieces, but nothing super coherent. He just has card draw engines and kind of useless combo pieces right now.
What do you do here if you're Ross? You're playing as a deck with known burn in the main, attacking for 8 when you're on 9. You also have fetch and shock lens in your deck.
I'm
I
guessing
could
we're
see.
chump maybe just preserve.
I think
Go down to 4.
I think you chump with the. Well, it depends what you can get with the Urza Saga, because you can't. You probably have Aether Spellbomb in your deck. You can chump, get Aether Spellbomb, and then bounce both the tokens. Oh, what's this? Oh, you can Brazen Borrower the Ledger Shredder, right? And then it tramples through for 4.
Yeah, we might see lethal here. We might see a bounce spell, a plus something else.
We do have 1 red for Ross, so it's not a complete lock if they have Borrower plus Fire. But okay, there's the Borrower. Shredder bounces to hand on an adventure.
I think I see a Fire Ice. Yeah, that's game.
Yep, ping you for 1.
Yep.
Yeah. Dang.
Yeah, I feel like maybe the die roll decided that one.
Well, wasn't Ross on the play? He played turn 1 Ragavan, didn't he?
Yeah, turn 1 Ragavan that died to something. He was on the draw.
Oh yeah, he was on the draw because Ragavan died twice.
Ooh,
Yes,
we
of
got
course,
we got my favorite player in the tournament, Raja Suleiman. Definitely rooting for him. And up against 4-color creativity, probably another tough matchup for blue white. He does have these 4 ether guys sideboard though. He should do a lot of work. And we get to see a little more of his deck.
I've played a lot of creativity versus blue white control, and it is so hard because you can even Archmage's Charm steal the token sometimes.
So you think it's a good matchup for blue white?
Yeah, I think this matchup's insanely good for blue white. I found it to be almost
the Raja fans will be happy to hear it.
Yeah. We do see an instant speed prismatic ending because of Teferi Time Traveler. And then Raja pulls the game with a Teferi hero almost ulting. Is that Dragon Rage Chandler I see for Ross? You're in a matchup where you need to win quick. Dragon Rage Chandler is a pretty cool tech if that's something he has in his sideboard.
Could be. You just give up on the combo? Or just trim the combo?
Just make you just make your deck into like a blue-red Murktide deck, but your Murktide is the combo.
But I guess it's kind of weird because I would expect maybe Team Rhinos to bring in endurance in this matchup. The one shot shuffled back the graveyard's like not super amazing, I guess.
I guess what do you think would ultimately be bad against Rhinos? I can't think of.
What do you mean?
I'm thinking of cards that are obviously bad against Rhinos, but I don't think that there's anything that you would instantly want to cut as Ross, is what I'm saying. No. Is it going to be one of those things where you trim on obvious things, or you have to cut little bits of the combo because everything is kind of decent?
I'm not sure. I'm happy with my Ragavans, my Shredders. Did you really see? Are you sure it was Dragon Ray Chandler and you just didn't see a different card?
Well, I say this. I saw a glimpse of it, but I've also seen Ross's tweets in the past, and I do believe that he's played Dragon Rage Chandler in his deck. Let me quickly get up his Magic Online stuff. Not too sure. I can't seem to find his tweet about the deck, but I'm pretty confident it was Dragon Rage Chandler. We'll have to see. It'd be sick if he plays it. Heavily favor the Team of Rhinos deck in this matchup then?
I'm not sure. No, I think I wouldn't mind being on Ross. As I said, I think the die roll is probably pretty huge. So I'd be surprised to just see Ross win game 2 and Daniel win game 3. I've not played either of these decks. I don't think I've ever played the Jeskai Breach deck, and I think I have a whopping maybe 2 leagues with Team of Rhinos. But I feel like Team of Rhinos just solid deck. Overall, I would expect it to be close to 50-50 against the field. See both players shuffling. And yeah, we're about to find out if Harry was hallucinating or if Ross has kind of I wouldn't call it transformational sideboard plan because he already has the creature aspect in the main deck, but maybe leaning a little more heavily on it in some of the post board games.
Well, we are going to see things like Teferi Time Raveler come in for Ross. We do have a turn 1 Ragavan with a Spire Bluff Canal passing back to Daniel.
Yeah,
Hitting with a tap Steam Vents. This is exactly what you want to see as Ross.
it
You're hitting your
is.
land drops, hitting with Ragavan.
The Rhinos deck actually does have an answer to turn 1 Ragvan. They do play Dead Gone, sometimes even in the main deck. So it's not like Daniel could not have had an answer there, but yeah, you just love to see it as the Ragvan player here when your monkey gets to live.
I think I saw a Springleaf Drum in Ross's hand. If we could see a Ledger Shredder plus Springleaf Drum, that'd be an insane start.
Yeah, or just straight up to Fairy.
True. Ross goes down to 17. See what he's got. Don't forget, Daniel does play cards like Force of Negation and Fury, so even if a Teferi comes down, it's not the end of the world, but it would be awkward.
Yeah, we'd probably see Teferi Plus, though.
Yes.
And try and live through potential Teferi. Or Fury.
Ooh. Okay, so are we going to see the Springleaf Drum? We do. Connive
We
Trigger.
are. And you gotta imagine he's gonna discard a spell here because of the Fury, potential Fury you mentioned. There it is, Grinding Station in the Yard. So we know there is at least some combo elements left in Ross's deck, which is not surprising.
Fetch line go. We're going to see an ice on the upkeep. We are not. Ross goes to his draw step. Grinding Station off the top. I see Ottawara. I think I saw Ottawara, Ragavan, and another Grinding Station and a Scalding Tarn. So I'm not too sure, but we have a Force of Negation being flipped by the Ragavan. That's pretty useful.
Yeah, I mean, technically you could use it to fight over a spell, but you probably don't have the mana to do so.
Do you just hold the Grinding Station as a card to discard? I mean, I don't see much value in playing it. You have Ottawara up because of Ragavan. Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, card to discard or until you get to cast 2 spells in the same turn at least.
Yep.
And
Important to remember. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think Ross's hand is all breaks, right? It's a Grinding Station, it's a second Ragavan, maybe a land. If you're Daniel, though, you're probably thinking Russ is sitting on some kind of counter spell, maybe a Fluster Storm or a Spell Pierce here. You might still want to play your Cascade spell main phase if it's
This is a Blood Moon?
Outburst. There's no way he brought in Blood Moon in this matchup, especially on the draw.
Against Urza Saga?
Yeah, that's a good point. I was more thinking of the mocks, the drums, the red spells, the treasure tokens.
I think as well as if you know that Ross plays Fluster. Well, let's see.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Team of Rhino's plan is against Urza Saga, really. So definitely not an expert there.
Okay.
Rhino.
Connive.
Fetch and response in the deck.
So at worst, Ross does have the Otawara to bounce a Rhino. And it costs 3 mana because of the Ragavan, but can always rip something off the Connive here. I think what's nice is you're just presenting 3 blockers for Ragavan, pressure on Ross. The Ledger Shredder's getting quite big, but you know, I think this can still be Daniel's game if he can keep following up with things. And Ross, Ross draws another land. Mountain off the top. Do you discard the grinding station? You do. Ledger Shredder pumps. Now, does the Rhinos resolve? It does.
Yeah,
that's
sound
pretty
really
good
for
Daniel.
Daniel. Yeah.
Okay, go. You know, Otawara. He is. 1 Rhino back to hand. Huge draw. Mishra's Bauble. I mean, you can cast the Ragavan and the Mishra's Bauble to connive, but I'm not too sure how good that would be. I guess you could tap your Ragavan for mana, cast the other one, sack the tapped one, and hope to draw something from the connive, discarding your land.
I don't think
Not
you can
too
play it
good.
this fast. You probably just play the bubble and sack it. This is tough for us. Kind of flooding out, seeing the downsides of the deck. You know, when you don't draw that coherent draw of all proactive creature plan or just all your combo pieces at the same time, when it's all a bit of both, doesn't look as good.
Yeah, Ross is... plays the land. Okay. Attacks for 3 in the air. Plays the Mishra's Bauble. Sacks it to see Daniel's card. It's a basic mountain. Ross says
Thank
go.
you, Daniel. Shows it at Anu.
Yeah. Shout out.
Show.
I think that's a mystical dispute. Not too sure for Ross.
All right, that's a solid draw. The shredder is just doing its job right now. 3-turn clock. Got a dispute backup, potentially 2-turn clock. Makes it a little tougher on Daniel's mana base too. Needs to be more careful with the fetch lands and the shock lands.
What's this?
Not a Charlotte's agent.
Ooh.
What do you counter, Harry? The agent or the Rhino?
Oh, recently on my YouTube channel, I countered Charlotte's Agent in response to Living End with a
Did
mystical
you?
dispute. It was so bad, yeah, because I played 2 hours of like blue white versus 4-color, and then blue white versus Jund, and then I played against Living End, and I was like, I countered Living End, or sorry, I countered Charlotte's Agent with Living End of the stack. It was great. No, I definitely would. Oh, I see what you're saying, because Daniel could have a
Oh, no, I was
dispute back.
joking. I was joking. He actually has mana to pay for a dispute, right? He has a treasure and a drum, so he's good. I guess it was not a dispute.
What was it?
Let's it resolve though, and I mean it can be a Ragavan Eater, right? He would have discarded it to make Shredder a 4/6. No, I guess you get to block with Agent. You get to untap, play Ragavan. That's spell number 1. He did hold on to the bubble, so he's gonna get to trigger Shredder.
Engineer explosives off the top.
Wow. No way.
I'm like pretty sure. That looks like an E to me.
You cannot be serious. These Rhinos were on the board.
Ooh, engineer explosives for 0. As Daniel got the force. No force. Use the treasure token. As that will get destroyed by the EE. I presume. Oh, no, that
Random
makes
Emery
sense.
follow-up. 1 mana Emery trigger. Looking all Ross right now. It was looking a little dicey for a second, but that was huge draw step.
Connive and then mill 4. Milled a load of goodies. Attack for 4. Nope. Oh, expressive iteration. Because you didn't have enough, did you?
Classic blue-red modern decks. You're like, looking kind of good, and then one draw and all unravels.
I see a Fluster, Emery, and Unholy Heat, so you probably... I think? So put Heat on the bottom, Fluster into head, Emery into exile. So you can tap your Emery for blue to cast the other Emery if you'd like. To mill another 4.
Yeah, I
Don't
thought
see
he
much.
might. He kept Unholy Heat in hand, you said?
Fluster. Unholy Heat went to
Okay.
the bottom. Because you're killing all the Rhinos, right? I don't think you want to heat the Charlotte's Agent that badly.
Yeah, I guess you'd rather have Fluster Storm mana up. And now he's deciding if there's a difference between sacking now, waiting to sack. I actually play around Nimble and Obstructionist. I think that's a card I've seen once or twice in the Rhino decks. So why risk it? I think there's literal no upside to waiting there.
You know, I saw some Rhinos players playing Stifle. There's a 2-mana Stifle. It's like a double side. It's one of those two, like Fire Ice. It's like
Mhm.
blue Stifle, and then the other side is 1 blue-green copy target token you control.
Nah, that's pretty sick, actually. Wow.
Yeah, so I think I went to F&M recently in London, and I played against Rhinos. They're playing Stifle / copy token. Someone in the Twitch chat must know it. Yeah, Repudate. I don't know how to pronounce it, but yeah, maybe that's what Ross is thinking. Okay, if I'm gonna lose this game, it's gonna be to some janky card, or maybe it's good.
Yeah. I mean, literal no upside, I think. And now Daniel needs Brazen Borer. And nope, packs him up.
He's done.
Turn 1
Well played by
Ragavan.
Ross.
Yeah. Turn 1 Ragavan ended up being good enough, even though it wasn't the only thing that won Ross this game. And no downtime. No downtime at all. We got a little peek at blue-white against 4-color creativity. Can't really tell if it's looking that bad. Chris has a lot of permanents, but I think it's just tokens and a Fable that's not copying much. He's up to 7 mana, but I don't see any black mana, so no potential hardcast Archon. We see a pretty stacked hand, at least a Solitude in Raja's hand. Just a 1 Solitude holding the board for now. Teferi, Vito, it's looking great against for the blue-white player. Teferi resolves, get to untap. Damn, Raja making blue-white control look really good today. Definitely a deck that I've found kind of average, kind of mediocre almost for the modern power level. Mainly because of the how tough the 4-color matchup is, but yeah, that's looking good.
So Chris is making an interesting play with Fable. He's tapping it on Raj's end step, copying a dwarf. So the way Fable is worded is if you copy something on the end step, it's not sacrificed till the next end step. So if there's any confusion there, that's what he's doing. But we see Raja untapping. 3 mana, what's this going to be?
Fairy's just getting worse and worse.
There we go. We apologize for some camera focusing things here. I think the table was bumped, but Teferi Time Raveler is now on the stack.
I don't apologize for anything, Harry.
Of course you don't. We're going to see... Is that a concession? I think that's a concession. I think Raja wins.
Yeah, it looks like they're maybe talking about the games.
So Raja has now won 2-0 against Creativity while we tune back into Ross versus Daniel. A very, very interesting matchup that we're about to see as it is going to Game 3 of Rhinos versus Jeskai Breach. And we talked a lot throughout this match who's favored, and we think it's down to who's on the play. So we saw Ross have a turn 1 Ragavan, Game 1 and 2. Ross can have a Ragavan game 3, turn 1, then I think he's in a good spot. But I personally think that Ross needs some sort of aggressive draw like he's had all 3 games. What do you think?
Yeah, I still think, Daniel's going to have that slight advantage. He's not going to get Ragavan as easily if Rush does have the turn 1 Ragavan, but could still be close. We saw that Shredder single-handedly win Rush the game in game 2. There was a Ragavan that went unchecked for a few turns, but I feel like at the end of the day, it was the Shredder that did it. Just the clock, the filtering. Russ would have just flooded out in game 2. Would have never found that key explosive. So,
You know what I'd like to do? Go to Twitch chat. Twitch chat, can we get a 1 in the chat if you think Ross is going to win? Can we get a 2 in the chat if you think Daniel's going to win? Go, go, go. Show your support. 1 for Ross, 2 for Daniel. Can we see some support in the Twitch chat? Slowly going to come in. Here we go. It floods. I see a lot of 1s.
You love to see it. A lot of first-time chatters too. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the live coverage of SCGCON Columbus 20K Modern Event. $3,000 for first. This is round 10, I believe. 8 rounds yesterday. Second round today. Cut to a top 12. And we've got 2 players sitting pretty right now, 7-1. Pretty split. Some 1s, some 2s.
I think I'm going to have to go for 2 on this one. What are you thinking, Gab?
I already forgot who was 1, who was 2.
1 is Ross, 2 is Daniel.
Oh, I was going to pick Daniel. Maybe I'll pick Ross then. I'll pick the Shredder side.
Ooh. No way, turn 1 Ragavan again. 3 games in a row.
Yeah,
Hey,
if you're Daniel and you don't have an answer, you're probably all upset here. You're like, come on, man, 40%, 3 times in a row. What is this?
I do see an engineered explosives at the top of Ross's hand. I think I saw another Ragavan and a load of lands, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, explosives is obviously such a huge card in the Rhino matchup. They have very little counterplay to it. I mean, sure, they can force it. If you play it a little early, maybe you have a Prismari command, but that card is just so tough for the Rhino player. But the Rhino deck can also win with a fair draw. We might see a Stomp here. Turn 2 Stomp, play a Bone Crusher. You play a Rhino, you force them to have it, and then you follow up that with maybe a Hardcast Fury. When I was playing the matchup as the Omnath side, for instance, I just end up losing the game to Hardcast Fury, killing my Omnath pretty often. That's actually one of the most common way I lost to Rhinos as 4-color. So you'll see Rhinos player routinely just keep hands that don't even have a Cascade spell. You see interaction, a Stomp, maybe an Endurance if you brought that in for the matchup, a bunch of lands, and you're just happy to keep.
Yeah.
So let's see. If Ross has a Shredder here, if Ross turns his Shredder into Explosives for 0, it could be really tough for Daniel, or really Shredder into any. And there's a Shredder. Wow.
Yeah.
I know I would be a little frustrated. It was Daniel right now, just seeing Ragavan into Shredder 0 spell for the 2nd time in a row, and now you have the Explosives too. And things just looking great for Ross.
I also see a Teferi Time Raveler and an Expressive Iteration for Ross, so this is looking like it's going to be a bloodbath if Daniel does not have something good here. I mean, what do you need if you're Daniel? I think it's Blood Moon. Oh, Fury. Okay.
Fury is a good start for sure. Step 1, we see exiling an Outburst, meaning Daniel's hand is probably stacked. Because sure, Explosives gets rid of the Rhinos, but it's still, you still have to fight freedom, and it's still a card for a card, 2 mana for 3 mana, so it's not the worst rate in the world either. We're going to see a Hardcast Force here. All disputes.
And I also think I saw Fire Ice in Daniel's hand.
Ooh, and pass no land drop for Ross. Not the biggest deal in the world. All your cards are pretty cheap, so in some ways maybe you don't mind having a little more, a few more spells, but ooh, Boseiju. I was wondering what was going on. Basic Forest, Boseiju. We see Russ. You've mentioned Blood Moon a few times. We see Russ deciding not to get a basic. He potentially does not have a basic. I forget if we've seen the basics in any of these games. I feel like he must have some basics. But
Yeah, I've seen him discard a. He had basic mountain, basic island in the Urza Saga game, so he definitely has a few basics.
yeah.
The problem
See
is,
Daniel though down to one card, right?
yeah,
2 cards versus
exactly.
draw step. You gotta assume
I
the
s-
last card is a cascade spell, right? You wouldn't just give Ross his white mana this early if you didn't already have the cascade spell in hand. So Russ kind of knew that one was coming.
The problem is we know Ross has a second engineered explosives in his hand, so this is great in the blind, but in actuality, it's probably not very good. Yeah, I see a Teferi. Oh no, is it a grinding station? Maybe I'm mistaken.
I see a Mox. I think I saw Mox, Emery, Teferi, and now Ragavan. I would say is for of Ross's card.
Yes. Oh no, there's an E. There it is.
Yeah.
E, Mox, Teferi, Ragavan, and I think a grinding station. Wow, that's stacked. So, if you're Ross, what are you thinking? Like, you could.
Just trying to figure out your sequencing with explosives. Explosives makes things, tiny bit awkward because of Mox and Emery. So you can't play the Mox first to make Emery cheaper, or else you just end up losing the Mox to the explosives. But now if you do that, I mean, I guess he was considering sacrificing his Mox, right? If you play the Mox there, you get to cast Emery. So you're basically sacrificing a Mox to get Emery into play a turn earlier. Unless I'm making up that Emery in hand. He might actually not have Emery, but
I
because I
think he
feel like
was. Well, I think it was. It's not Emery in his hand. Maybe he was wondering because Ragavan is a legendary creature. You can tap Mox for red, but
yeah. He was also maybe debating not revealing the Ragavan, saving it to dash, but we see a Teferi in Ross's hand, so he doesn't want to be too bottlenecked on mana. And big draw step for Daniel here. Needed something big. Doesn't seem like he found it. Wow, Urza Saga, massive draw. Could take over the game here, even if Daniel drew a force of negation for the Teferi. That Saga is just gonna probably end up sealing the deal here.
yeah, not looking too good now. Expressive iteration, attack, get a treasure. You can cast that violent outburst with the Mox if you'd like.
Yeah, Ross not hesitating there, by the way. There was, an argument to just plus the Fairy, keeping out of reach of Fury. And I'm actually not sure I'll love that play, honestly. What if Daniel untaps and just slams a Rhino here, or slams a Fury? You lose your Teferi, you lose your Ragavan. I guess if he has Fury and you've plus, you're kind of in a bad spot. Well, not a bad spot, but it's still really good. So
If Daniel has Fury and you plus, he pings the Ragavan and deals 3 to the Tef, and then
and
attacks Tef
kills,
for
yeah,
2
yeah,
with
yeah.
Shardless. Or I guess, well, you'd block the Ragavan. Well, I guess you don't attack with Ragavan if you're plus. I don't
Yeah,
know.
no, what I said made no sense. Let's move on. We see Russ try his luck with an outburst. Obviously, tons of bricks. You're gonna hit Mox. You're gonna hit Dupes Mox, Dupes Ragavan, dead removal spells. Hidden useless on Holy Heat. And we see Charlotte's Agent come back just as a blocker, obviously. And we do see a Blood Moon. We
Yeah,
do see
and
a
a
Blood
Magus.
Moon.
People may be wondering, why is Daniel cascading? That's because you have to cascade. It's a trigger, but you cannot cast it because of Teferi Time Raveler, so I assume Daniel will decline. There we go. Well, you can't decline. You literally just can't cast it, right?
Yeah, I believe you just cannot even cast it. It just goes back on the bottom of your deck with the rest of the cards.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
yeah,
not looking too good.
not looking good at all.
So we know about the expressive iteration, and we want to be able to make a token with Urza Saga here, because eventually your Urza Saga is about to be Rhinos. So, expressive iteration, boom. I see an expressive iteration, grinding station, and underworld breach. That is what you need to win the game. So there must be some way that Ross can start to assemble a combo for next turn. I definitely want to put the underworld. Oh, okay, put it into exile.
I think that's
'Cause we
just game,
know,
right?
yeah, Ross has a grinding station in hand, I believe.
I feel like I saw the way he showed the fetch land. I was like, I have it. I have mana source number 4. Because I don't think you can play lands right with Reach. It's only cast spells.
Yes.
So Breach. I guess Daniel doesn't know about the grinding station in Ross's hand yet. There it is. There's a Breach. Bunch of mana now. You can sag the Mox, bring it back a bunch, generate some red. Once you've generated, how do you get the?
I think he plays Grape Shot.
If he has Grave Shot, that's game. But if he doesn't,
EE. Oh, I guess you just do a value breach.
yeah, Value Breach probably pretty decent in that spot. You've got a bunch of removal in your decks. You're gonna kill Charlotte. Oh, I guess you get to like kill Charlotte's Agent and attack with Ragavan, right? And that's your blue mana. And then you finish you finish your combo after attacking. Is something you can do.
I'm very interested. Is there any way to turn red into? Oh, Mox Ember makes blue because of Teferi Hero. Sorry,
That too.
Teferi Time Raveler. Of
Yeah.
course, I forgot. It's legendary creature or planeswalker,
Yeah,
right?
but even though it was at Teferi, he could have just attacked, right? Attacked with Ragavan.
Yes.
Got his first blue, cast an Emery, and then now his Mox makes blue.
Chat. Mox Amber taps for whatever. That was a very interesting match. I definitely thought that Rhinos was going to crush there, but Ross showing that Ragavan and Ledger Shredders is exactly what you need to take down Rhinos. Is this a result that you're expecting?
I wasn't sure, honestly. I thought it was kind of close. It does feel like, in hindsight, the shredders, shredders plus explosives, a bit like when you're playing regular Murktide Blue Red, that gives you a pretty decent edge. The matchup, ever since they printed Shredder, I think the matchup's quite good for the Murktide players, and the Jeskai Breach does a bit of the same thing. So I guess it's not that surprising to see Russ take it down, even though there was a couple draw steps where Russ didn't really stumble. He had some good opening hands.
Yeah. I think I'm going to I give props to Ross. I mean, what's Ross playing? All the busted, cheap creatures that you can in the blue-red shell of and Breach. You can't play Murktide Regent. You're playing really good creatures. You're going to have nut draws. You have great cyborg cards, engineered explosives. We saw 2 of them game 3. So I think this goes down to just deck building. I think that Ross's deck is built very well. He saw a lot of cyborg cards. And I think that, we saw the Rhinos player stumble. Cyborg cards beat you when you stumble. Fairs. Didn't even need Urza Saga as well, which was pretty cool. Teferi Tom Raveler. I think that we're going to cut here to a break, though, and we will be back with you guys shortly when we have more Magic to show you.
Welcome back, everyone, for round 11 of SCGCON Columbus Modern 20K. We have Quinn Shipman in the feature match, I believe, playing against Harry.
Ross Merriam.
Again, it's the Ross show today.
Yes. We're going
And
to
it
see
is a
some
Ross
more.
show. Two feature matches, 2 wins. We'll see if he can make it 3 in a row. I'm not sure I know what Quinn is on, though. Do you know?
I'm not too sure, but Ross has been playing Jeskai Breach, a combo deck that we were not expecting to see this weekend, but we're seeing a ton of. Seeing a lot of support in the Twitch chat, seeing a lot of rag events and ledger shredders and Mishra's baubles, so I'm actually going to just root for Ross. So I don't mind what Quinn's playing. They can play whatever they like. I'm going for Ross.
I feel like I gathered they're playing something kind of spicy, though. I feel like I heard Anu on break talk to Quinn and mention something about maybe something not like super super common. So we'll see.
Definitely. We haven't seen much of the metagame for this day 2 here at SCGCon. I think at the start of the week, start of this stream, I was saying that I was gonna predict Hammer Time to take the win. We yet to see Hammer Time, so that's kind of unfortunate. But I could honestly see Ross taking this down. He's playing the deck brilliantly. The deck is showing a lot of resilience. I think that Teferi Time Raveler is a great, powerful sideboard option, as well as Underworld Breach is a lot more powerful than I expected. With only really Beseju showing Ross problems the day so far. Do you
Yeah,
have
we
any
did.
on the meta?
He did play some kind of really close games, and I feel like a lot of his games could have gone either way. But he definitely been playing really well. Barely on MA6, honestly. Maybe the one missed knife trigger at some point that wasn't even that relevant. And the deck's looking good. Whenever I get paired against Jeskai Breach, I'm always impressed and feels like tough matchups, tough decisions, tough sideboarding decisions, and yeah, I think most of his opponents are just going to be naturally in tough spots just because they probably haven't played against Jeskai Breach as much as something like Murktide, Four Colors, Blue White Control, Living End, etc., etc.
Makes sense. And I think that it's an important thing to say. If you have been enjoying this stream and this coverage, it is not it's all done under Anu's pocket. Shout out to Anu. Please click that follow button if you want to see more coverage like this. Free way to support the stream and the easiest way to see more events like this. Just click that follow button. Takes 2 seconds and you can enjoy hours of Magic content. But what do you think is going to it's Amulet Titan from Quinn. Okay, this
All
is
right.
actually going to be an interesting matchup. 2 essential combo decks going up against each other head to head. We don't have anything like Prismatic Ending out of Ross Merriam's deck, so I'm interested to see how he interacts with an Amulet on turn 1. I honestly think that this goes to Amulet Titan if I had to guess who's gonna win.
Yeah,
What
I'm
do you
not
think?
sure. I don't think the Amulet decks usually play Bajuka Bug in the main. I could definitely be wrong, though. I'm sure it varies from list to list. So it'll be interesting to see if that comes up. You mentioned Baseju. I would give it to the Titan player. I would give the advantage to Quinn. They have Grazer to nullify Ragavan. This is one of the matchups where I like Ragavan the less. I'll very seldom board it out, but it's just too miserable to play against a card like Grazer when you're playing Ragavan. You've got a decently fast clock with Titan. You can just go get Besejus to make sure you don't get comboed. We did see Unholy Heats though in Ross's deck, I believe, in the main deck. So that's an answer to Titan. We might see the games, kind of play out in a kind of grindy way where Quinn has Beseju to stop Ross's combo. Ross has Unholy Heat to slow down the Titan player. And if you're going for Beseju, then you're not going for Talaria Westuri by a Titan. I think Dryad could be, always a scary card combined with Valakut. I don't know. I'm not a Titan player. I'm not a Breach player. I'm first instinct is to give the advantage to Quinn.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Think that Ross, I honestly think Ross is in a similar position where he was last round. You need fast hands. You need to be disruptive. You need to be aggressive. Quinn's gonna go over you, and you can't really do much about it. Think
We can
Quinn's
just
gonna
combo them,
mulligan.
right? Yeah. Ross is keep 7, Quinn's on the mulligan, and I believe Ross is on the play.
Yes. We haven't seen many explosive combo. You're saying Ross can just combo Quinn. We haven't really seen much apart from game 1 of round 1 today, right?
Yeah,
In
we've
terms of
we've most
comboing quick.
yeah we've mostly seen the combo later in the game. For those of you joining us, we've had Ross in the feature match every round so far. He beat the 4-color creativity in round 1. He looked like he was really behind, but he just had the combo. Had breach, grinding station, and artifact. That was enough to take game 1. Game 2 was super grindy. Was chase on the creativity side potentially making a game losing mistake, but that's what the Jeskai deck does. I feel just puts you in tough spots. And then last round we had somewhat of a close match between Rhino, where I feel like the MVP was Ledger Shredder for Russ. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this match goes.
As always, leave it down to Twitch chat. Can we get a 1 in the chat if you think Amulet Titan will win? Can we get a 2 in the chat for Ross Merriam on Jeskai Breach? So that's a 1 for Quinn, 2 for Ross. What do you
Yeah,
guys think?
and a shout out to JDub was the sub, the prime sub. JDub, thanks for the support, bud.
Ooh. See, Cavern of Souls on, is it Beast you have to name for a Boil Grazer?
Yeah, I believe so. And it was actually Quinn who was on the play. All right, so solid start for Quinn. Kind of making up for that mulligan was at least one bounce land. That's virtual card advantage. And if you're Russ and you have a Ragavan in your opening hand, you're probably pretty sad right now.
Isn't Boros Garrison the worst bounce land to have?
Yeah, I think you LA want it still in your deck because of haste and the mana it makes, but I think you can just get a Vesuva and copy it if you're planning on the haste package. It also depends on which land you play to give haste. Some people play the one that activates for white red. Some people play the garrison, I believe it's called, that just taps for red. That's I'm not sure what the consensus is. If there is a consensus on which land, I feel like I've heard the red land is just playing the white red land is kind of training wheels, and the red one is superior. But I feel like when I play against the deck, I see the one that you have to tap white and red for. I forget the name. I'm sorry. But
The
yeah,
much
Chandler.
debated card, Dragon Rage Chandler. We were talking about this card last match. We thought it was a sideboard card. Nope, Ross is like, it's in the main commentators. That's surprising to see, as we did not see one all day, and now we see it turn 1 here against Quinn on Amulet Titan. I think this is exactly what you want against an Arboreal Grazer. This is going to be a Dryad coming down, isn't it?
Well, it's
Yes.
definitely better than Ragavan, and yeah, wow, Dryad into Saga. So seems like super solid start for Quinn so far. And yeah, Chandler might just be the one or two of we see it in regular Murktide where players don't feel like they have room for all the creatures, so you got to pick and maybe play only 2 or 3 shredders, 2 or 3 Chandlers. Um, same for Ross and his just got breach deck, I guess. And we see a pretty solid turn 2. We see the Shredder again. Mox gets Shredder trigger first. Decides to resolve that first. I guess that makes sense if you already know what you're going to discard.
Shredder to the bin. Connive trigger resolved. Now we got a Surveil.
Yeah, it makes sense. You can't play another spell, so might as well resolve Shredder first. You have the info of your hand, and then you get to make a better decision on your surveil.
I did see an Unholy Heat from the Connive trigger, so we do have ways to kill this Dryad.
Yeah, except that Quinn could technically you have a Titan this turn. Technically you have Titan into Valakut, so that would be nightmare scenario. It would take a pretty perfect hand for Quinn though. It would take, I believe, 2 on-tap lands, which is not very common, plus the Titan.
Yes. Or an amulet. But yeah.
Yeah, or an Amulet and a bounce land, correct.
I'm going to see a Secura Tribe Elder.
Ooh.
And we do have 2 men up for the Urza Saga.
I believe
Passing back to
that's a
Ross.
card people have started playing to pair with Krasis, right? We've seen, I believe it was maybe Arya. I'm not sure who innovated that first, but I know Arya on her stream has been playing the Krasis version of Amulet, as well as some copies of Scapeshift. So that might be what Quinn is playing today.
I think I see a Sacred Foundry Urza Saga and something else on this expressive iteration from Ross. Oh, it's an Unholy Heat, I think?
Whole Heat number 2 would be pretty strong for Russ if that's what he has.
I see one.
Grinding.
I think I see 2 Unholy Heat.
Yeah, I saw Grinding Station as well.
I think it's Grinding Station, 2 Unholy Heat, and 2 lands. Attack for 3 in the air with Dragon Rage Chandler. No blocks. So now we have Amulet potentially coming down. So you can make a construct, you can untap, your Urza Saga is going to trigger. You can get either Expedition Map or Amulet of Vigor.
Yeah. And Titan is probably lethal, except we know Russ is ready with Unholy Heat, so
Ooh. You know what that Secura sacking might mean? It might mean that Quinn is going for a Valakut kill of some sorts. Right? Trying to get as many lands into play as possible. It all depends on what Quinn's last card in hand is. Or maybe it's 2 cards?
well, I think if you're going for a Valakut kill, you just save the Tribe Elder, right? For after getting Valakut into play. But I don't think Quinn is. You got to assume Quinn is worried about Unholy Heat here, so they're probably not going to go for a line that crumbles against a copy of Unholy Heat. Could see them going for more
need the
Urza
second green.
Sagas.
You need the second green for the Titan, right? Oh no, there's Dryad in play. Yeah, I'm not sure.
You might still need the second green in case you're worried about your Dryad dying. Anyways, float some mana. We're going to see an Amulet most likely. We're probably going to see Quinn resolve Titan. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they get if they go for the one shot and don't play around Dryad. So you're probably not going to see Valakut. I'd be surprised to see, Talaria West or Urza Saga, maybe Talaria West. The problem is if you don't go for the kill, you're giving potentially Ross an extra turn to just combo you.
You could get Bajuka Bog if you wanted.
Bajuka Bug doesn't really stop the combo though. I don't think we're going to see
something
Bajuka.
like Bajuka Bog Valakut.
I don't think Bajuka Bug does anything for you. It's good against Emery, but I don't think it stops the combo. I think we're going to see. All right, no, looks
Is
like
that Crumbling Vestige?
Valakut. I think it's the haste land.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so that makes sense, right? Because that forces Ross to pick if Ross kills Dryad then Quinn gets to haste the Titan, and if Ross doesn't kill Dryad, then Quinn gets value out of Valakut.
Yeah, this
And
is a
look-
very good play.
Yeah, and now we're gonna see the Unholy Heat. Yeah, so that was the play that put Ross to a decision and got Quinn some value. The downside is that now Quinn is potentially out of action. I guess they still do have Dryad plus Valakut going. Slayer Stronghold. Yes, that's the name.
Okay, one turn. What has Ross got?
We know
We do
he
know
has
about the
grinding.
second one.
Yeah, we know he has grinding station. No breach though.
I think his hand is just lands, grinding station, unholy heat.
All right, not the worst hand to have, honestly. The Unholy Heat plays a bit of turn. Does he have a second Mox? Are we gonna see Mox plus Unholy Heat just to cantrip? Get rid of that extra land. Not a bad use of the cards, and you kind of need to get rid of Dryad anyways. But yeah, that definitely, from our side, from my side, that definitely seemed like the two correct lands to have. You got value either way. You either got value out of the Titan, hasty Titan, or you got to keep your Dryad and Valakut in play. So let's see what Trust does.
Okay, grinding station.
All right, we knew about that. Unholy Heat, trigger.
Connive. Draws a land. 3 lands in hand for Ross.
Yeah. Can't even attack the Grazer, blocking the Shredder. No big deal.
Huh.
And yeah. We don't know what Quinn's last card in hand is, so card in hand, a draw step.
It's a big draw step. Boom. Oh, that might have been a Titan shrug.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was about. I guess we're about to find out.
What you got?
And yeah, you can see the players' records. 7-1-1 for Quinn, 8-1 for Ross. This is round 10. We're playing a total of 13 rounds, I believe. 8 yesterday, 5 today. And there'll be a cut to top 12. And here's Titan number 2. Right, 7 and 5. So we're really playing 12 rounds. They played 7 rounds yesterday, 5 rounds today. Cut to top 12. My bad. And is it a Vesuva maybe? Or
The
yeah.
Valakut and a Teleria West. Give the Titan haste.
Right, the Stronghold was still untapped.
I think that the white mana was saved from the Boros Garrison there to give the Titan
Yeah.
haste for any confusion.
Which means Quinn has a bounce land in hand if they're getting Teleria West, right?
Yeah, or can just get it from the attack. But I guess you want to
Yeah, maybe they
still
were.
try and double strike. Do they still play that?
I feel like you wouldn't get Teleria West first, right? If you didn't have the bounce line, you would get.
Well, they will Vesuva the Boros Garrison and can bounce the Teleria West with that to give it double strike, I think.
Yeah,
Right?
but you wouldn't get naked Teleria West first. You would get maybe an Urza Saga, right?
Oh, Beseiju. Beseiju and bounce land.
It's not
Beseiju goes to
exactly
hand.
clear what's going on. I think maybe it's a shortcut. Is that Titan attacking? Was there not a second on Holy on Ross's side?
Ross used the Unholy Heat on the Dryad.
Oh, right. I'm zoned out, right.
Okay, Ross goes to 3. Big draw step. And was that an Underworld Breach? No way.
Was it?
I think it might have been. I mean, probably would have scooped if it was a land. Yeah, it's a
Ross-
breach. It's a breach.
Oh my god.
It's a breach. Can we get some hype in the chat for the Underworld Breach off the top at 3 for Ross Merriam? But there is a Beseiju. There is a known Beseiju.
Yeah. It might buy Ross full time though, right? You get to cast Unholy Heat. You actually get to cast multiple spells, right? You get to cast one spell and then Unholy Heat in response. So that's like insane value. Well, insane value. Decent value for Russ and definitely keeps him in the game. Quinn though was what seems
smart.
like the correct search again, right? On Quinn's side, what was that bounce land Beseiju play? Leads was Emery.
Not going for the Beseiju.
Yeah, I feel like you give Ross an extra spell, right? Because now Mox is turned on. So you're just letting Ross get an extra value.
Oh, let the connive resolve first. Okay.
That was connive on the stack. It wasn't the Emery was still on the stack.
So we have Unholy Heat now being flashed back. Need to maintain Delirium.
Delirium check.
Yep, I see Enchantment, Land, Ragavan, Artifact. Okay, and the Breach goes, you get a land. We can confirm last round there was some confusion if Ross had any basics. We can see a basic island, basic mountain. Now, Ross has access to blue-red mana because of the Mox and the Emery. And I think that Ross still has to mill 4 cards for the Emery, right?
Yeah, I believe the Emery still on the stack.
Here we go, mill 4. Hit 1 artifact, better than nothing, but another grinding station ain't the best. I see Expressive Iteration in Ross's hand.
Oh wow.
Yep. Boom.
There's a Saga, another iteration.
I think Ross already played his land, though.
Yeah. That would make sense. Plays a bubble, gets to see the good or bad news, and it is
Grazer.
the green card? Grazer. Wrong green card.
Oh, Ross didn't have a land drop. So choosing not to go for the Urza Saga makes sense. I mean, Urza Saga is so slow in this spot.
Yeah. Also, he might have just not have a good target for Emery. And he feels like between the bubble draw and that iteration, he should be able to find more action and doesn't need the value of the Saga.
Okay. What has Quinn got access to? Don't forget, this Slayer Stronghold can pump anything. You can pump the Grazer to give it Vigilance and +2/+0 if it actually does something.
Quinn potentially still has an action card, right? We don't know for sure. Because they've been jamming Titan for the last couple turns. So even though their draw was Grazer, potentially they could have something decent. And no, it's just Azusa here.
Attack for what? 2? This is actually technically 4 because of Slayer Stronghold.
Yep.
Have to block.
Wow, Ross is at 3. I totally did not notice until now. Yeah, he got a chum block.
I think Shredder trades. But what sucks now is that you can't really use your Emery. Right? Because you tap your Emery, they have 2 attackers.
Damn it. Potentially a lethal Azusa.
And do you play the Grazer? I guess so.
I have the feeling Ross is going to be okay with that iteration, though. That iteration in Emery. It does seem like he's in the driver's spot right now.
Yeah.
Quinn just has so few relevant top decks at this point.
Okay. Expressive Iteration. Look at the top 3 cards. That's a Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt and a Bauble.
Yeah, Lightning Bolt's not the worst here. Killing Azusa is relevant as it would be a lethal threat.
What's also good is you can just bolt the creature in response to the pump.
Yeah.
So you can even tap your Emery, get something back. You can let them attack for 1, and then you bolt the pumped creature. Because it's only +2/+0, doesn't give any toughness bonus.
Yeah. Ross considering targeting himself. He can potentially mill himself if he sees something he doesn't like. Does choose to go for Quinn's top of the deck, though. Maybe he's just playing on bringing back Babel anyways. So might as well get the info on Quinn's side first. Ross playing with full info. Quinn is Hellbent. So, I mean, Ross has been playing almost flawlessly without perfect info. So, assuming he'll keep playing well with perfect info.
Oh, that's an Underworld Breach and a Ragavan. And Ross knows Quinn's top deck, so if this isn't good enough, it's probably game over. Have to attack with all. No blocks. Bolt the one you pump. I will bolt the one you pump. That's dead. Ross takes 1.
Goes down to 2.
Yeah. This should be game over. Ross has a double Underworld Breach. So even if Quinn has the Beseiju,
Yeah,
Quinn's
like,
saying,
just
show me your deck and I'll concede.
Yeah, we've seen that shortcut earlier today already. Quinn's going to take a quick look. Not going to see anything too surprising. And we're gonna go to game 2. So kind of how we thought the game might play out. Both decks getting to do their thing. Quinn getting to cast Titan a bunch and getting Beseiju playing well. Honestly, I don't think we saw any mistakes from either player this game. I feel like Ross played his cards well. I feel like Quinn got the right lands every time. I could be wrong, but kind of really interesting game for someone who I'd never seen that matchup play out before.
Yeah, I think.
I'm not sure what the discussion's going on though, because this is still only game 1. So
yeah, I'm not too sure. Oh, we have some word from Anu on the table, just casual banter here before sideboarding. But something pointed out by the Twitch chat, Gab. Only one Dragon Rage channeler in the main. Thoughts?
yeah, I think that makes sense. You put all the cards you need, and you feel like you don't need. You just fill out your curve with one channeler.
Yeah. I wonder if Quinn actually plays Bajuka Bog, because I think Titan decks were cutting it recently.
I gotta assume that I feel like they always have it when I'm playing Living In. They always have it at least after sideboard. I think it's usually more of a sideboard card, and it is decent in this matchup, but it's mostly decent against the Emery draws. Kind of messes with your Emery draw. It doesn't really stop the combo, right? Because if you go Grinding Station, Breach, and you have an artifact in play, you just kind of go off anyways. Unless, I mean, back in the day when people still played the other tribe elder, the 1-mana one that you could potentially put Bug into play at instant speed. But that's not a card we see anymore. It's pretty much exclusively a Grazer.
Yes. I think we're now having an ad break for those wondering.
Yeah, you can still see the two players sideboarding and shuffling in your top right. I'm actually not sure they can hear us. Probably not then. Probably only the subs. Well, okay.
Okay, well, shuffling up again. Honestly, I think that Titan is still favored in this matchup. Ross is showing that beatdown plus combo can just slip under you. I think Unholy Heat is the card that changes the dynamic of this matchup because Ross had 2 heats there, dealing with the Titan and the Dryad, definitely showing that that's something that you need to win if Quinn is on a good draw. So, going into the board, we've only seen things like Engineered Explosives, Teferi Time Raveler, and Flusterstorm out of Ross's deck. I mean, can you think of anything that Ross would likely have to tackle Quinn?
You'd have some copies of just the generic good cards in the matchup. You know, Gust, Dress Down, maybe his own Blood Moons, even though you know that could be an option. Blood Moon, Magus of the Moon. Could see any of these cards really be in his sideboard. But I would be. I mean, we saw both players do their thing, and Ross got the best of it. You know, these unholy heats were super clutch. So maybe it is a little tougher for the Titan matchup. Maybe the Jeskai Breach just favored, because I feel like isn't Murktide used to be favored in this matchup, and some Amulet players starting resorting to Krasis. I think we might see Krasis out of Quinn's sideboard. Um, so yeah, that was. I've actually never played against the Krasis deck as a Murktide player, so I'm not sure how good it is, how effective it is.
I've definitely played against plenty of Krasis as blue-white control. And I thought it was pretty good, but something I found funny is that Dress Down kills Krasis if you flash it in before it hits the table, which I thought was great.
Yeah, that definitely helps a bit. You obviously still get to draw all the cards.
Ooh,
I think
start.
yeah. Or is a Saga into Amulets? Just turn one Amulet in general. I mean, I'm assuming that Saga is just getting bounced next turn, but yeah, I think both players kept seven cards, and looks like Ross has a turn one play of his own. Let's see if he kept in any Ragavans. Ragavan could be a turn one Chandler. What else?
Shattering Spree. I have no clue. Mishra's Bauble?
Matsu
Mox.
Emery
Oh,
turn one.
Emery! This is
Wow.
exactly what Ross needs. Oh my gosh. What can he do with the last remaining blue?
That
Nothing.
is really strong, especially if the game can go long. Especially if you can pair it with unholy heats and just have that Hauling Mine engine going on. But Quinn could just overpower all that and just have their own busted draw.
Okay, we want to see some sort of bounce land dryad, bounce land shenanigans going on here for Quinn.
I mean, just bounce land is you could even just bounce land, make a token,
True?
get a second amulet next turn. Not
Yes.
the most relevant token ever, but we did see last game come down to life totals in a kind of weird way. Well, almost come down to life totals, I should say.
Is that,
Castle Garenbrig
I think so.
trigger. That doesn't look
Maybe
super great for Quinn.
Grazer?
Okay.
Sure.
Now we should see the bounce land.
Does that besiege you?
Yeah, that's not
That
very
is
good. That's
not good.
yeah.
Not a great turn for Quinn. Oh,
It
that's a
is
Titan on top.
it is possible they still have the bounce land, right? They would play that way if they had the bounce land, just save it for next turn because you're getting a second amulet. If you play the
True.
bounce land now, it really doesn't accomplish that much for you. So that's not necessarily bad news for Quinn.
Yeah,
I have the
thinking about it
feeling,
now, of
yeah,
Titan on top.
I have this feeling we're gonna see a bounce land and Titan come down next turn. Let's see, like
Isn't-
let's see what Ross can do about it.
Oh,
He's got
we
some
have the
counterplay.
camera's just been bumped. We apologize. We're gonna get that fixed shortly. But Ross has
Yeah.
just got his Mishra's Bauble back with Emery. Looking at the top card of his library.
And Gaglasher, thanks for your support. Thanks for the Prime sub. Have you been keeping track? I think we saw Breach, Land, Artifact. So Russ was potential Delirium. I see an iteration, I think. Okay, so we're probably not going to see iteration this turn if he's leading with Land.
So here we had a bauble looking at the top card of Ross's library and now a fetch land. Can you explain the pseudo scry with bauble and a fetch land for people who don't know?
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why Bubble's so great. You just get a little extra value. You get to take a look at your top card. If you like what you see, you keep it on top. If you don't, you can shuffle it away with the fetch lands. Just really common interaction, and one of the many reasons why you see Bubble in so many decks. It's almost like a little extra upside. You might be playing Bubbles anyways. And it was, when Lurrus was legal. It's one of the few cheap artifacts you can play to enable Delirium. It really does it all.
So we have some questions about supporting this stream, asking where does the funds go? The fund goes into keeping up high quality coverage for events. And if you support this stream, you're directly supporting the content as well as the commentators, because the more events Anu can provide coverage for, the more commentators can be commentating on events. So supporting the stream is great for everyone. But we do see a Mox Ember being used as a Lotus Petal.
Yeah, Anzid, aka Anu, is doing this out of pocket. He just flies around the country providing coverage. Obviously at his own cost. We're getting paid. He pays his commentators. So yeah. I'm assuming he's doing that at a loss right now, but just trying to build something here. So even just following his channel is already a lot of help. Sponsors and whatnot, they look at the metrics, so every little bit helps. All right, so we saw Ross just kind of keep some mana up here, and we do see Ether Gus, which is wise.
Shuffling for
Wise?
Urza Saga.
Oh,
Was shortcutting, not shuffling, because they assumed it would
right.
resolve. Okay, untap and a draw for Ross. Land off the top. But now you're getting into lethal zone. Got a Mox, an Underworld Breach and End. Does Ross have the Grinding Stone?
I don't think I saw him mill a grinding station. I'm assuming if he did, we would already know about it. The game would basically be over. So Ross definitely does not have the full combo yet. And we don't know. It looks like the Titan's going. I guess we don't know yet if it's top or bottom. Assuming top, since Quinn has bounce land right in hand. They just got to keep the bounce land. I must say I lost kind of track of it.
Titan goes on the bottom.
On the bottom, okay.
So can Ross... I think I saw... Is that... I saw another blue counter looking card. I mean, I can't tell. I think it's another Gust in hand.
All right, that's great. That's basically time walk for Ross, and time walking your opponent's a pretty good thing when you're drawing 2 cards a turn. Wow, and all the subs just flowing in. Thank you so much, everyone.
Has anyone got Twitch Prime? Let's steal some money from Jeff Bezos. Support the stream.
A lot of people have Twitch Prime and showing it. Hammer Baby, Gaglasher was insane support, the 5 gifted subs. You've got M. Coutinho as a Prime sub. Orange Jello is a Prime sub as well. Appreciate it.
Twitch Prime if you play Magic the Gathering. Okay, not playing the Urza Saga. Oh, we going for Breach? Are we going for the breach? Has Ross worked it out? Oh, is that Thassa's or I genuinely don't know what that blue card is in Ross's head. Underworld breach. Put on the stack.
It does look like Oracle.
What have we got?
It might just be a value breach, maybe an iteration, replay a Mox or something.
Well, you can loop the Moxes, right? Because you can sack it to the legend rule, but kind of run out. Oh, you cast the expressive. Okay, cool.
I think it's just a value breach trying to dig to some more cards, making I was gonna say making a land drop, but he already had a bunch of lands.
Yes.
So what's that breach doing for him? Is it just the one iteration and all extra mana? Or does he get to play another spell? Oh, he gets to cast 2 iterations, and he gets to cast Bubble twice maybe. Once was Emery, once was Breach. So it's kind of like an expensive concentrate, I guess. Was all scry in there, something close to maybe a 4C. Are you sure you said you saw a second gust earlier?
It was the Thassa's Oracle. It was hard to see with the camera angles, but Ross draws 2 cards on the upkeep. Quinn now draws for turn. Can a Titan come down? I think Titan is lethal. 14 life, yeah, definitely lethal. Unless Ross can do something with 1 mana.
Yeah, you gotta be worried when Quinn bottoms the Titan, right? I guess if they top the Titan, you gotta be also worried. You're probably not loving life if you're Ross right now. Maybe that breach play was kind of a semi-desperate attempt at drawing into a second gust. Got the Dryad first.
Okay.
And Ross only has a 1 blue up. Can't really have that much.
4 mana.
And the subs just raining. Digitech Wire as well as Batrino. Thank you for the subs. And to anyone that we missed, thank you as well.
Yep. Why don't we quickly pull up Underworld Breach on the screen for anyone who does not know, as I think there's some confusion with how the card works.
Yeah, we have that great tool we haven't used all day. There's a pretty cool app that we just, click a card, shows up on screen.
Yep. So Underworld Breach, it's a 1 red enchantment. Each non-land card in your graveyard has escape. The escape cost is equal to the card's mana cost plus exile 3 other cards from the graveyard. So essentially, it gives all of the cards in your graveyard flashback, but you have to pay the mana cost plus exile 3 cards on top of it. This card's an OP effect. It sacks on the end step. So you have loads of things in your deck like Mishra's Bauble, Mox Amber, and you have Grinding Station. To really combo, essentially Grinding Station mills 3 cards, so you can sack a 0, exile the 3 cards you mill, bring it back. Keep looping this, then you either have something like Thassa's Oracle in your deck, when your deck is empty, or maybe Grape Shot because you've cast a load of 0 mana spells. So as we shuffle up for Game 3, Titan versus Jeskai Breach, this is an important card that you need to know. You're going to be seeing a lot in this game.
Yeah, you did mention flashback. The big difference is that the spell is actually not exile, so you can cast the same spell over and over. And one of the cool things with this combo is that even if you have no graveyard to start with, you can, I believe, just fully go off because you sack the 0 mana artifact, you mail free, and you keep playing that artifact until you mail an Emery. You play the Emery instead. Emery mails 4, so now you're getting ahead on the cards in the graveyard. You're making your Mox make blue mana, etc., etc. So you can basically go off with no graveyard. Hence, Bojuka Bog not being super effective, even though I'm assuming if Quinn has it in their sideboard, they would bring it in. But yeah, Russ kind of stumbled a bit after what looked like a strong start. Turn 1 Emery bubble.
Definitely. I think that Ross needs a quick hand on the play, punish the Titan player that they're on the draw. You just need to have something that bashes in. But then again, the Titan player plays things like a Boreal Grazer. Both players shipping back their hands.
Yeah, I feel like game 2 is a bit like, the games we've seen Ross lose so far today were the games where he just drew a bit of everything, He drew a bit of an engine, he drew a bit of interaction with Ether Gust, and then he drew, bits of combo with Breach, but he didn't draw enough interaction to stop Quinn, and he obviously didn't draw all his combo pieces to just win the game. And that's been the story so far. It makes sense, right? You look at this deck; it has a grindy and an interactive element. It has the combo element, and if the cards, if the pieces don't line up well, these games happens where it looks like you're doing kind of good because you've got a bit of this going, you've got that going, but the thing is on the other side, you've got a really streamlined strategy that's gonna punish you if you stumble.
Oh, has he got it? Oh, 2 games in a row,
Yeah.
Ross with the double 0 drop and an Emery.
Yeah,
Exactly
yeah.
what Ross needs on the play here.
Yeah, it's not easy to assemble. We talked about how Ragavan's not the greatest against Grazer, and Ross like, no problem, don't need Ragavan, just turn on every game.
Isn't this an exact card for card repeat of game 2?
It is, yeah. Saga into Amulet. Do you think we're gonna have the same outcome? I feel like this time Ross might get there, but I might be biased towards the blue cards.
I think that Titan can. I mean, Ross needs to have this plus combo. If Ross can have this plus combo, then it's down to who combos first now. I mean, Ross is doing his combo things. Quinn's doing their combo things. Who's going to combo first is now what we're watching. And I see an Underworld Breach in Ross's hand, and he's drawing a lot of cards per turn. And I see an
That's an
Expressive Iteration as well.
Yep.
You know what else I see in Ross's hand?
Ross is gonna need either a combo or a lot of interaction because
Double Amulet! What are we watching?
we might see a turn free lethal Titan here.
Gotta find the Aether Gust. Cavern of Souls on top, I think. Draw 2.
And Saga's no good. And Ragavan's no good. That is break for Ross. Can he find a Gust? Does he have Delirium? Can he find at least an Unholy Heat? Stem the Bleeding. Does an Unholy Heat even does it against triple Amulet? Probably not, right? Quinn probably gets to just Tolaria West bounce land and play multiple Titans in the same turn. So it feels like it's Gust or bust for Russ right now.
I think I see an Otawara there at the top now. So you have Emery, so the Otawara costs 1 less. You have Urza Saga as well. You could do something like bounce the Urza Saga on 2.
You can't bounce land, Harry, but you could
bounce
try and
an
cheat.
enchantment, right?
You could try it
Or
and
is it
cheat in a
non-land?
future match. I'm pretty sure it's non-land. I could be wrong though.
Because you can Otawara.
I feel like it's
can't you?
never came up for me, so unless I've been missing it the whole time I've been playing Modern.
I thought you can bounce it. Well, let's push it up to the screen.
No, I'm pretty sure it's Gust or Bust, and I'm not sure why you would cast a Ragavan first here. I feel like you're just limiting your outs.
Pushing the I think I've pushed the Otawara to the overlay. Not too sure. Yes. Return target artifact, creature,
Wow.
enchantment, or planeswalker.
I feel like I've literally never bounced an Urza Saga in all my time playing Modern. It must almost never come up. It doesn't seem like a play. It doesn't seem like a play you'd ever want to make, right?
Well, I'm thinking here that if Quinn has just bounce land, it's only 5 mana, right? But I guess that Quinn could have things like a Boreal Grazer, Dryad, which makes it too risky. And then now you're in the problem of, I mean, well, you could have Unholy Heat. Got to draw something. How many baubles has Ross used? I think only 1.
So maybe Ross played maybe there's a second Mox in Ross's graveyard, and Ross played the Ragavan first because he figured if he does find the Gust, he can always use Emery to bring back Mox and have Gust mana up. So he's like, okay, I play Ragavan first. If I hit Gust, great. I can bring back the Mox and have mana for it. And if I don't hit Gust, then at least have Ragavan and play for next turn potentially. Feels like Ross is kind of wondering, how he can. Okay, he does
Mox.
bring back a Mox. Does that?
Okay,
Does
this
that?
could be Aether Gust. Nope.
It is not though.
Oh, is this
Breach?
about to be a kill?
Is
Because I
it?
think there is a grinding station in the graveyard, right?
Wow.
I'm
Is that just
I'm not
game?
too sure. I'm not too sure what's happening. So you
Or
tap this for
maybe
what?
maybe he had it all mapped out from the beginning. It was a Ragvan play. He knew he was going to need all the extra red mana. And he leaves. It looks like he's pretty confident.
Oh, no way! Is this a kill?
It is.
Ross Merriam, absolutely blowing my mind.
Wow. Turn
Look
free
at
kill
that.
against potential turn free kill.
Wow. If you enjoyed that game, please remember to click the follow button so you see more games like this in the future. What a game! Ross Merriam, all 3 games surprising me with every play that he's made. Oh my gosh.
That is actually nuts. I was like, I felt like he was just spinning his wheels trying to find an answer to potential Titan when he just had the kill or found the kill. I'm not even sure what, I guess he already had the grinding station. I think he had it. Did he even need to hit anything of iteration though? Because he had the Mox. He had the Mox, he had the breach, he had the station in the yard.
Wow.
I'm trying to figure out what he was even digging for.
I was too focused on what the Titan player is going to do next turn. I wasn't paying attention to Ross's current turn.
Yeah, okay, he did not have the station. He found the station of iteration. He did not have the station in the graveyard. Wow.
Ooh.
That was so sick. Turn free that you gotta feel bad, right? You have the turn free kill, and Ross just beats you to it.
What?
Wow.
What a great display there, though, because I think a lot of people bash fast combos in Modern. Both players had exactly what they wanted to see on those turns, right? Quinn had multiple amulets. Ross had a very fast draw. I mean, I think that's completely reasonable. Both players tried. What a display. I mean, every round so far I've been extremely surprised by Jeskai Breach and how resilient it is, how it can fight multiple matchups, playing things like Aether Gust, Dragon Rage Chandler to be aggressive. You got the Ragavan, you got the Shredders, you got the fast combo kill. To me, I'm thinking, is this a deck I'm meant to be playing?
Yeah, not only that, but you also have a lot of good opening hands, right? You can have the Ragavan draws, you can have turn 1 Emery, you could have the Shredder plus 0 on turn. On turn 2 is pretty strong draw as well. So lots of ways to just get your game going, I guess, get your engine going. And we get we get Raja now playing blue-white control, 2-0 on the day, I believe, playing against Christian Sachs, like Fifth Avenue. And Raja is mulliganing, but will be on the play. Definitely a tough matchup for blue-white control. Not unwinnable, but it is a close one. I feel like it used to be a bad matchup for blue-white control unless you had a lot of sideboard hate. And now with Teferi, Tom Ralver, and Solitude, you've got kind of a decent way to take over the game. Teferi, Time Ralver are really strong against burn because it forces them to play their burn spells into your counter spells. It potentially protects your Solitude beatdowns and stuff, and if you're lucky, you can even get a suspended Riftbolt once in a while.
See, a Dovin's Veto and a Solitude in Raja's hand, exactly what you want here. Christian needs to have an aggressive creature. That's what you want against blue-white control. Prismatic Ending definitely has helped a lot for burn.
Yeah, I would not say this is looking good towards Raja, though. I would feel like leading turn 1 island is a bad sign for Raja. Unless he has 1 minute blue spells, I'm not too sure. He's down a card on the play against Burn. I'd give the advantage to Christian right now. Trigger, brick.
Chalice of the Void. Is that a brick though? Now you can Solitude, cast the Chalice on one, and you're only scared of Eidolon and Shatter Skull smashings and things. Yeah, there we go. I've seen some people, as a blue-white player, I've seen a lot of Shatter Skull smashing in against me because of Chalice of the Void on one.
Yeah, most lists play free Chalice of the Void between main and sideboard, so I would expect a Burn player to bring at least a copy or two of smashing, you know. It is an annoying card to beat. I mean, you could just draw 2 drops. A lot of your burn spells cost 2 and 3 mana, so it's not the absolute end of the world, but it's definitely good for Raja to get it, you know, down so early.
Oh, sorry, I've said the wrong card. Smash to Smithereens is what I'm talking about, not Shadow Skull smashing. My mistake.
Right. Yeah, I didn't even notice.
Yeah,
I think everyone knows what you're talking about.
Yeah, Whirling Vortex. This is a card that we've openly talked about on our podcast, Midweek Metagame, a card that you hate, Gab.
Yeah, it's earned my respect lately. I feel like maybe it's just variance. I feel like the first X time someone played that card against me, it was always worse than a Skullcrack. And I was like, people should just have more Skullcracks in their sideboard and not a card that just gets dealt with was, you know, Prismatic Ending, and that's really slow.
Is going to be a skewer of the critics?
I feel like lately I've been losing to that card way more. I'm not sure, you know, what changed. But yeah, Skullcrack into Skewer. So far, Christian not seeming too affected by the Chalice of the Void, but we do know from you know Raja's interview from earlier, he does have 4 Ether Gust in his deck. The problem is, you know, he's down all these cards, and Ether Gust is not even really a 1-for-1. Buys you a tiny bit of time.
And definitely, I see a Flooded Strand off the top. A nice pickup.
That's a bit, you know, I mentioned it when I said Chalice was not a break, but you know, you knew Raja was most likely really going to need that extra land, not being on the mulligan and having to pitch a veto to Solitude to deal with Goblin Guide.
See a Lava Spike, Lightning Bolt, and Skullcrack in the hand for Christian. I want to pull up Whirling Vortex on the screen here because I think there's a lot more text than people would realize. So I've bumped it. But we do have the Skullcrack being cast at sorcery speed, I believe.
Yeah, we do see, I believe, a Lightning Bolt and Lava Spike in Christian's hands. So Chalice is doing work, but is it going to be enough? You need that Vortex up the board, I feel, if you're going to have a chance this game.
Yeah.
And Raja has already used 1 Prismatic Ending. Another way is to just race the Vortex, but that's something that's more realistic when you're actually making land drops. You know, maybe a hit or 2 of Pole Giants. All right, we see bolts going. So I don't know if it's just Raja that has no answers to Chalice, and he's just, I don't know, making sure Raja, or Christian has no answers to Chalice, and he's making sure Raja remembers the trigger. What else would you want cards in your graveyards or cards out of your hands?
Spell Mastery, but Christian already has a lot of spells because I'm only thinking Exquisite Firecraft cares about things your graveyard is burn. Maybe there's no way that Christian's playing something like Bedlam Reveler. It must be just Chalice checking, let's be real. Okay, trigger.
What do you want to mix it up though? You go like Lava Spike now, and then, you know, you play the bolt a little later.
Yeah. Oh, you said like, oh, I love your watch. Anyways, bolt you?
Yeah, we do actually see a card that's not very common. The Exquisite Firehand, I believe it's called. Exquisite Firecraft, my bad. It's 4 damage. Red 1 cannot be countered if you have Spell Mastery. I believe Spell Mastery is 2 instant or sorceries in your graveyard. Um, Raja down to 9, chose to counterspell a Skull Crackle earlier. And it looks like, unless I'm missing something, maybe Christian's being a little tricky, or maybe he just wants to make sure he always has red mana up to activate Vortex.
Ooh, Firecraft. You get a
Yep.
4 or 5? Well, Roiling Vortex. Big draw. Is that Teferi Hero? You have a Solitude, but there's a red mana up.
Solitude doesn't do much for you. I mean, it deals damage, but Christian could just negate the life gain was a
Oh,
rolling vortex activation.
Was it Teferi Time Raveler?
Yeah. Great draw to start.
Maybe you just plussing might be a bit risky, but you want to veto the Vortex. I think
Yeah,
Raja's not at 9.
The life total are definitely not updated. Raja's probably at 4 right now. He does bounce it right away, hoping to draw white mana for his veto. He might also just have counterspell in hand, maybe an Ether Gust.
We do know that Raja has 4 Aether Gust in the sideboard because he was looking to fight 4-color control this weekend. He said in an interview previously. I can't quite see what's in the hand. We see a sacrifice of the draw land, the Sunbaked Canyon. See a lot of 1-drops for burn, and they top deck another Sunbaked Canyon.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have some information as the next round of the event is starting. Raja did win this game, and Ross Merriam ID'd this round that we're going into. So we're going to be watching Raja play now as both players shuffle up. Azorius control at 8-2. This is a very important match to win, I believe, because we are looking at a cut to top 12. So if Raja win this, it's looking very good.
Yeah, I mean, it was cool though. We did get to see the match until it looked like Raja was about to take over. He had Chalice for 1. He had Teferi Time Raveler in play. He had Hero of Dominaria. Was about to untap 2 lands. Was Dobbin's Veto up? I think we also knew he had a Solitude, so he had the next burn spell covered. He had creature covered. He was gonna just start gaining life with Solitude really fast. So. Yeah, no, that was sick. I was looking. I did not think Raja was gonna win this game.
Ooh, what's this Rakdos I see from Stephen Francis?
Ragdos, is it potentially Ragdos quote unquote scam, the grief fury version? It could be just more traditional Ragdos. I feel like it's more likely to be the full elementals version. I haven't seen a ton of regular Ragdos lately.
See a
But
Jason
yeah,
Archmage's Charm and a Chalice. You got to mull that. No land, only 1 island. Let's look at
so
the other hand. I
for
see
for everyone
Kolaghan's Command.
for everyone joining us, this is round 11 of 12 of SCGCON Columbus. It's a modern event, 20K guaranteed, or 20K event, $3,000 for first. And there's a cut to top 12. We've been following Ross Merriam playing his Jeskai Breach deck really well all day, and he made it all the way to 9-1, and he decided to take the intentional draw this round. So we're going to be following a Rajai Solaiman, which was kind of always the backup feature match. We got him to beat some tough matchups today. He got the best of 4-color, which is notoriously bad for blue white. we saw him beat Burn last round, which is not the easiest, and he also beat Creativity, which is supposed to be a little bit better for blue-white control. So I think Ragdo's probably another toughish matchup, probably pretty close. And he's facing turn 1 Ragavan. Does he have an answer? No prismatic ending. I don't think we've seen Fire Ice out of Raja so far. We know he does have 2 subtleties in the main. He has a build that differs maybe slightly from what someone like Wafutapa plays. The 2 subtlety in the main are, I guess, the biggest difference I've spotted so far. He does have the chalices though, and yeah, Raven taking a Raving hit, never a great sign. I mean, it's not something you can never come back from, but
You know what I saw in Raja's hand is an Archmage's Charm. That Ragavan's his.
yeah, is it gonna be enough though?
I've definitely won a lot of games stealing a Ragavan, but I know Steven has a Kolaghan's command in hand, so yeah. But that's one way to remove it is by stealing it.
Voidwalker.
Oof.
So it's still not clear what version of Ragdos is playing, because whether you're playing the Grave Fury version was cards the cards to bring them back, or whether you're playing more traditional Ragdos, you will have all these cards in your deck. The Voidwalker, the Ragavan, you could have small numbers of Kolaghan's come in the main deck.
I think that this is still going to be Rakdos
I do see
scam.
I do see Fury turn it. Yeah, I think you're right.
Because it's similar to Ross Merriam's deck. You're playing your combo plus all the good cards in those colors. And I mean, Dothry Voidwalker and Ragavan are definitely the good cards in this color. What I'm surprised by is the Kolaghan's command.
Yeah, there was one in Young Dingo's list. Young Dingo's who's a streamer. He's been playing that deck a lot. He won the Modern Challenge not that long ago. I've actually picked up the deck after that, and I've been playing it some as well. And he had a one of Kolaghan's command in the main. I actually cut that card. I thought it was a little too weak. I thought it was just too slow, too expensive, too clunky. And I was really liking cards like Night's Whisper. I just added Night's Whisper, added Seasoned Spiromancer.
So you probably want to play the Voidwalker, kill the Teferi. Yep,
Yeah.
now it's exiled under the Dothry Voidwalker. Let's quickly pull up Dothry Voidwalker if people don't know what it does.
Yeah, Raja definitely hoping for a verdict. You're a bit in this mode, and that happens a lot against Ragavan, where you're just in the spot where you just have to throw your cards to just buy sometimes and hope something works out. Just it's not the greatest play. You're just trading for a little time, a little damage, and hoping you somehow draw out of it. But it's not easy to draw out of these spots if your opponent doesn't start flooding or something.
Sorry about that. This is Dothry Voidwalker, but has pulled us away from the table. We'll get this sorted quickly. Sorry about that, everyone. But that was Dothry Voidwalker. If you could quickly read the card. Teferi is exiled under the Voidwalker, meaning that Voidwalker can be sacrificed to cast a Teferi. We see an Archmage's Charm. Draw 2, not looking to steal. That makes sense when your Rakdos opponent's holding up mana. Draw a load of cards.
You gotta assume your opponent has a bunch of removal spell in hand.
Now, Azorius Control is playing Breeding Pool. Why do you think Raj has put that in his deck?
I think it's exclusively to be able to cast Prismatic Ending for 4, getting rid of something like an Omnath.
That makes a lot of sense. And also, I guess maybe he's playing things like Engineered Explosives, which it'll be helpful too. Just getting a load of different colors for all these types of spells. Now, Steven has 5 power on the board, so I'm interested. Yeah, go for the tuck. Okay. Make sure that
One of these
Steven
plays where you're not, it's not the greatest play in the world. It's not really going to get you ahead, but you just have to keep making these plays until somehow you turn the corner. Maybe start drawing into some solitudes would be good. Maybe start casting 2 spells a turn somehow. It is tough though. Because in the meanwhile, your life total is going down. At least Steven's not hitting something like a Teferi up the top because he does have all these treasures.
I think I see 2 Terminates in Steven's hand.
Yeah, honestly, that's the saving grace for Raja right now. Just Steven drawing a bunch of dead cards, but he also does have a bunch of spells that could become relevant at some point.
Kahira to hand. Wow.
Yeah. You probably love to see it if you're Steve and you're like, yep, you can have it.
Now this Teferi Time Raveler can be put on the stack. I did see a counterspell. Raja's hand. Yeah, I like this. You're at 10. Bash you for 5. That's not might as well divination. I don't mind that. You got so many treasures and you're looking for land drops. I wouldn't be surprised if Steven cast this. You can even cast Fury with all the treasures.
I don't think
Is this
you ever
Croxa?
cast Fury, right? Verdict is how Raja can maybe come back in this game.
Definitely. I think I would lean towards Archmage's Charm to hit my land drop, but Steven knows Rakdos better than me. He's 8-2. Croxa hitting the table. Raja looking to discard that Kahira that he just paid 3 mana to put into hand. Oh, is this going to be a... Is it Feigned Death, I believe it's called, in response to Croxa?
Yeah, I think he might have multiple too, so he might be able to chain them.
Just dump Raja's hand. What is this?
This is... I think you're right. I think this is the Feigned Death one. So you want to play that one first if you have Undying Evil, because basically there's 3 different types of these 1 mana black cards. One is the split card, the land that comes into play tapped, where it's you bring it back but you lose 2 life. Then there's Undying Evil, which just gives Undying to your creature and brings it back untapped. But the downside is that it comes back with a counter, so if it dies again and you try to play another Undying Evil, it doesn't do anything because it already has a +1/+1 counter, so Undying doesn't work. So what people usually do is they play a mix. And when I was playing the deck, I found that the whole Undying situation where you have a creature with a counter on it and your Undying Evil doesn't do much was not as relevant as just being able to turn 1 Grief and bring it into play back untapped to block a Ragavan. Because I'd get in these spots where my opponent would play turn 1 Ragavan and I could play turn 1 Grief and bring it back, but it would come back into play tapped. And I just wished it was the other one, you know. If you don't know these cards, you probably got a little confused. I tried to make it as clear as possible, but basically you have a bunch of options. One is, your creature coming back tapped, but you don't have to worry about the Undying at downside. And then I found that I just got in all these spots against Ragavan, and I wish I was just playing all Undying Evils and not cards like Feigned Death. Anyways, yeah, Raja was never able to recover from his slow start, and we saw another kind of, free Ragavan win for Steven.
Yeah, I think that this deck is really good against blue-white. I've played against Rakdos Scam a lot, and I find that, well, they always have the grief against me turn 1 with the reanimation, so I can't really judge the matchup as I'm the unluckiest player alive, but yeah, I actually really like the Rakdos Scam deck. I think it's kind of the right balance between degeneracy and fairness that a lot of players like, to be honest. But why don't we leave this down to Twitch chat? Who do you think's going to win this match? Can we get a 1 for Rakdos Scam, Stephen Francis, and a 2 for Raja on Azorius Control? What do you think? 1 for Rakdos, 2 for Blue Eye Control. What do you think, the viewers?
Dude, you're literally asking them when the Rakdos deck up a game. You got to be a true a true blue-white control or Raja believer to even consider Raja here, but I still believe. I do
Yeah.
agree it's a tough matchup. I feel like I played this matchup a few times from the blue-white side, and it's not easy. You have to worry about Torok after sideboard, which doesn't help. So yeah, we've seen Raja do well so far today, but definitely a uphill battle right now.
You're speaking to the man who supports England every World Cup and watches them bomb out every World Cup. I will never give up on a losing team. Come on. It's
Yeah,
coming home
I
for
gue- I guess
Raja, I
he, I
believe.
guess you got that in common was Raja and his love for Detroit Lions.
Definitely. Gotta show some support even when you're down. I bet you've jinxed it now. You just jinxed it. Raja's about to crush Stephen Francis onto 3 cards, games 2 and 3. No big deal. But okay. What do you see much value in having Kahira in the companion zone still over playing a card like Snapcaster Mage in Modern? I feel like this is a discussion I see constantly debated on forums.
Um, I feel like first you decide if you want Snapcaster or not, and then if you don't, then Kahira is a nice little upside, but it's not what's driving your decision. It's do you want Snapcaster, and usually if you want Snapcaster, you want opt or consider or something like that to not make your Snapcaster too reactive. If you're only flashing back prismatic ending or starting flashing back spells at 4 like counterspell and fire ice, that might not just be good enough. um, and once you're playing opt, you can't really play chalice in your deck anymore. So I feel like it comes down to, do you want to be the chalice deck or do you want to be the Snapcaster up deck? And I thought, people used to not play Snapcaster at all, and at some point, people started playing Snapcaster. I thought it was really strong against Ragavan specifically. It gave you more instant speed threats, more ways of dealing with Ragavans later in the game. Because a lot of time you would deal with the first one, but since most of your removal was prismatic ending, you were a little weak to dash Ragavan. So having Snap was nice. And then people moved away from Snap and moved to Chalice or moved back to Chalice of the Void. So right now, most builds you see just run the 2 or 3 Chalice of the Void in the main deck. No 1-mana spell other than Ending, but Ending you can always pay extra mana even if you're targeting 1-mana spell, so that's not too big of a deal.
Makes sense. Do you see Chalice the Void staying in after boarding for Raja?
Yeah, I think it's one of your best cards. I mean, sure, it gets hit by Kolaghan's Command, but Kolaghan's Command is going to be it's always going to be kind of okay against you. I mean, if you're getting a chalice, it does feel really bad. But yeah, I would definitely expect Raja to have all the chalices, especially on the play. On the draw, maybe you don't want all the copies. Maybe you trim one. We'll see.
I think I
We'll
see a
see.
Solitude to Fairy Time Raveler, some sort of prismatic ending. We see a Breeding Pool tapped. Steven untaps. I think he top decked a Feign Death. Oh, that's a Thoughtseize.
Yeah, kind of a fair start for Francis.
Is that a March of Otherworldly Light? What's that card there underneath the Solitude?
I think you
I
might
have
be
no
right.
clue.
The Fairy Solitude, Misty Rainforest, and probably March. Another card that's not in every build, that's someone like Waffle has not been really playing lately.
Ooh. This is kind of what you want to see as Raja, right? You don't want to see these fast grief hands or
Yeah, of
Ragavans. You
course.
just want to
Yeah.
see a discard. Now you can
You're-
play Teferi Time Raveler. I mean, what's Steven going to do with 2 mana instant speed before the Tef? Not much.
well, we don't know that he has a third land, right?
No, he
And
has a
if
basic island.
okay, he drew the land. Okay, or he had drawn a land. I think he drew another land, maybe.
Yeah, he's got a Mystic Gate now and a basic island with the March Teferi, Solitude, and other Teferi.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
and I
like
think
plussing here.
this is a matchup where you can safely plus. You got to be worried about not much, honestly. I don't think that deck usually plays Dreadbore. Doesn't play on Holy Heat either. So
Yeah.
yeah, definitely a much better start for Raja this game.
Yeah, and you want to keep the Teferi on the table. I mean, to be able to do things with Feign Death, that's all at instant speed. Teferi makes things sorcery speed. That's a Magus of the Moon. But oh, you got Teferi Time Ravel on the table. Whoops. But still, that's annoying. That is
Well,
annoying for Raja.
he has the fairy, he has March. You're not too unhappy if that's Steven's turn, right?
Yeah, there's multiple ways to get rid of this Magus of the Moon. If it was a Blood Moon, it might have been a different story.
Yeah, I feel
Season
like
Pyromancer.
the only good, yeah, there it is. I was gonna say the only good play for Steven this turn is Steven Pyromancer, because with the fairy passive you can't do your shenanigans with the black instant speed card. So yeah, that's the best case scenario for Steven here. And he had two of these dead cards that he's happy to discard for 1/1s. And now Raja needs a little help. We might see bounce 1/1 island pass. Maybe not. He's playing his land first. Plussing.
Not
All right, so we
putting
might.
Hero to hand.
So his plan is maybe to plus March the Season Pyro. The fairy drops down to 4. It still has enough loyalty to bounce a Magus of the Moon. There's the March. Steven could potentially have Fury into Magus, but that would require pretty specific cards. We're going to see Steven fetch for another Swamp. Then just play his Magus. And hope Raja doesn't have too much going on.
There's the Magus. That was a Teferi Time Raveler off the top. So we're going to bounce the Magus, draw a card. I think that was a Teferi. Or is that Dovin's Veto? It's flicking too fast.
I think Raja was really just hoping for a land, assuming he has a Solitude, which I guess we know he does. We saw earlier. This is like a huge deal if he doesn't have a land. I guess he can just Teferi plus. It'll go down to 3, and then I think that's the play we might see. Because you just can't afford to. Okay. I was going to say you can't afford to just. That Solitude's too good if you get to hardcast it. And you can't really afford to just pitch 2 cards. Because not only you pitch 2 cards, but you do lose the Solitude. And I like this line. I think I like this line much better, assuming the info I have is correct.
Bolt off the top.
Wow, that might be game winning.
Bolt your Tef. Slam my Magus.
Huge. And that is unlucky for Raja, right? He knew Steven didn't have it last turn, or else he would have played it. And now Raja's off playing. I mean, he still has Solitude, right? You can still make the play, but it is a huge deal to go from the difference between a hard casting a Solitude and keeping your extra white card in hand, right, to just having to pitch it. That is really unfortunate.
As well as if Raja just drew a land, Raja could Solitude, play land, Solitude, play Teferi. But now with no 5th land, he's still behind on the board.
Yeah, that was a huge draw step for him last turn, breaking on that 5th land drop. Still not looking too terrible. There's only very mild pressure. We know he has a Dovin's Veto in hand. We know he has, a bunch of spells, obviously. So I guess it's only 2 cards, right? Is that a Charm and a Veto?
I think it's a Charm and a Teferi Hero.
Oh, I feel like I saw a Veto. I guess he pitched it to Teferi Hero. We see it exiled. I
Oh,
don't think he would keep Veto over Teferi. I feel like I saw a Veto in his hand at some point. But I guess I was wrong. He's going to draw 2 in response. Yeah.
I think I see
Right.
Memory Deluge, Teferi Hero, and 2 lands.
Oh, he has a second Teferi here of Dominaria.
Yeah, I think earlier I thought he had a veto and said, oh, he has a veto when he had 2 Teferis. But now you're in a tough spot because of the Dothri Voidwalker. You can play
Yeah.
Teferi Hero and tuck it, it dies, and then you don't really have much. Yeah, you just... And then you have the Memory Deluge to try and find an answer for the Voidwalker.
Yeah, I like it. I think Steven's probably going to be attacking was Voidwalker at this point. So you take the hit, cast Deluge on tap, hope to find an answer. Except now there's a Ragavan added to the mix, and now the clock's a little faster, and Steven can just get lucky of Ragavan, even though he doesn't get to cast much, just with the 1 treasure. Here, March get flipped. Definitely a card Raja could have used, but he is going to see 4 cards with Deluge here.
So Supreme Verdict is in Raja's deck, and he's looking essentially at the top 5. 4 with the Deluge, 1 with his draw step.
Yeah,
Good
Verdict would
chance.
still be decent. We know there's a Ragvan, but Verdict could be a start.
Got things like Verdict, Solitude. I mean,
Yeah,
just let's see.
Solitude would probably be his best card here.
See 2 land. Is that 4 lands? No way. Oh, it's 3 lands and a counterspell. Wow.
That is not the worst. You can go to Teferi Plus on tap 2. You counter Ragavan, you lose your Teferi, but you dealt with a Ragavan, you bought yourself a little time.
Prismatic Ending off the top. So now you could Prismatic Ending a token, play Tef Plus, counter the Ragavan, and then there's only 4 power on the board if you really want to play like that. You could also just Ending the Dothri Voidwalker, counterspell the Ragavan, and then Teferi on the next turn. They haven't had a Thoughtseize so far. They'd need to top deck it.
Yeah, that sounds like a more reasonable line to me. Just take it a little slower.
Got Castle Vantress as well. I definitely think you want to Ending the Dothri Voidwalker. Yes. Exile Dothri Sego.
A big draw step for Steven. He needs something.
Bang.
Season Pyro.
Didn't quite see it.
It
Oh,
was
it was,
Malachir
yeah.
Rebirth. No good.
Counterspell, take 2, go to 7. Anything
Yeah.
else?
It is a deck that doesn't top deck super well. I've played the deck a decent bit, like a few challenges, few leagues, and yeah, these rebirth draw, these Undying Evil and whatnot draws are pretty sad in the mid game.
Masterfully played by Raja. Another Prismatic Ending off the top. I see double Ending Scalding Tarn in his hand. Do you Ending a token? I kind of like it, right? What's Steven going to sandbag? It's going to be things like Lightning Bolt, isn't it? He's not casting something. It's either blanks or things like Bolt. Say go. Wait. Yeah? Or are you going to play the land? I guess you need to think about Croxa, don't you? Do you play the land because of Croxa? Probably not. Oh, does play the land. Okay, untap says go. Oh, that's actually a really smart play to play the land. Because if you think about it, what's going to be dead cards in Stephen Francis' hand? Not only is it bolts, it's going to be things like Feign Death. And if Steven top deck a discard spell like Croxa, it just gets reanimated multiple times. And your hand gets dumped. Anyways. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, Croxa was such a huge draw.
Wait, is this lethal? It's lethal, right?
Oh, wow.
Oh my
Jeez.
gosh, double reanimate, you take 6, attack your face for 1.
Wow. Well, I guess these rebirths were not dead after all. Croxa is just so good against blue-white decks, whether it's in Pioneer, in Modern. every time, as someone who plays a decent amount of blue white, you'll occasionally hear people talk about, oh, should Kroxa be in the red black deck, thinking about cutting Kroxads. I'm like, are you crazy? That's literally the best card against blue white. You just win so many games because of Kroxa. It's so good. I mean, I'm sure it's like not great that I played the deck I was boarding at Kroxa a decent bit. And it's pretty slow and clunky in some matchups, but against blue white, it is maybe your second best card after Ragavan. It is
Definitely.
it just steals so many games. It's so annoying to deal with.
You know what else is a scam? The fact that this stream is free. If you've been enjoying this content, Anu's doing this out of his own pocket, click that follow button. It costs you nothing and supports Anu a ton for getting us out here commentating. You want to scam Jeff Bezos? Click that Twitch Prime button, support Anu and any other of the commentators on here as well. We hope you enjoyed this round. We might be getting some more Magic content for you. We just got to check with Anu. But because Ross Merriam ID'd this round, I think that might be the only Magic content we have for you for the short period of time.
Yeah, maybe we had an interview, but yeah, that was wow. That was probably a little disheartening just when he thought he was going to turn the corner, the kind of the kill out of nowhere. But yeah, we're gonna go to an ad and we'll be right back to see who makes it into the top 8 for round 12 and see who makes it to the top 12, I guess, to cut.
Hey, what's up? All right, we're back here for a player interview. We got 11 minutes left in the round. Thank you for waiting as we were on break. All right, cool. So I'm just gonna adjust this and ta-da! Interview. All right, cool. So we have here in the booth Andrew Vorel. You may have seen on SCGCON's Twitter. Andrew finished day one of Swiss at 7-0. I'll top that off. Andrew has yet to lose a match. At 10-0-1 now, is guaranteed, locked in for probably top 4 with a loss or a draw at this point, right?
Probably,
Yeah, which is great because the way the tournament structure works for this event, instead of a top 16 cut, they cut to top 12. But it plays out 4 rounds of elimination rounds, and first through fourth, after the Swiss standings, they get buys in the elimination rounds. So that is really incredible. I mean, for a multitude of reasons, I really enjoy cutting to top 12 and not top 16. The most important one being players at the very end of the tournament play the last round out for seeding, or just to make sure, because now 13, 14, 15, and 16, they don't get in, and I think that's kind of cool. Really smart by SCG to run their tournament this way. But I wanted to ask you, first of all, what deck are you playing?
I'm playing a Teamer Scapeshift deck.
Teamer Scapeshift. Okay, cool. That is. So I know of red-green Scapeshift. That's the deck that, are you like Primeval Titans or anything crazy like that? No?
No Primeval Titans. My only creatures are Dryads, the Elysian Grove, and one Server Dragon.
Okay. Sorry, wait, Nassif, can you say that one more time?
I only have 4 Dryads, the Elysian Groves.
Oh. Is this on? It's not on. Your mic is not on. I apologize. So anything you just said, okay, now it should be on.
All right, so I'm playing Teamer Scapeshift.
Aha, okay.
No Titans or any of that, just 4 Dryad of the Elysian Grove,
Yeah.
and 1 Sakura Tribe Elder. Just a ramp spell.
Okay. Interesting. So, why Teamer? What is in Teamer that makes it exciting to play? And what is your build like? What makes your build different from every other Teamer list that is losing? Why are you winning? I get it. It's pilot drive, right?
Partly, a lot of people haven't really fully known what's going on, which
Yeah.
obviously gives you a little percentage points, but I think last weekend someone got second in the Moto Premier events with a Teamer list that's basically my list, but a little different.
Okay.
And I was just like, oh, I'll play some leagues with it, and I was just crushing leagues with it. It was,
Okay.
I just enjoyed the feel of it. I played a lot of Teamer Scapeshift like 8 years ago or back whenever before all this nonsense. And this list is basically that list, just with upgraded Modern Horizons 2 cards. And,
Okay. Yeah. So that's interesting. Why? It's kind of funny because in this metagame of 4-color, is it Murktide, Hammer, all these sort of decks, it seems like, well, okay, maybe not so much 4-color, but between Murktide and Hammer, they'd just be able to really plow through,
So I haven't played against a ton of. I haven't played against any Murktide this week, or today or yesterday, which it's. I don't think it's a horrible matchup, but it's definitely not a matchup that I want to see a lot of.
Okay.
But for Hammer, you just have you have enough interaction with 4 bolts, Fire Ices, and then an FSA June in the sideboard. You have 4 Force of Vigors and a
yeah.
second
Oh,
FSA Juice. you
have a lot.
I have a lot. Yeah, I have a lot of ways of dealing with their stuff, and Ren and 6 pings off a lot of their stuff. So usually I can kind of slow them down enough to where I can get to 7 mana and just kill them.
Okay.
And that's the plan in most matchups, is to slow down the game incrementally with Fire Ices, remands, and just kind of cantripping, and then slipping in 1 or 2 ramp spells.
Yeah.
To kind of get to that that 7. And also against Hammer, Dryad, they just don't have an answer to Dryad. So a lot of the time, if I just get a Valakut in play, I can just start machine gunning their guys.
Yeah. That is something I remember. What was the deck? Was it Amulet that used to they couldn't necessarily combo kill, or they would just deck out their opponent or something like that just by using Valakuts and just killing everything? I don't know. I'm thinking of something from a long time ago, and I'm talking about nonsense. But one question that I do want to ask you, a couple card choices. First of all, here's my invisible mic. Is it Charm? Yay or nay?
Charm bad.
Okay, that one was a kind of a freebie. I get that was but Bring to Light is another card that I'm kind of curious about, in the sense of, well, is it in your deck? And if not, what changed from playing it to not playing it, or why does it still stay in the deck?
So up until maybe 2 weeks ago, I'd played a lot of Bring to Light Scapeshift. That's pretty much what I played since kind of paper magic started coming back. And that list is a little different. It's less card advantage, and you're just kind of like, you're just playing threats, you're just like playing dryads, playing omnaths, and just kind of hoping one of them resolves.
Yeah.
And then if one of them does resolve, you probably win.
Okay.
And I like that deck, but it has a different feel to it because it's more of a sorcery speed deck. Like you're playing prismatic endings, you're not playing any instants really. So you're just kind of playing on your own turn. You have Teferi, so you can kind of play your endings during their turn sometimes, but it's more of a, I'm just doing my thing and like killing some of your stuff and then trying to win. But I just enjoy the teamer side is more of kind of playing retroactive, like you're playing Growth Spiral as your like main ramp spell. So a lot of the time you're just like holding that up, and then if you don't have to interact with them, you can just Growth Spiral instead. So it gives you a little more flexibility there.
Okay.
But I just enjoyed, I don't know, I played a lot of Scape Shift, and it's just kind of what I gravitate towards if it's reasonable.
Yeah, no, I vibe with the draw go factor. I mean, you know me, I used to play Miracles back in the day, and nothing better than just sitting back, end step, casting a 2-mana, card advantage spell, or whatever it is, mana advantage, things like that. That's pretty powerful. Are there any decks that you've played today, any matchups that have been close, anything crazy that you want to shout out?
I mean, I played Yawgmoth twice.
Okay.
Yesterday at 6-0, and today against Rodney, and like, the matchup is always really close. Like, it's always just one turn either way, someone wins. I think yesterday I had a scenario where he was going to kill me if I passed the turn, I'm just going to die, and I had to draw exactly like I drew for the turn. I had to draw exactly ramps. I had to draw a Growth Spiral and then draw a land off the Growth Spiral, and I just ripped the 7th land off that and.
I believe the words you are looking for right now is just built different. Yeah. I know, but the way this is going, I mean, this looks like your tournament to win. Are there any players that are in the top tables that you are particularly wary of?
I saw like one red-black person. I don't know what exactly, but that I play tested a couple games against like the red-black scam decks with like Grief and Fury, and that deck is just abysmal to play against because it's like griefing you multiple times and also playing Blood Moons is just like it's just very, very rough matchup.
Yeah, we actually got to see a red-black deck just take down blue-white control in our feature match for the last round, and it was close. It was like back and forth. I mean, like Raj has been playing blue-white, and he has been doing a great job just like destroying all of his opponents, and then this deck comes up and just like, well, whittle you down and then win with a couple crazy cards here and there, Croxa and all the like. So that is super interesting. Okay, cool. Well, I mean, depending on your next round, you're most likely you're in with a loss, a win, or a draw. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. I'm going to ask you a question here, and well, why do you think you're going to win the tournament today?
Because people aren't prepared for Scape Shift.
Okay.
Like, I've had a lot of people like they board in Besagers, and Besagers is a fine card, but it just doesn't do anything a lot of the time.
Okay.
Like, I've had a couple people that just ask me like, if I have Besage you and you cast Scape Shift, can I do anything? And they just like can't really discuss how Besage you works, because you get a land back. So if they destroy a mountain, I just get another mountain.
Yeah.
But I don't know. People I haven't seen a ton of Blood Moons, and that's a good thing.
Okay. Yeah. No, I think in order to do well in events, it is undeniable. Every powerful player, yourself included, I would say, you have to get a little bit lucky. And I'm gonna defer to your expertise and say like that is the primary factor, but not running into Blood Moons is a good deal. Murktide, tricky matchup, not running into that, also a good deal. And maybe when you actually get to play these decks or cards in the top 12, we'll get to see how that pans out and everything like that.
I played against a team of Rhinos, and they cast a.
Is that a good or a bad matchup?
It can go either way.
It's a lot of pressure really fast, right?
Yeah, like Green Man's really good in that matchup.
Okay.
But game 2, they fetched a Triome turn 1, and I'm like, okay, so they probably don't have Blood Moon in their hand, because like why would they fetch a Triome? And then like on
the way you're phrasing this makes me all sort of.
So then turn 3 they fetch an island, so they have like just the island as a basic. They play Magus of the Moon, and so we have several turns, and so we just have several turns of just draw going between the both of us, because both of his Cascade spells are green, so he couldn't really do anything. And I eventually drew a Dryad, and then I drew 2 more Dryads, and I just killed him with Dryad beatdowns.
Hey, that's savage. That's savage. I mean, I prefer 2 1s as opposed to 2 4s, but that's still pretty good. I think. Okay, yeah, that's pretty enlightening. I'm glad that you were able to explain to me, some of the matches you're playing and things like that and all that sort of stuff. I'm gonna let you go from here, but yeah, Andrew Vorel, 10-0-1. I can't even see the screen. I wanted to see how we're doing, and it's just like in the way. Perfect. 10-0-1, poised to make top 12. Probably can draw into top 4, get a bye, get some lunch. You want to go ahead of
I just drew with Ross last round, so I went to the
North Market?
and
Yeah.
got
That's
some
actually one of the
brisket.
reasons why I love coming to Columbus, and also I think Philly, right? Is like the Reading
Philly,
terminal.
Philly has Reading terminal, and that's a great.
Yeah.
You just whatever type of food you want, they have it there.
It is insane, right? And then when I came here to the North Market, I guess to North Market, basically. So if anyone doesn't know, North Market and Reading Terminal Mall, they're like a lot halls where a lot of independent stores will just like sell food. So just imagine like a convention center for food trucks. You know what I mean? And that's look, food trucks already have incredible food, but the fact that these places, these locations, these shops, these restaurants, stores, or whatever, have been here forever, you know that they're really good. And actually, in fact, hold up. So while I was in between rounds or whatever, a friend of the stream, Min, actually went and got me some food to eat. So you could actually literally see how delicious it is. I know, okay, this is like quote unquote SCGCON coverage, but also like getting to know the city and the players. That sort of stuff is interesting. Columbus has been fantastic this weekend so far, by the way.
Yeah, they have. Reading Market or North Market just has like just every ethnic food every type of food you'd ever want. It's just,
yeah. You can't see it, but I'm smiling. I'm really happy. Anyways, Andrew, thank you so much. Good luck in the next few rounds. I'll see you in the top 12. Enjoy your bye, get some rest. Do some push-ups, scout out, whatever it is you want to do. On that note, I'm going to transition back over here. A little bit of a manual, something. Listen, if you enjoy the content that you're seeing here today, info slides, hit the Twitch follow button. That was for me actually mostly, but you should also hit the follow button too. Much appreciated to everyone who has done that this weekend. I think we did break 13,000, and I do have a lofty goal. You can see it in the bottom of the screen. 20,000 followers. I do believe we can actually get there. And the reason it's important for us to actually get there is because by using the viewership metrics, the follow metrics, all these stats, sponsors care about these sort of things, right? I think Nassif and Harry have done a great job shilling the channel today, but this is just my heartfelt call to action to you all that if you could help out, I would much appreciate it. Very much so in the red, as Nassif astutely pointed out. I didn't even have to tell him, he just knew, right? But we're working on this, and hopefully by next year, this is self-sustainable. I would love to, increase or improve the tech, pay more money to the casters, because let's be real here, right? At Gabe Nassif on Twitter, at HarryMTG on Twitter, these two have been absolutely carrying the show, modern experts by every metric possible. Please give them a follow as well. But yeah, no, that is just me. So I do appreciate it. Looks like there's one match left in the round. We are 2 minutes over time, which means we will have round 12 coming up fairly soon. What I'm going to do right now is take a break, figure out if we can get 2 matches this round rather than just the one, and we'll go from there. All right. So thank you, everybody. Don't forget to hit the follow button. Yes, you.
Hello, Twitch chatters and fellow Magic lovers. We are going into the last round of the Swiss of SCGCON here in Columbus. Me and Gab were just, walking around the venue, enjoying ourselves while we are in Europe, and and we are going into the last round of Modern. For those who don't know, we are going to be having a win and in on screen. This is going to be Raja on blue-white control. We don't have information on his opponent's deck list yet, but we will be telling you when we know. We'll also have a backup feature match of, I've sadly forgotten their name, but they will be on Green Black Yawgmoth, and they were here yesterday.
Yeah,
It's going to be
Ronnie Bedell that was featured yesterday already. And yeah, I wish I was there. I mean, I could get myself some of this delicious food in between rounds, but I'm stuck here just grabbing a piece of cheese here, a few cherry tomatoes there. Yeah, it's been fun. It's been really, really, really good matches, honestly, all day. Kind of what you come to expect to the current modern format. Just great gameplay, decent amount of diversity. Not a different deck necessarily every round, but the matchups are really really fun, really interesting, pretty skill intensive too. We saw mostly great play all day as well from Ross, from his opponents, from Raja. Very few mistakes. I've been impressed, honestly.
Yeah, I definitely think that I would not be surprised if Raja or Ross took down the event. I think there's a bit of confusion on how the quote unquote top 8 of this event works. It's not a top 8, it's a top 12 where the top 4 players get a bye in the quarterfinals.
Yeah,
Believe, right?
exactly. That's the structure. Really cool structure. I guess it gives incentives to the player at the top to keep playing, and a little less brutal of a cut. So cool. I also want to talk about the deck at the top of the standings. We had the interview just before the break was Andrew Vorel, and I did not expect. I did not have a Gross Spiral and Ray-Ban, on my modern bingo card for the weekend. I feel like Rayman is kind of somewhat of an abysmal card right now. Just so many 1-mana spells, and it doesn't feel like it lines up super well in Modern. But Andrew's been crushing. Apparently, he's been playing the deck online too and doing really well. I was looking up the list that came in second that he was talking about. I think it came in second in Modern qualifier. So huge tournament, and yeah, Fire Eyes, Gross Spiral, Remand Ball, a lot of cheap interaction. Resisted the temptation to add color number 4 for Omnath and Prismatic Ending, keeping it a little more simple. And it's been working out great for him. Just ton of cheap interaction. Plays well with your iterations, right? Plays well with Ren and 6, Rose Spiral, Ren and 6, nice combo if your opponent gives you the time. So it'll be cool to see that deck in action down the line when Andrew gets to play again in the top 8, given that he gets most likely gets a buy into top 8. Don't have to play the first round of elimination, but yeah, back to our feature match.
See a Yorion being revealed. Do we really need to know the deck list? Come on. It's going to be an Omnath deck. Especially X and 3. Both players mulling to 6, bottoming a card. See a Solitude. Raja's hand. Kahira.
Really tough matchup for Raja in perspective, but we did see bits and pieces of him beating 4-color earlier. It was a secondary feature match, so we didn't see the entire match. Really looking forward to to see if he can do it again. Can he pull kind of another one out of his hat and see if he does get there, like what sequences of play leads him to victory? Because this is an uphill battle for Blue-White Control, even though he does have a kind of subtlety in the main and in the sideboard. They can be really good, but they can also feel super underwhelming. I feel like it's pretty high variance. And he also came ready. He has 4 Ether Gusts in his sideboard. So we'll see if that makes a difference, or if T Tivo just kind of takes it down as I think they should.
This is going to be a Ren and 6. No, Eladamri. Oh, sorry. This is on Raja's end step by mistake.
Yeah, no, Raja dodged the first bullet, right? You're on the draw, you're playing blue-white, your opponent passes on turn 2, it's huge sigh of relief. Red on turn 2 is almost, it sounds really dumb, but it's almost just game over. If you're playing blue-white control and you don't have an answer, even if you have ending right away, things usually spiral out of control because you have to tap out for ending. If they have another Ren, you're right back into a terrible spot. If they have to ferry, maybe even worse. Same if you're a Merc type player. If you're on the draw and you don't have a turn 1 play and the lead was Ren, game feels just almost over already. Even if you do have a 1-drop, they can just ping it. So,
So I saw Teferi Time Raveler in T's hand, and I presume that you want to cast it, right? Because you want to force Raja to have 2 counter spells, one for the Tef, one for the Omnath. I feel like there are some games with 4-color control where it's like, look, I don't really play many counter spells. Let me just slam the best card in my hand until it hits the table, till one of
yeah,
them hits the table.
exactly. I think that's how you want to play the matchup. You just jam and you hope they stumble.
What's that?
Not that was maybe a witness.
Oh, Eternal Witness. Wow. Slams the counter spell.
Yeah.
Okay.
You force them to counter. You don't let them, cycle a Shark Typhoon or Raja could have had dress down though if it is actual Eternal Witness. It would have been really good there. And we see he resolves, no charm unless Raja decides to draw. I'm assuming if he had charm, he would use it to counter. But yeah. And even if your Omnath does get counter, it means Raja doesn't get to fire off a charm. So yeah, you just jam your threats and hope something sticks.
So
We
what's
do
funny is
see-
I see a Jace in
Yeah.
Raja's hand and a Solitude.
I was actually wondering because I don't think we've seen Jace out of him yet. And I was wondering if with that heavy subtlety build, he actually did have Jace. And I feel like it makes sense, right? Jace all well fragile, but between Chalice of the Void on one to protect it from Unholy Heat and Lightning Bolts, as well as the nice synergy was the subtlety. Get to tap out for Jace and still have some decent interaction. You're just going for it here. We're most likely going to see. Okay, my bad. Not a brainstorm.
Plussing. I'm very surprised by this. I guess T doesn't have Delirium, Creature Land. I'm not sure I like this play. I mean, I have perfect information of Prismatic Ending, but generally when Omnath's on the table, they have to have 4 colors of mana for Prismatic Ending. But, it's a lot harder in Raja's position, don't forget, because he doesn't have the information we do.
I'm pretty surprised as well. Maybe he was worried about Fury, but I think these lists with Eladamri Skulls usually only have 1 copy of Fury. Obviously, it doesn't make a difference if there's Unholy Heat. I don't think they play a ton of Lightning Bolts anymore. I want to say some versions don't even play any copies of Lightning Bolts, so definitely a little surprised to see Jace Plus there, and Raja gets highly, highly punished for it.
Raja did flash a Memory Deluge there. Gonna fetch a land first, type play, then cast the Deluge. Again, though,
Yeah, hoping to
not
find
great.
Prismatic Ending would
Prismatic
be
Ending to Fairy. I
a
think
good
I see a
one.
Jace there. Is that Jace, Hall of Storm Giants,
Ooh,
Chalice, and
multiple
another Deluge?
Jace. Wow. I did not expect to see multiple Jace and Deluge, but I like it. I feel like it's actually maybe one of the ways to give yourself an edge against 4-color. It is high variance because you have to tap out for it and hope things work out, and it's not always easy to stick, and it can potentially get worse after sideboard because of cards like Mystical Dispute, but it is a way to snowball the game in your favor.
I do like it because if you have a load, you can have a load of clunky 4-mana spells if you have a load of cheap evoke creatures. And he was talking about having multiple subtleties. Oh wow, going for plus again.
Doubling
Okay.
down, plussing on himself this time.
I'm still very surprised by that. I guess again, playing around a Fury is the logic, but
I feel like there's got to be more than just playing around Fury. I guess it's also playing around Lightning Bolt. Uh, I'm still surprised.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's also logic behind Raja doesn't have a fetch land, right? So if your top 3 cards, but then you're drawing those 3 cards anyways, I don't know. I think it's okay given like the information he has, but I'm not too sure about it. Dress down probably on the second main phase. See
I
a
feel like
lightning bolt off the top.
yeah, I feel like you need a really good reason to Jace plus, and I don't feel like these spots were a reason enough, but we'll see. It didn't work out the first time. Could work out this time. We do see T draw the lightning bolt.
Lightning bolt, no prismatic ending. So actually, Raja's rewarded for this play. Okay, fair play. I think that was an Archmage's Charm off the top with a Deluge and Supreme Verdict in hand. Gonna have a Brainstorm. Boom, boom, boom. 2 lands and a Teferi Hero of Dominaria. You definitely want to keep one of those lands.
Yeah, it's getting a little scared for T. He's not making land drops. He doesn't have much going on. Raja still has Delusion in his graveyard as well.
Is that a Misty? Oh, exactly what Raja needs. Shuffle away that rubbish Supreme Verdict.
Raja has a ton of mana sinks, even if he does run out of steam. But yeah, just looking great right now. Just a little pesky to fairy still, but doesn't even matter that much, honestly, if you're using Jace every turn.
Yeah, I like
Not a
this.
deluge.
I think you're looking for prismatic ending. It's quite obvious that there's some sort of flash thing happening on his end step.
I wonder if Raja made room because we see multiple Teferi Hero of Dominaris. I think we saw two Jace, two Deluge. The
Ooh,
subtleties, yeah. Have to tap out for it, but who cares, honestly? You're just up so many cards, you're up to mana. He's gonna have
I
a hard
really
time
like
coming
this.
back in this one.
Is if T has Counterspell, you can't cast Solitude, and if T has Solitude, I think you're still fine because you have Teferi and you need an extra spell. But Prismatic ending off the top, yeah, I think you still want to go for the Bolt, because Bolt doesn't have much value against blue-white control. Over Prismatic ending, of course. Oh, and you have another Teferi Time Raveler. That's why you also don't want an ending. Now, what do you do? Plus, okay. Get rid of the Jace. So we know that Raja has Archmage's Charm, Teferi Hero, and an Unknown. And that was a Castle Vantress off the top.
I'm still trying to figure out what Raja might have cut from deck. I guess he's not playing Fire Ice.
Yeah, no Fire Ice.
That's the card he's not playing, so that's like 3 or 4 slots. And
Picked up a Colonnade and some blue spell. Goes for Tef. I'd really like plussing, I think. Yes, because you can just try and plus them out of the game. You have things like Kahira that can block Last Resort. You're getting your land drop. Way more mana than T. T can draw more cards than you with the card quality in T's deck, but if T doesn't have as much mana as you, you're screwed.
it's kind of nice
Off
that
the top.
well, I guess I jinxed it.
What's that? Eternal Witness. Get back Lightning Bolt. Oh, wow. Bolt the Tef, attack it, do you bounce the Witness?
You
Yeah.
sure do.
Draw a card. Is it a land? It's a Fury.
Classic caster's jinx right there.
Well,
Now Raja needs card that do stuff. He needs solitudes, endings, because he's getting picked apart right now. Something like a Hall of the Storm Giant. You mentioned Colonnade? Does he actually have Colonnade in play right now?
It's in his hand.
Is
He
it
had
in
to
his
play
hands?
another Castle of Vengeance last turn to cast the Tef.
That
But we
might be
do see
decent
another
down the line.
Teferi. I think I see a Teferi basic plains or something. Solitude. Tough. Too much flicking and an awkward angle for us. Okay, 5 mana. This must be the Tef. No. Is it Solitude?
Solitude wouldn't make more sense. Just deal with the board first. Try
Well, he
to actually
tapped
get
4
something there.
blue and a white, so it must have been the
He has a
Teferi, right?
He has a Mystic Gate.
Oh, that's Mystic Gate. Okay, fine. That's a Solitude. Well, I guess Raj is worried about Ephemerate, right? But there's no Ephemerate in T's hand. Okay, Solitude goes to exile. T gains life. Okay, hero to hand. Play the Colonnade. Nice.
Yeah, Colonnade
So,
could be clutch. Doesn't need to worry
did you
about potential
know,
unholy heat.
fun fact, Colonnade gets pumped by Kahira. Did you know that?
I did.
Nice.
Kahira is really good in his build. He has 5 elementals in the main and 2 more after sideboard. It is super relevant.
Yep. Also, just want to say right now, as T decides what he wants to do with his turn, we have 1,200 people watching this stream right now. If you're enjoying this stream, want to see more streams like this, keep competitive magic alive. Click that follow button. Keeps us around. Free way to support us. Works towards getting better sponsors. Click the follow button. We'd appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Canister, for the raid, as well as Demonic Tutors. Appreciate you, buddies. I think this is going to be a run at 6 coming down as I finish shilling.
Yeah.
Boom.
Can Colonnade be the hero of this game? Just start taking the Planeswalker down one by one?
Well,
I did really like the 1 Colonnade, 1 Hull split. And I'm not sure why, but that's something people moved away from. I'm not sure if Wafu decided he didn't like Colonnade and people just been copying his builds, but I thought the 1-1 split was really nice because they were both pretty good in different spots, and then sometimes you just draw both, and you have the option. Do you need Colonnade more? Do you need Hall? So pretty happy to see just Colonnade, right? Kind of a meme in Modern, but it might do work this game. And thanks for all the Prime subs. And Wise Warrens was a tier 1 sub as well. Krova 16 was a Prime. Fainted was a Prime. I'm sure we missed a bunch of Prime subs throughout the day or regular subs. So thanks for all the support.
I saw Subtlety off the top, alternate art, also Teferi, hero in the hand. So,
Yeah.
I don't think I see a counterspell except Subtlety in Raj's hand. But you gotta be afraid of heavy hitters coming down with how many cards T is drawing. Not sure what I would do.
I think you have to take your Colonnade value, right? Just start taking the Planeswalkers down.
Oh, you can kill the Tef and have Subtlety counterspell backup. I think, yeah, counterspell Subtlety. You just say go?
Yeah. You probably have to hardcast Subtlety in this spot just to try to get on the board and get an edge that way.
Oh my gosh, so many alternate art cards. I have no clue what T just drew.
The problem is now that Ren's going to go out of reach of Colonnade, so Ren's a problem.
5 is not out of reach if you got Kahira.
Yeah, wow, that's a good point. And if you have a Subtlety attacking as well, right?
Yep.
Keeping counterspell man up. I believe we can see he does not have a counterspell. It's going to be pretty obvious to Raja if Subtlety's not getting countered there. Your opponent probably doesn't have a counterspell. Omnath back to the top. And T. What's the card to the right of his hand? Can you tell?
I literally have no clue.
Because I think there's an ending, a march, a fury.
Is it an alternate art to Fairy Time Raveler? Is it the weird one?
You would have played it.
I don't know what it could
People
be.
in Satch say Ice
Icefang
Fang.
Kotal? Okay. Yeah, I can believe that.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty nut. Oh, it's just Chumper, no basics.
Raja has a counterspell though. I mean, T could even go face. I think you probably want to get rid of the Ren in 6, but I'm not even sure, honestly. It's kind of hard to keep track of. T's at 15. But, there's a Nomnef coming back, so just keep playing the grindy game. Raja
could-
has counterspell, he has a Solitude, he has a Teferi.
So you could play Teferi Hero and just say, look, I'll colonnade your Ren next turn. You get 1 extra land. I can counter your Omnath. So you only have 4 mana on top of everything I have. Unless... Is this going to be the Kahira, maybe? Like, just set up for next turn. Oh, now the Subtlety has Vigilance, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wow. Okay. Seems good.
You're
And
gonna
we
be
got
a
the
tough
2 on tap on the end step.
Yeah, you're gonna be in a tough spot here. Can you afford to counter Ice Fang? Omnap's coming, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Another
it's a
thing
chum
as well.
blocker. It's a chum blocker. No, not a single basic actually. Maybe 1 basic, 0 basics. Oh, that was much better than I thought. Okay, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
Thought
Another
Raja
thing
was gonna lose his subtlety.
to remember though, Memory Deluge. This game goes longer. Raja has a ton of mana. Got the counterspell for that. Yep. I mean, I see a Fury. Yeah, it's gonna be so hard to get anything through, especially with the amount of mana you got. Your Ren's being threatened. Memory Deluge is in the graveyard. Teferi ticking up. Can even tuck if you're desperate.
And are we gonna
Raja
see
has
just?
piloted this.
Just gonna see a lot of people starting to Jace Plus a lot more. Maybe I should. Maybe that's why I'm not doing so well. I'm not plussing my Jace. That's sick. That actually it paid up this game. Paid up the second time, anyways. Can 4 colors still come back? One thing that T's got going against him too right now is he drew 0 copies of Abundant Growth, though there's not the huge threat of Yorin drawing 1,000,000 cards in the late game. Ending gets rid of Subtlety, Witness gets in, Ren's back up to 6. But yeah, shells down. Raja gets to plan his next turn without having to worry about any interaction. Maybe a potential Solitude, but that's about it.
Was that attack good with the Eternal Witness? Because now your Renin 6 is guaranteed dead. I guess maybe you value the... I don't know. I feel like that's giving Raja too many choices, right? Because you can...
Yeah, good question. Maybe he assumed Raja would have an answer to Witness, but he might have made his life a little too easy.
Yeah, because now... Okay, well, Renin 6 dies by Vigilance.
Yeah, that does seem like a weird attack. I agree.
Oh, because Teferi Hero's in Fury range now.
Yeah.
Fury it. Because T has Fury in hand.
Is this where 80 card comes into play? You just have more spells than your opponent in your deck. You just run them out. Is that what's going to happen? Eventually, Raja's going to be deluging into a bunch of lands and scrying into more lands. He does have way less air than most lists, though, with multiple planeswalkers.
So much pressure.
And extra elementals.
Bolt and March in the hand of T alongside a Windswept Heath. Not looking great when this Kahira's pumping everything. Can't bolt the Subtlety. Untap. Draw a card. That was a Solitude.
There's a little war going on in Twitch chat right now between the blue-eyed believers and the blue-eyed doubters.
I think I saw Teferi Time Raveler.
I do
Boom.
like the pace of play. I will say both players have been playing quite fast.
Yeah. And from Raja's side, you know T has interaction because T didn't put Yorion into hand. Oh,
Yeah.
but Tef resolves.
One thing that Raja needs to keep in mind is that T might just have Emrakul in his main deck. So you don't want to give him more draw step than you need to, even if you feel like you have the game on lock.
So do you see value in minusing the Teferi Time Raveler here, like on maybe your own subtlety?
Yeah, possibly. It's usually a pretty solid play.
Yeah. Oh, masterful play. Bounce that subtlety. I draw a card. That's a land. Go to my end step, untap 2. Boom. Okay, Fury off the top. You kind of know that T doesn't have Emrakul, right? Because they would have cast it instead of the Fury. Okay, that's a Bolt. Bolt Kahira.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. That goes to the graveyard.
Kira was so huge this game.
Eternal Witness at the Tef. Oh wait, you can animate colony and still have subtlety backup. Ooh, oh yeah, you have to do it after combat because of Teferi Time Raveler.
Raja's like, sure, that's resolves. Do we know that he has hard counter, or is it just subtlety right now?
I think it's just subtlety and lands. The problem is now is Raja has the Deluges, so he can't whiff on draws because we know he still has loads of Archmage's Charms left in the deck. Even if he has just one counterspell is still good. Probably gonna bottom. That was a Teferi and a land, I think.
What about top?
Oh, okay. I probably looked at them wrong. Oh, is it Teferi and a Solitude? I think.
There's no way it was a land because you already had lands in play.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it was. So scrying 2 and then gonna untap. That's a Hall of Storm Giants. Top that, bottom the other thing. Untap my 2 lands. Yeah, this
Unless
is
the
just
land was specifically Auto War, I guess. Could see some
true.
value in that, but might still be worse than a random card.
Yeah. Now I've got an interesting question. How does this 4-color control player win? Because I think a lot of people who don't play Modern right now are looking at the board, looking at the lands, thinking this is unwinnable.
I feel like he must have Emrakul in his main deck if he's not conceding.
Emrakul the
Or
Promised End.
yeah, or you just maybe Blue Eye does run out of. Sometimes you have a good surprise. You're just invested to. Oops, Judge. I think that was honest mistake.
What happened?
Who tried to counterspell with the Fairy Time Raveler in play.
Oh, maybe he was joking around.
Yeah, although you're kind of invested, over half the round, you're like, well, I guess I'll give it a few more draw steps. Both players are playing fast anyways.
Okay, I've pushed Emrakul the Promised End up on the screen because I think a lot of people don't know what that card does. There we go. So, this is actually a card that many will think is jank or, whatever. But this Emrakul, the Promised End, is seeing a ton of play in Modern right now. And you know why? It's for the 4-color control mirror. When you're playing 80 cards, Eladamri's Call, Incidental Enchantments, Creatures, Planeswalkers, some decks even play Mishra's Bauble. It's very easy to not only cast the Emrakul but via hardcast, as well as using cards like Omnath, Locus of Creation. You make so much mana with Ren and 6 and Omnath that you want to dump it into something if you're playing against a mid-range deck. You can play one copy, your deck's 80 cards, so you can use things like Eladamri's Call, like I said, to find it when you need it. And then obviously you do have those situations where you're playing against Burn, it's in your opening hand, you mulligan to 5, it's in your opening 5, but again, you don't play it for that reason, you play it for matchups like this. So do you expect this to be in T's deck?
They usually play it when they're playing Traverso's Bubble because you get that extra artifact, that extra type to make it a little bit cheaper. We saw T playing Eladamri Skulls. I think I've seen Emrakul in the Eladamri Skulls version as well in the main. I expect him to definitely have it in his sideboard. It is kind of the mirror trump, or really good card against blue white. So yeah, I'm definitely expecting T to have one copy in the sideboard.
You know what
And
Raja has 4 copies of?
Ether Gust.
Yes. Why is this a card that you would want against 4-color Yorion?
It hits most of the threats. It hits pretty much everything but the Fairy Time Raveler, which is a huge downside. You get stuck with these gusts in hand when they're playing Teferi. It feels really bad, but helps against most of T's other cards, specifically Omnath. You can eventually maybe get rid of a Ren when it's in play. A common line is to wait for your opponent to fetch and to gust Ren in response to the fetch so that they don't just strike back right away. The danger is that once you're targeting permanents in play, you can get veiled, but I guess your entire deck's kind of getting veiled. And the upside is that if you're gusting a spell on the stack, Veil's no good against Gust, Veil's no good against Subtlety. So you're kind of hoping to snowball with Gust and your counters and into Subtlety and Solitude. That's Raja's plan. We know he has 3 Solitudes in the main as well as 2 Subtleties, and he has an extra one of each after sideboard. He goes down on Verdicts. He told us he either kept 1 or 0. So I like that strategy. I feel like that's something I was trying when I was playing Blue White. I was kind of trying both strats, relying more on Verdict and maybe bringing in Rest in Peace to deal with Ren and Emrakul as well as Traverse. I don't think Raja is bringing Rest in Peace in this matchup. I'm not even sure if he has them in his sideboard. We don't have the list, by the way. It's not an open decklist tournament. The players don't have perfect info, which is not always the case these days. So we don't know Raja's exact list for people wondering. But we do know that there's, 2 Jace, 2 5-mana Teferi, 2 Deluge, no Fire Ice. I think he does have Chalice in the main, and yeah, heavy on the, the Subtlety main deck, I guess, especially is not something you see a ton, and they were huge in game 1.
Yeah, definitely. And going into games 2 and 3, though, who do you think, on average, 4-color control versus blue white gets more value in the post-board games?
I think it should get better for T because of the card Veil of Summer and potentially Mystical Disputes as well.
You know what I see in T's hand? Looks
A
like
Ren
a
and
Veil of Summer to
6.
me.
Ooh. Ren and Veil is gonna be tough. Let's see it. I've been talking about it all day. Having free wins was Ren turn 2 as a 4-color player. Let's see if T makes it happen, or if I just look like a clueless caster.
T's gonna have it, but my guy Raj is gonna have the one of Spell Snare in his hand.
Crowd goes wild.
Imagine. I actually would pop off if Raja had a Spell Snare in his deck. Okay, I see multiple lands for T and an Omnath and a Veil of Summer. Is that to Fairy Time Raveler as well? Oh my gosh.
That is a stacked hand.
There's a Ren. Dang, unlucky for Raja. No Spell Snare. Fetch then goes back to hand. Raja fetches, probably getting a Triumph. That's a Triumph.
Yeah. So the best you can hope for right now is Prismatic Ending and hope there's no punish from T, but we know there's already a punish in the form of Teferi Time Raveler, so yeah.
Ooh, no ending. Bang. That's an abundant growth.
Yeah, and now we know that if he goes for the Gust play, he's ready for Veil of Summer, This is about to get ugly. He just doesn't have a choice. I mean, we see he's about to get wrecked, but
Can I read your Aether Gust? It does say target. Veil of Summer. Boom. That's another Omnath. So we know about Abundant Growth and the Flooded Strand. I even see an Eternal Witness. Oh my gosh, this hand is insane.
yeah, I don't know how Raja gets out of this mess. I'll be so impressed if he wins this game. I'll be shocked and impressed, and yeah.
I'm a believer. Twitch chat, can we get a 1 in the chat if you believe Raja can win the game? See how many believers we got.
Crickets.
Yeah, I
Mod
see
check.
no ones.
Mod check believer.
Oh, here we go.
Some
Oh,
insane
loads of 2s, -1. Oh my gosh.
some insane copium in chat.
No believers. No one's backing Raja. The heck? Mods, can we ban everyone that doesn't put a 1 in the chat, please? That's a Teferi Time Raveler. That's an Archmage's Charm. How unlucky. T doesn't have another Veil. Okay, big draw step. I do see a Jace. I see a land. I see a Teferi. Abundant Growth is not a land, so T only has 1 mana up. Do you plus the Jace?
I don't know, dude. It doesn't
You're over
matter.
it. Wow.
I'm not even looking at the board anymore. I'm just praying for a good hand for Raj in game 3.
I would brainstorm.
Totally biased caster over here.
There's an ending. So I do see a subtlety. So if T taps out for Omnath, you do have the subtlety and then prismatic ending on the Ren, right? And then we know that he has another Omnath in hand, but the J stays alive. There's no bolt. Okay, that's an endurance, doesn't do much. So T can go for Omnath. We got the subtlety. What's that? What just happened? Is this a fetch land?
Fetchland. We see Flusterstorm in T's deck in the sideboard, or in the deck while he was looking for a land.
I think that Raja has more of a chance than people are giving him. Come on, Raja, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, if somehow this Jace lives the turn.
Eternal Witness. Okay. I guess you could subtlety this.
Yeah,
I don't know if
could.
you want to, because you can just subtlety the Omnath, and they can't Veil of Summer it.
I mean, you gotta assume this is bait, right? But sometimes it's bait, and you still have to do, and you still can't afford it. Wow. Actual on-tap step was Jason play.
Look at this. Oh, I'm just thinking about next game. Come on, Raja, let's go. Do you have any 1s in the chat now? Come on.
Any ending? Do you see an ending in his hand?
Yeah, he had an ending from last turn, but he put it on top of his deck.
Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah.
I don't see any 1s. I guess I'm the only believer. So I see Archmage's... Oh, no land.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, he's screwed now. Yeah, he's lost. I mean, if Raja drew a land, he would have ending plus Archmage's Charm. But I think that it was a mistake to subtlety the endurance, because imagine if you just let the... Not endurance, sorry. The Eternal Witness.
Nah, I mean, then you get back to Fairy, and you have to subtlety the Teferi, and they have an extra 2/1. No, he did what he had to do, and it was best case scenario. T didn't have like a follow-up spell.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, this is rough. Okay.
Jace isn't play, but we see T is the lightning bolt draw, so he has a cheap answer to it for next turn. And it doesn't seem like Raja's gonna have quite enough mana to do what he needs to do. 5 mana to Fairy, but still no 5th land?
Yeah, no 5th land this Unless that's like an alternate art land I see in his hand? No, I don't know. What is that in the middle? Okay. Guess you... Oh, you plus, okay. I mean... If Raja can get another turn, I don't think he will, but... Because you got like Omnath, Fetch Land. You can't Yorion, but it's not... Nah, there's a Bolt. This is game over. And an Ewit. So you can like Bolt. Yeah, this is over. You know what the best thing to do when a game's about to be over is follow the stream. If you enjoy this stream, please, we'd very much appreciate you clicking that follow button. It's free to support. Oh, wait, what happened? Raja untapped? Oh, that's so smart. T's saving land drops to get the extra additional trigger from Omnath. $11 left on the clock for the round. Got a fetch land for T. You can deal 4 damage to Raja if you would like, but I think, honestly, I wouldn't mind Yorion at worst. What's this, expressive iteration? Okay.
Yeah.
A fluster in hand. Bolt into exile, and you cast the bolt. Oh, players are talking.
I wonder what happens if they draw. Do they knock each other out?
Have to see the standings.
I wonder what they're talking about, because I mean, T's down a game. I wonder what it looks like. Raja was asking him something to like speed up the game, like maybe concede, but not quite sure what. Maybe Anu can let us know what was going on.
Well, the only person that can concede is Raja, right? Because he's losing. But I think we're going to see a Yorion here, because you do have the abundant growth. So you draw 2, you draw 1 from Omnath, draw... Teferi gets ticked up as well, technically, because Yorion resets its loyalty. I mean, you have a very fast clock. Yeah, Yorion to hand, boom, cast it. Flicker my abundant growth, flicker my Omnath. Oh.
Less than 10 minutes in the round, but...
Boom. That address down. What is... Oh, those are Aether Gusts, aren't they? Multiple gusts. Don't forget, Teferi Time Raveler's on the table. Raja has to play at sorcery speed. Still no land as well, so... Yeah, this is definitely over. That's a dress down. That's a land.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Raja's not scooping. Kind of a bit like how maybe T-Chef scooped a few minutes early in game 1. I'm assuming a draw is really bad for them. What they can agree to, what I used to do a lot of going into these spots in game 3 was just agreeing with your opponent that if one of the players is clearly super ahead, the other would scoop. That like helps you out both, and the downside is that if you and your opponent have different different takes on what being very ahead looks like, you might get in spots where you would have scooped given the info, but your opponent decides to be like, I think it's still kind of close and I can still win. So you need to be kind of confident that you and your opponent are on the same page, and there's not gonna be any feel bad about it. But yeah, this is kind of weird to me.
Fluster. Probably should have used the veils in the graveyard. Go. Attack. Dead. Okay, going into game 3, I assume players are not gonna board unless Raj is gonna bring in or bring out verdicts. You did see the endurance there. Raja had an interview previously today against 4-color control. Took out verdicts, and when he saw endurances, he brought one verdict back in. Oh, we can see verdict on top of the deck as he's shuffling for sideboarding. Something is coming out, I believe.
Taking a look at the standings, they were 7 and 8 before the round, so Raja was a slightly better breakers. So that's a point in his favor, but he's only ahead by a little. I'm gonna try and figure out what happens if they draw.
Yep.
So if they draw, looks like there's 6 players that are going to be ahead of them no matter what. Even if breakers change in their favor, so that's 6 players they're not beating. And then you've got a couple players who could tie them, who have 3 losses and a draw already. But they have worse breakers, so they're probably safe on that front. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 players, so 5 can beat them. So I think a draw might actually. There's a chance a draw is actually okay for Raja, but bad for T if the breakers hold up. So yeah, I guess maybe that was going on. I don't know if they got a good look at the standings before the round, if they they kind of have a feel for what a draw could mean. But I guess that makes sense. Maybe Raja did the math and he saw that a draw was actually not that bad for him, that he could sneak it into 12, and that's why he didn't scoop in game 2, just playing out the game to its conclusion. It's totally allowed. As long as you're keeping your pace of play at a the same pace you've been playing and you're not slowing down, you're allowed to keep playing in the lost game because that a draw is fine for you. But yeah, top 12 makes the cut, with the top 4 getting a bye for the first round of elimination matches, meaning 5th through 12th play kind of the quarterfinals, and then I guess 8th, 8th of finals, round of 16. I guess you call it, except it's a round of 12. But yeah.
Okay, Blue Control being on the play here for game 3.
Yeah, and
See,
I
Archmage Storm and
believe
lands.
they only have like 3 or 4 minutes left in the round.
Oh. Boom. Counterspell. Go. That's an
Mercadian
Aether Gust.
counterspell.
Go.
Island, though, that's a little scary. You might just have a Mystic Gate in hand, though. Both players have been playing quite fast, I'll say quite fast and pretty accurately, honestly, for how many decisions they've had. I've been honestly really impressed by the level of play. Just really, really tight plays all day. I feel like you see more mistakes. I don't know. Maybe it was COVID. People got to hone their skills online, just play a ton of Magic. But yeah, the level has been really high.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything that I disliked. The only thing that I've disliked is my own lines on commentary. So players are definitely doing well. Seeing a lot of shuffling here.
Yeah, it is not easy. Yeah, you need to be really focused, and this is it's even truer when we're trying to do commentary on Arena. It goes so fast. If you're not like 100% zoned in and stuff, you miss a ton. and you get it wrong like one out of 2 times. But yeah,
Is this a missed fourth land?
yikes! Discard step.
Wow.
Can Raja
This would be
actually?
Raja's game if he scooped game 2. You care about that? Sure.
Depends on your hand. Definitely, it's just a Nether Gust. Seems like a good use of your cards.
Boom, Ren, counterspell. Untap, Jace. Boom. No veil. No veil up.
And there's a fetch land in graveyard.
Gust.
Not a gust. Ooh, but there's a
Fluster.
Fluster Storm.
Ooh.
That's huge. That's actually huge for T.
Subtlety.
Wow,
Okay.
that's massive commitment because that's not countering. It's just putting it back on top, costing you 2 really good cards. Subtlety and counter threat. It does make sense if you don't have land number 6 yet and you have something like a Jace or a Teferi. I don't hate it.
I think I see
it's
all
Jace,
3.
right? Wow.
Yeah, I see
Jace.
Jace Teferi Solitude.
He can plus 2. He can plus if he wants to and get rid of the Ren, but this time he decides to brainstorm, looking for land number 6. Potentially has another Gust or another counterspell in hand.
I saw multiple prismatic endings, but we do have a flooded strand, so they may be shuffled. Here comes the Ren. That's an Emrakul the Promise End off the top.
Yeah, a little ways away from Emrakul, but you never know.
And I see a Veil. Oh, Ren was bottomed. Sorry, there was no... Ren was bottomed, so the Jace Plus
Yeah,
wouldn't work. But, okay, Triome.
it's not a bad trade though. You're up a guard. You make them spend their turn just playing a lightning bolt. It's not too bad of a trade for Raja. Just
You know what
keep
ends the game
getting
quickly?
ahead.
Is Hall of Storm Giants off the top from Raja. Again. Boom. 3
Very
mana.
plus Kahira in hand, Solitude in hand, and the last card is Prismatic Ending, maybe.
No fourth land again for T. This is game out. Oh, wait. Is that... What's this on top?
Might be time in the round though. They gotta be
I
really
think
close
Hall
to
can
time.
win. I think Raja's gonna win on time.
Time is called though. I don't think he can deal. He's got to get free. At best, he has free attack steps.
Oh, true.
What is in
Yeah,
T's
maybe
hand?
Raja can't
Does
win.
he have anything actually relevant here? He drew a land, playing his own Teferi, which is
Okay. So this is turn 1. I think that Raja can try. I mean,
I have the feeling it's gonna be really hard with just free attack steps, but maybe.
I would just... Okay, well, the thing is with Raja, right? You're not losing. So I'm just like, try and win, bash with Hall. But that's me personally. Oh, wow. Attack Teferi Time Raveler. I guess you're thinking, look, let's be real. They're probably going to have way more creatures to block.
Yeah, maybe if he had land number 8, he could have gone Kahira plus Solitude this turn, but even that, he gets one gets bounced. Yeah, he's a few turns short probably of winning.
Twitch chat saying that Raja's trying to play to get T to concede, but you can just try and win so that T doesn't have to concede. Okay, Teferi Time Raveler off the top. Omnath.
Good Solitude, it was a
trigger.
trigger on the stack.
Yeah. Bye-bye, Kahira. Draw. And that was an Archmage's Charm? I mean, realistically, what... Yeah, I mean, this is just game over. Like 19 life. It's a draw.
Yeah, I don't think either. I don't think there's going to be any, concessions feature whatsoever because they could make it. Either of them could make it. It was a draw.
Definitely.
Like you don't want to knock. You usually don't want to knock each other out of top 12 as a draw, but if you both have a shot, I don't feel like it's even fair for Raja to really ask, honestly.
Yeah, I think that this should be I think Raja should have played for the win and taken the draw because
They both played fast. They both played they both played at a good pace, and it's unfortunate for Raja unless obviously they agreed before game 3 that someone's ahead. And also I'm not sure you're supposed to like show your hand and stuff, but yeah, Raja. Given what I saw from the standings, looked like Raja could still make it as the 12th seed.
we have no information on what happened concession-wise. We'll get that to you soon. But we are now tuning in to Yawgmoth Mirror. Okay, we have confirmation from the table. It has been a draw. No one conceded as 4-color control versus blue-white.
Yeah.
But now we are watching this match. Scavenging Ooze attacking in for 4 with Exalted.
Yeah, Yawgmoth's mirror match. Can't say I've ever played this matchup before, given that I don't think I've ever played Yawgmoth in the first place. Both players playing for top 12 as well. They were a bit lower in the standings, so I believe a draw would be pretty bad for them. But yeah, they're in game 3. And this is almost definitely recorded, so there's no reason to think they're necessarily going to draw or that in a time rush. Yeah, let's try to figure out what's going on. Couple hierarchs. The Ooze on Liam's side, I gotta be really good in the matchup. There's not a ton of removal in the Yogg's deck. It's Gris and Gris can get rid of it. I guess Yogg, but it seems kind of rough to get rid of an Ooze with a Yogg. We see no care for the Ooze, just gets sacked as fodder for what should be a Yawgmoth, I'm assuming. I'm not sure why you would sack Ooze over Hierarch if it wasn't to get Yawgmoth. We might see a bird die here. We might see a Hierarch trade for a bird and a card. Yeah, sure.
So there's a little bit of time to kill, so I'm tuning in here. This is Anu. This is our time-shifted match as a heads up. Both players were featured earlier today. Liam today, and then Rodney was one of our primary features in day 1. So this is game 3, and actually I wanted to ask you how important play draw is in this matchup, because Liam won game 1, Rodney won game 2, and I have to feel like the mana advantage is very important in this matchup.
Yeah, it makes sense if it's. They can hear you, right, Aaron?
Yeah. Is this,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I would assume, whoever gets Yogs into play first might be at a huge advantage. So it makes sense that being on the play is good. There's not a bunch of disruption, right? So, I don't know, man. I've never played the matchup before. I've never even seen the matchup before.
Three blue-white mages walk into a bar. Yeah.
Well, I think it's down to Gris the Hunger Tide and Eldritch Evolution and Chord of Calling. So it's really down to who nut draws the other person, right? It's kind of like a burn mirror. I mean, you'd rather be on the play in the burn mirror, but you'd also rather have all the 1-drops in the burn mirror. Kind of similar in the Yawgmoth, right? You want to be the first person to cast the big boom boom, and the person who's most likely going to spend the most mana is the person on the play. Or the person who gets the heavy hitter down is going to be the person on the play. As well as commenting on the actual game, I actually really like this Yawgmoth play. I understand Scavenging Ooze is great, but what's even better is both Yawgmoth players knows how the Yawgmoth players work, and the Yawgmoth deck works best when you have a load of mana dorks in play. So if you know how much mana you need in your hand, but you don't know how much, like Liam doesn't know how much mana Rodney needs. So you'd rather limit Rodney on as much mana as possible and know that you have the mana for what you need than to kind of hold Scavenging Ooze. As well as
for sure.
Gris the Hunger Tide, for example. if you remove all the clunky creatures, Grist doesn't do that much. So I really like this play. What's actually funny is Yawgmoth has protections from creatures. Protection from humans. You know what Yawgmoth is? A human. So when both Yawgmoths are on the table, it's extremely awkward and funny to watch. Grist the Hunger Tide is definitely a key card in this matchup. Port of Calling is great in this matchup. As we saw, Eldritch Evolution is also great. So I'm very interested to see how this game plays out. Not
Yeah,
too sure
and
who was on the play though.
I expected to see a Strangleroot Geist tutor up there, but I think it's Zapatra, except I
Yeah.
don't remember what that card does exactly.
It's like when a creature gets a -1/-1 counter. Here, I've got it up. I'll push it to the. Oh no,
It's not
it's
going to work on the.
Hepatra something. I
Yeah,
will try.
Hepatra is the name of the card, but I'm assuming it's really good in the mirror because he could have gotten some value, getting maybe Strangleroot Geist and hope to draw another Undying creature, but he went straight for Hepatra.
I've pushed it to the overlay. Oh, I don't think we can pull it up though because this is the backup feature.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my mistake.
When it
But
deals
I'll.
combat damage, you may put the minus. Okay, I don't think that part is what we care about. Whenever you put one or more -1/-1 counter on a creature, create a snake token. So you
So
just keep getting creatures, just infinite creatures, as long as you're killing creature as well. So it's really
yeah.
good against creature decks. Game. Yeah, mirror match. Hepatra apparently is the tech to snowball out of control, and congrats to Liam Carlton, who locks his spot in the top 12. Unfortunately for Ronnie Bedell, that's gonna be the end of the road for him. And yeah, we're gonna have a sweat. I think Raja and T are most likely gonna have a sweat for that 12 slots. Apparently, we already have the standings.
All right. I hope you all can hear me. Yeah, perfect. So, let's see. Can I borrow one of your phones to read the standings? All right, thank you. Perfect. So, I'm looking at the standings right now. Hopefully, the audio in the background won't go over it. But top 4 in first place, Andrew Vorel, undefeated this event, scooped the last round to second place, who is Corey Baumeister, who you should watch twitch.tv/CoreyBMTG. Ross Merriam, who we've been following all day, third place. And Daniel Staup, who I believe we also had on feature today earlier, fourth place. Rounding out the top 12, we have Stephen Francis, Derek Davis, Liam Carlton, who just won, David Nolan, Tyler Thurman, Quinn Shipman, who we had on feature as well. And the last 2 slots go to X31s in 11th place, T. Thibault, and in 12th place, Raja Suleiman. So all the X31s made it in. Turns out that match was completely for sweats and giggles only, but congratulations, everyone. Let's see, one thing I want to do, I'm going to add this to the scene here. So Gabe and Harry, your mics are live right now. I'm going to transition you two out because we're going into the elimination rounds and we have 2 sets of casters, 2 casters coming in, very proficient. But before we do that, Gabe, Harry, thank you so much for joining. Where can people find you if they want to reach out to you or follow your content or just interact with you in the future?
So I think we should give a first shout out to Midweek Metagame. For those who don't know, Gabriel and I have a podcast with Patrick Robertson or Get Smart on Twitch. Every Wednesday we do a modern metagame breakdown plus any decks that we've played. It's Midweek Metagame under any podcast app. Yeah, where can we find you on Twitch?
Yeah, twitch.tv/yellowhat. I stream pretty much every day. And yeah, mostly that. Where can we find you, Harry?
You can find me on YouTube, clickbaiting everyone. YouTube, Harry MTG. I'm Harry MTG everywhere. But most importantly, please check out Midweek Metagame. I put the link in the Twitch chat if that's okay.
Yeah.
We
are
love
definitely
making
not
content.
done. Yeah, we're definitely not done for the day. We've got the final rounds of the tournament coming up. The top 12 is going to be Jim and Nicole taking over, but it was a pleasure. It was really fun. I hadn't done commentary in a long time, and I'm sure we'll be back.
Yeah, thank you so much, Anna, for having us. Been a great stream. Thank you everyone for tuning in as well. Don't forget, more magic to come. Click the follow button, but that's going to be it for Gab and I now.
All right, welcome back, everybody. The top 12 is getting seated right now, so we're going to find out what the move is here moving forward. As a heads up, in order to stream the top 12, all 12 players must agree to being featured under camera on the stream, and that hasn't been a problem before. Haven't gotten confirmation yet. Am I a little bit nervous? Who knows? But I have some good news, right? We have Jim Davis and Nicole Callahan now sweeping into coverage to cover the next 4 rounds or whatever we can get, and it's going to be great. Jim Davis, full-time Magic content creator on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and even TikTok, and that's awesome. I feel like expanding into all these future forms of content, very good. Nicole Callahan, also star-studded Magic content creator and player. I believe captain of Team Arclight, or co-captain of Team Arclight on the VML production team. And I didn't mention this, but they have dogs, and their dog's name is Karn, which is super sweet. So I am going to transition over to Jim and Nicole. Please take it away. I'm going to press a button first, but let's see. What is it? This one? Nice.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the action. We are about to get into the elimination rounds of day 2 of the SCGCON Columbus Modern 20K. Cutting to top 12. Now, top 12 is definitely an interesting thing. It's been in Magic's history. We cut to top 8, but now we have a top 12. So it's kind of like a wild card round we got going on here. What are your thoughts on that, Jim?
I think it works out really well, because the issue often with the last round of tournaments is that there are players who are not incentivized to play Magic, whether it's a draw, even a concession or something like that. So by giving the top 4 players of the event this benefit of getting a bye essentially into the first round of the playoffs, to use your sports analogy, it makes a lot more players want to play, and therefore makes the last round much more interesting. And of course, that makes for a better tournament overall. So I'm all about it.
Yeah, I like calling it like a wild card rather than like a play-in or something. Personally, my favorite part about it is that instead of being like ninth on breakers, now you're unlucky 13, right?
That is true. that does work out well, or not well, depending on who you are.
Or not well. I'm not really sure, but I think it's really cool. Like you said, it gives a little something extra to play for at the end. And like I said, our players are playing for a piece of a $20,000 prize pool. So everybody that we're going to see from here on in is going to get paid. But only our top 4 are going to this coming November, which is an exciting thing on the horizon as well.
Yeah, I'll be there. So we got to get some people to join me.
Super exciting. So do you want them to join you, or are we scouting out the competition here? Or?
It's funny because obviously I'm good friends with Corey and Ross. I believe they're both qualified already, having both won RCQs with the same deck they're both playing in this tournament. Kind of the weird, the Is It Breach deck or Jeskai Breach deck. And it's kind of cool to see a deck that is not really an established part of the metagame, quote unquote. You don't see it that often online or in tournaments, but seeing a player who just keeps playing it over and over and over again and doing well with it. Ross did well in Baltimore with it, won his RCQ with it. It just keeps winning and winning and winning. And it's cool when you see a player who has a deck that's not being replicated, but they just can't stop winning, which is awesome. So they're already there. I don't think the invites pass down. I'm not sure how that works exactly. So they might be a dream crushing for some folks, but yeah, a lot of money for first place. Got to go for the trophy and got to get it done.
Right. First place taking home $3,000 this weekend. And like you said, both Ross and Corey, very impressive runs for them. Both have buys into the top 8 here with their Jeskai Breach deck. Now, Underworld Breach was kind of like a flash in the pan, I feel like, in Pioneer decks for a little bit there. Kind of like came and went. But in Modern, I feel like, was this deck totally unexpected this weekend? Did people still not prep for it? Like you said, we've seen Corey and Ross have success with this deck in past weeks. Ross most recently playing it in the team event in SCG Baltimore just a couple weeks back.
Losing the finals, by the way. In case
Losing
you
the
didn't know how that one went.
I wasn't going to say it.
I was actually. But yeah, I mean, it's honestly, the Underworld Bridge is a really weird card. It's obviously a really, really powerful card, but it's kind of hard to know how you want to use it exactly because it's just so weird. And Ross found a really good way to use it as both a combo piece and just build a deck around it that doesn't need to combo to win too. So let's go right to our game here.
Yes. enough about Jeskai Breach, as we will have the opportunity to watch both of those players later on in the top 8. Right now, we're going to watch our 8th seed versus our 9th seed, David Nolan versus Tyler Thurman. And we see David playing out a Spiral Canal and a Ragavan to follow that up. And
a fellow chucker, eh?
We got two monkeys staring each other down right now on the battlefield. We'll see what David decides to do here. Offer up a monkey for a monkey?
It looks like we got Is It Murktide for David, and we see a Den of the Bugbear for Tyler. To see what's going on. We don't have full deck list. This is a closed deck list event, so we're going to see. We get to learn as long as you find folks out there watching.
We see that Bauble come down on the side of David as Ragavan will come into the red zone, offering it up to Tyler. We'll see what Tyler decides to do here, and it looks like willing to block and trade. So both Ragavans head to the bin, and David making a second land drop. Steamben's untapped.
Big two.
Going down to 18. And what will the follow-up be here? Oh, another Ragavan.
He's back.
Monkey. All the monkey business here on the battlefield. Pass over to Tyler, who will draw a land for turn. Gonna take a look at what's going on in Tyler's hand. Looks like a fetch land coming down.
I think we got a little bit of scamming going on here.
I think that might be where we're going. Rakdos Scam.
So Scam, of course, is a deck based around Grief and Fury, two of the pitch elementals from Modern Horizons 2, and uses cards like Undying Evil and Rebirth, or whatever it's called, to flicker them back into play and reuse them twice early, and has very, very powerful potential openings.
As we see Spell Pierce protecting the hand of David here, and going to pass the turn right back as Tyler. No follow-up there. It looks like the way is clear for Ragavan to come through, bringing Tyler down to 18. Ragavan will trigger. Let's take a look at that top card. Seasoned Pyromancer. Not a bad hit.
Yeah, definitely a pretty good hit. Hitting a castable off Ragavan is always great, but there are, of course, counterspells in David's deck, so David might want to just leave that there and keep the counterspells up. We'll see what he wants to do.
We see a Murktide in David's hand. It looks like about 3 cards in hand for David as they are thinking about what to do here with that Seasoned Pyromancer. It is kind of tempting, get a little more board presence maybe.
Yeah, the weird thing is that, of course, Pyromancer is a force to discard. You have to discard 2 cards. So if David's already happy with his hand, I mean, it's not really worth casting his counterspells up. And right now, Ragavan's in the clear. Of course, there was no Lightning Bolt, no Unholy Heat there to kill it. So Ragavan kind of just doing its thing and try and keep that train rolling.
Right. Let me see. Pass back to Tyler. It looks like David's hand right now is Counterspell, Archmage's Charm, and a Murktide.
Pretty good. All rolled up.
All rolled up. And we'll see Tyler dropping down to 14 here. See what kind of board presence Tyler can commit as he looks at his hand again. See quite a few lands, but maybe see Seasoned Pyromancer of their own.
Yeah, I mean, the fear, of course, is that Tyler knows David didn't cast the Pyromancer, so there has to be a counterspell here probably. So Ragavan's probably getting another hit in, and Ragavan's a card that snowballs really, really well. So every time it hits, things get worse and worse and worse. But gonna go for the Pyromancer, and it's gonna get counterspelled. So not a great start for Tyler.
Right now, and would David be worried about some of these elementals coming out and hitting the battlefield without any way to keep them on the battlefield, seeing a Grief or a Fury or something like that? Does David even care about that at this point?
I mean, I don't think so. I mean, without the scam trick of like getting it in play, Tyler will be 2 for 1 himself. And if 2 cards for a Ragavan, if it's a 1-mana Himba Torok that also dealt some damage, that's pretty good. So I'd imagine that Tyler would do it if possible. If there was a Fury and a red card in Tyler's hand, it probably would have killed the Ragavan just because you can't let Ragavan keep hitting you. I mean, I see 5 mana up for David. Counterspells are up. This looks very, very good for David in David's spot.
Yeah, and we see Tyler dropping down to 12 from that Ragavan hit, and David just keeping up all the mana, 2 treasures, so all the mana at their disposal. But just saying go. Draw, attack with my monkey, and go. We see Tyler here.
I believe it's an Inquisition of Kozilek. Of course,
Inquisition.
haven't done much paper coverage since all of the alternate arts have come out. So this is an adventurous battlefield for us.
Yes. And we'll see what David decides to do here. Definitely a decision to be made. As we know, there are counterspells in David's hand, and we see Archmage's Charm to come down and try to take to draw 2.
Okay, so this is kind of just David saying, you know what, my hand's fine. I'm gonna have more cards than you. You take 1, but I want more than that.
And we see the hand being revealed here: Murktide, Lightning Bolt, Mishra's Bauble, and an Expressive Iteration. Now, if you were Tyler, what are you looking at here? What are you most scared of?
Depends on what's Tyler's next thing this turn. You know, like the Iterations has been the best card in hand that can be taken. Obviously, Murktide can't be hit by Inquisition. So Iteration's the best card, quote unquote. You know, but is there a blocker that needs to block the Ragavan's? The Bolt needs to stay, kind of thing. You know, I mean, the Bubble's probably not a choice. So it takes Iteration, which makes sense. But now this follow up here is really, really important. So the coast is clear for another Pyromancer or a blocker or something like that. But this Ragavan is going to need to be stopped, and then the Murktide needs to be stopped also.
We see a follow-up of Thoughtseize, which can take the Murktide if need be, and it looks like that is going to be the quick choice here.
All right, so yeah, now kind of clearing this board up. Unfortunately, Crocs is not able to stop the Ragavan, but at this point now, Tyler has mostly ripped David's hand apart and can try and start that comeback going. I think a lot of this game is going to hinge on what Ragavan reveals next turn.
Yes, we see Tyler already at a precarious 10 life. Ragavan has been doing some work, as have the Shocklands and Thoughtseizes from Tyler's side, as we see Lightning Bolt hit the bin from David off of that Croxa trigger, untapping and going back to David's turn, who will draw a counterspell.
Good draw. So tear the hand apart. You can't Thoughtseize top of the deck, though.
And we see Ragavan getting in. So Tyler down to 8, flipping over Liliana.
That's a pretty interesting one. So there's 1 card in hand for Tyler. So the Liliana could be cast to get rid of the 1 card in Tyler's hand and David's Bauble, and then the counterspell up. But Liliana's not really great on the Izzet side. Izzet player wants to have cards in their hand. So I'm curious to see how things are going to play out here.
I mean, is there a part where, like, obviously the Rakdos player also kind of wants to have cards in hand a bit, maybe for their not being able to do their game plan? I guess with a Croxa in the bin, perhaps discarding not so great.
Yeah, I think the Rakdos player is just much better set up to have Liliana in play. You know, the Rakdos player kind of wants to be empty-handed, use the escape, use the creature lands, whereas the counterspells don't function unless they're in hand. So
it looks like Liliana and Fable of the Mirror Breaker are the 2 cards in hand for Tyler at the moment. We slam in either one of these?
I mean, I think it's got to be Liliana to get rid of Ragavan, probably. You know, and it's kind of cool seeing the hidden, third mode of Liliana here. David played Liliana and just didn't use it, which I think is often, honestly, the right play, because you don't necessarily want to use either side of it, but you have it for later. So the resource is there to use later, but it doesn't need to be used right this second.
Yeah, so we see Tyler trying to play that Liliana. David says nope. So pass the turn back to David with an active Liliana on 3, and Ragavan still ready to get into the red zone, and across it comes again.
Yeah, it's a lot of hits for Ragavan. Ragavan's hit now almost 5 or 6 times, so a lot of cards available, a lot of mana available. Still kind of like riding the wave here without another threat. Oh, never mind. Just kidding. Counterspell into Murktide, runner, perfects for David, and that's probably going to mostly seal things up here.
Yeah. We see David sorting through their graveyard to see exactly how many instants or sorceries they would like to exile to make this Murktide just a bit bigger. And it's a 1 or a 6. So, double Murktide.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
I see how it is.
This is going, huh?
Yeah.
So
the last few draws have been very, very kind to David.
They have
and now the hand empty. Now David's like, okay, I can play the Jundee empty-handed game too. This is what the board's gonna look like.
All right. And now you can go.
Yeah.
So Tyler, I'm gonna scoop them up, and we're gonna head right into game number 2 here, as David Nolan on Izzet Murktide takes down game number 1 pretty convincingly.
Yeah, that was about as good as it gets, I think, if you're an Izzet Murktide player. I guess the first Ragavan didn't get there. But Ragavan 2 went unopposed, countered a number of important spells, Murktides at the right times. It did feel like a House of Cards in some ways, though, where, like, if that Ragavan had been dealt with, or, a Pyromancer had resolved, or at any point the Ragavan snowball had stopped rolling, I think things could have shifted into Tyler's favor pretty quickly. There's a Crocs in the graveyard is available as well. So there were certainly options. So definitely worked out very well for David in that game, but we'll see how game 2 and 3 pan out.
Sure. And as David goes into sideboarding here, now we're saying if that Ragavan had been dealt with, which I imagine there are plenty of ways to deal with Ragavan in the Rakdos scam deck. is Ragavan getting shaved? Are we considering cutting it? What are your go-to cards that need to be in this deck for this matchup, and what cards do you think you need not so much?
I think the match is going to be all about cards. So Expressive Iteration will be very, very important on just making sure you're picking up cards, keeping ahead of the discard spells. I don't know if they can afford to take out Ragavan, honestly, even if it is not as good. Also, I mean, they might actually be on Rakdos mid-range and not scam. We saw no real scam cards in that game. There's a lot of like Liliana, Pyromancer. These are all cards that are like, kind of fringe cards in the scam deck. But obviously main elements of the mid-range deck. So we didn't see any Furies, didn't see any Griefs, didn't see any Undying effects. So might just be mid-range. And the big thing is that normally the big hitter in the Murktide deck is obviously Murktide Regent. And the Rakdos decks, depending on how many Terminates they have, actually have a clean answer. Some Rakdos let's play up to 4 Terminates. And having a clean answer to Murktide, whose main benefit is it's very, very hard to kill. You can't Fatal Push it. You can't Prismatic Ending it. You can't kill it with burn spells, So normally Murktide is unassailable again in a lot of matchups, but for Rakdos, they have a lot of ways to kill it. So I think things, on paper should favor the Rakdos deck, but the Murktide deck is very, very good, as you saw in that game.
Yes, and there is a reason we play the games.
Exactly, yeah. That is true.
Do you think we're going to see any graveyard hate here on either side?
Yeah, I think we probably will. The Izzet deck is interesting. They have moved away from Dragon Raid Channeler a little bit, moving into Ledger Shredders. They're a little less graveyard reliant. The thing is that most of the black-red graveyard hate will be kind of one-shotty, wouldn't necessarily be, unless they have Leon of the Void, which could be possible. But I think that the graveyard definitely will be under attack on both sides, probably to an extent. Croxa on one side, Murktide on the other. I think it's going to be a resource battle, honestly. It's going to be mostly all about just who can accrue more resources. Can the Izzet Murktide player mitigate the discard spells from Rakdos? And then can Rakdos keep the threats off the board? I think if the board is clear and it's still it's turned like 5 or 6, it's looking good for Rakdos.
We did see multiple discard spells from the side of Tyler. It was just a matter of them either resolving or ending up on the side of David, like Liliana of the Veil. So
yes,
we saw multiple Inquisitions and Thought Seizes, but David was able to handle those and keep card advantage on their side. And we're taking a quick look here at our backup match, our 7th seed versus our 10th seed. We've got Liam Carlton on Golgari Yawgmoth and Quinn Shipman on Amulet Titan. So an interesting one, depending on how games number 2 and possibly 3 go here. Again, David against Tyler. We'll see if we get to peek into this match once again later. It looks like this board state is getting more complicated at the moment.
Yeah, it's looking very, very good for Liam. So Yawgmoth already in play, now courting for another piece, Undying Creature in play, and a Vizier of Remedies. Ooh. So that I believe mitigates the -1/-1 counters. So the Yawgmoth can kind of keep doing his thing with the Undying Creatures. And at 17 life, I think this is what it takes to go off for Liam. I feel like the Yawgmoth deck always confuses me a little bit. I feel like they, at times, it looks like they should go off and they don't, or it looks like they shouldn't go off and they do. But at 16 life, usually life is the mitigating factor, because how much life you have is how deep you can go with Yawgmoth. So at 16 life, I think Liam's probably in good shape here.
Yeah, I usually look at them, and if they have 2 of their good pieces out there and they've got 6 creatures, I'm pretty sure I'm dead. But I kind of just let them kill me. I'm like, all right, this is, and we're, I would be doing the same thing. I'd be like, can I read that real quick?
Yeah, so what's that thing do? I haven't done as an Amonkhet draft in, a while, so.
But you have to read it like a book, because you have to read that, and then I've got to reread Yawgmoth, and then I've got to reread, and be like, okay, so this is how this goes chapter 1 into chapter 2 into chapter 3.
It's like a choose your own adventure. But,
exactly. But
all the endings are usually bad.
Oh no. Yeah, looks like Liam just doing their thing. So we're gonna pop back over to our main match here. David Nolan on Izzet Murktide and Tyler Thurman on Rakdos as we dive into game number 2 here. David up a game on the Izzet Murktide deck. We see just a couple lands.
Yeah, interesting seeing a tap land from Tyler. No turn one discard spell. So I feel like it's a big difference in all the Thoughts Easy decks. So do they have a discard spell on one? Yes or no? And that completely changes the texture of the game.
I mean, is there a world where Tyler would have a discard and not want to cast it on one.
I couldn't imagine one, honestly.
We'll see Ragavan back on the board, but quickly taken care of.
All right, so
Not making that mistake again.
that's big for Tyler, honestly. Again, I think Tyler's the control deck here, and the Murktide deck is the aggro deck. So as long as Tyler keep the board clear and kind of keep the cards flowing, should be decent for them.
Definitely an interesting draw here. We see Liliana coming down. Ragavan the draw on Tyler's side as well.
I think this is the matchup where Liliana's going to shine too, because Izzet's the kind of deck that usually has one singular threat in play. So having an easy way to kill it and leave a resource in play is good. And like we were saying in the last game, Liliana is the kind of card that favors Tyler's deck. Tyler's deck is built to play empty-handed. David's deck is not.
We'll see a consider from David's side in response to Liliana binning that Dragon Rage Channeler. So Lily allowed to come down. 3 counters, and we'll see if Tyler goes to activate. But it looks like just going to pass.
Oh, we see the hidden mode from Tyler's side as well. The no activate on Liliana. That's a bit surprising to me. I mean, Tyler must really, really like their hand.
Yes. So we'll see David tapping 2 here. Looks like a handful of gas. We got a couple of pairs here. Expressive Iteration.
I mean, this is the path for David for sure.
Well, that's one of the better plays you can have on turn number 3 before you make your land drop here. Feels pretty good. Great card advantage in this matchup, which you had said was very important here.
Yeah, anytime David can go plus a card is huge, because it makes Liliana worse, obviously, and then just it's going to be a resource battle. If David can have more cards at the end, that's going to do it.
Yep, and hitting that Misty off the Expressive Iteration, going to play that and pass the turn. No cracks, no nothing. Tyler will untap and draw. Thoughtseize the draw for turn here. So we'll see 4th land hitting the battlefield real quick. A Ragavan, a Thoughtseize, and something else in hand. We're going to start with a Liliana Plus.
All right, going up. A lot of choices for David.
Mm-hmm. Looks like double Archmage's Charm in hand. And it looks like one of... Oh,
is that a charm?
I think it was one of the Archmage's Charms that just hit the bin. And the Thoughtseize going to go to the bin for Tyler.
This is a little bit interesting sequencing, because Torok does have the ability where whenever your opponent discards a card, it gets bigger. So by Lilianaing first, we lose out on that trigger, but still a pretty backbreaking play here. So this is the anti-expressive iteration, honestly, where your Izzet Murktide player is likely to tap out on turn 3 or 4 for an iteration and tap off counterspell mana, and then Torok can come down and get those cards and put a big threat in play.
Yeah, and it looks like happy to do it. So a good board presence here already from Tyler. Active Liliana and Torok on the battlefield. Passing turn.
Good hits too. It looks like Liliana. Expressive Iteration and Dress Down with the random discards from Torok, because Torok is random discard.
It is, and we'll see that Misty going to the graveyard.
So I think that the thought process for Tyler, what might have been that I value them possibly discarding like a Bolt or some card that seems not great in like a back and forth resource battle.
Right.
Discard that to Liliana, then I can play with Torok and have it live rather than trying to get the extra counter on it. That might have been the thought process.
Oh, it was very well played. Very well navigated.
Well, we'll see, because that might not pay off here, because there isn't a Braid in hand for David.
Ooh.
So it might end up backfiring, where trying to get David to discard their removal spell pre-Torok, because there aren't a ton of things for David to kill, really. I think that the card advantage cards are by far the most important. I'm actually very surprised that David discarded the Archmage's Charm, because I think anything that goes plus a card seems very, very good here.
Yes, and we'll see what David's follow-up will be here on turn 4. It's like starting with a land, Polluted Delta onto the battlefield. It's like not too much. Is that Archmage's Charm, Ragavan?
I see a Charm. Looks like an Iteration and a Braid.
A Braid.
And maybe a land.
That's what I thought was Ragavan.
So a Braid will be able to take down this Torok, which is pretty big, because Torok's kind of card where it starts to grow slowly. And of course, red removal can't kill large things usually, Unholy Heat aside. So
we'll see a Ragavan from the side of Tyler being dashed in. The quick monkey.
It's a very, very fast monkey.
That is a fast monkey. And now
Tyler's saying, let's give him something else to shoot at.
David has a choice to make here. Could counter the monkey, could try to just kill the monkey, could kill the Turok here. What do you think you would do in David's shoes?
It's tough, because the Turok is going to grow with Liliana. So we see Ragavan's going to resolve, and Liliana Plus is the last card for Tyler in hand, but now we see the Abrade. So looks like Ragavan's going to get through here. The question is, how good is it going to be? And of course, by dashing it, the mana is committed this turn and then next turn also. So putting it back in hand is a little bit awkward.
Right, and we do see Torok hit the graveyard as Ragavan goes face, flipping a Murktide Regent. It's an interesting one.
We see 4 cards in the graveyard that is castable, I think. Right? I'm sorry, there's only one treasure. My bad. Because you have to actually use the blue.
You don't have the blue.
Yeah, Ragavan is not like other steel cards where you can pay any color of mana. So close, but not quite.
They should have made it like that, right? Don't you think?
Yeah, Ragavan, I think that it's
not powerful.
Power level wise, it probably could use a little bit of a boost. You know, I think Ragavan, it's a cool card, but
tiny monkey.
It's a fun design, but you really got to push the power level of the fun designs, make sure they see play. So
exactly. We see a draw for turn land on the side of David, still an expressive iteration and an Archmage's Charm in hand. We'll see the expressive iteration start things off here. David is at 13 life. Tyler, Liliana at 5. Is there a point where David starts to actually worry about a Liliana, like a Liliana Ultimate, or staying on the board too long?
I don't think the Ultimate's that important, but I think the Liliana just being on the board is very important because, again, David's deck is very built on singular threats. Just get one thing in play and then play it. Now, Unholy Heat can deal with Liliana here, so that is the answer that David was looking for. But with a Liliana in play, David can't really play a threat.
Right. So we see the Unholy Heat off of that expressive iteration going to take care of Liliana. But shields are kind of down now on David's side as well. Tyler with only 1 card in hand.
It's that monkey.
It's the monkey.
That sneaky monkey.
See land tapped and just a single blue open as David passes the turn back to Tyler. You're going to dash out the monkey.
So I think that this time Tyler wants to hit a Murktide. Now you want the Murktide. It's going to be a land or a spell pierce. Sure.
Do you want to cast that?
Yeah, high variance for Ragavan for sure. Guess who's back? Now I don't love the sequencing here. I guess spell pierce kind of made up for it, but
sure.
Because spell pierce, if in hand for David, could have tagged the Liliana by doing it this way. But if Ragavan was second, it couldn't. So
we'll see Consider hit the bin off of the Liliana discard and passing the turn back to David, who is at 11 life at the moment. We'll see what David decides to do here. I'm not sure exactly what the draw was for turn. Trying to hide it.
Yeah, this is like I was saying last turn. I mean, Liliana being in play in a large loyalty makes it very hard for David to play a threat. And David found the answer last time with the Unholy Heat, but now it's the same problem again.
Dashing in a Ragavan of their own. David going to get into the red zone with a quick monkey. And Tyler taking the first damage of this match, going down to 18.
All right, so there's a Dothy Voidwalker, I believe, so also uncastable. So uncastables for both players off Ragavan.
Right. It's only fair.
Now the awkward part, though, is it goes back to hand, of course, so Liliana can eat away at it.
Right, and now, is there a world where it's possible, like where Tyler or David maybe should have just passed the Ragavan and let it be out on the battlefield, or was it that important to dash on either side, or more important for one side than the other?
It feels bad for David to just like cast Ragavan because then Liliana probably just eats it.
Right.
So like Liliana only has so many shots, obviously, but I think that the play there for David was just trying to hit something big off Tyler's deck. A Seasoned Pyromancer, just some sort of like multiple threat thing to kind of get on the board. Voidwalker unfortunately missed.
Yes, and we see that Archmage's Charm, draw 2, so able to discard a Mishra's Bauble to the Liliana Plus. And Ragavan getting in, finding another Ragavan. It's a monkey party here. And a pass back of the turn. We know David with a Ragavan of their own in hand, an expressive iteration, and Dragon Rage Channeler, the draw for turn here.
Yeah, I mean, again, getting 2 things in play against Liliana is a way to kind of work towards beating it, but still difficult because it's just going to eat it. And that was really good. The iteration's fantastic.
Yes. So we'll see Dragon Rage Channeler, the expressive iteration, triggering the Surveil here and taking a look.
I see another Unholy Heat.
Yes.
That's huge. Unholy Heat, I mean, just showing how unbelievably good it is. Taking down Primeval Titan, taking down 5 Loyalty Planeswalkers, just an unbelievably powerful red card.
And a Ledger Shredder to boot, as well as a Dress Down. So it looks like the Unholy Heat will go to hand Ledger Shredder to the exile pile that can be cast this turn.
This is exactly what David needed. So now multiple threats and an answer to Liliana is just really, really good. Now, Shredder can't get a counter because it's the second spell played this turn, but I imagine the Heat will tag Liliana. And now it's 2 threats to 0, and the 1 card in Tyler's hand is basically null. So looking really, really good for David. Definitely those iterations, as they usually do, finding a lot of really good cards off the top.
Right, Ledger Shredder does a pretty good job shutting down any Ragavan attacks here.
Yep, and the Channeler is also going to be a 3/3 as well, at least on defense for 1 turn. Not a card that plays defense too often, but playing defense this turn. So David is very well D'd up, and Tyler needs a big draw here.
And it doesn't look like it will be, as it is just a land and then the Ragavan that we all know in hand.
Now there might be a creature land hiding in there somewhere. I have no idea. Who can tell at this point? I don't believe there is, though.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah.
I believe there's a Takanuma, but I don't believe there is a creature land. No.
And then here we go. So yeah, David. Things have worked out pretty well for David this game. There's a Fable. Yeah, I think it's basically like a card like Seasoned Pyromancer off the top for Tyler here, or I think that's all she wrote. And the cast Fable now is great too. Yes. So real snowballing advantage.
That triggers the Ledger Shredder and the Dragon Rage Channeler. So David gets to do some filtering of the top of their deck. Taking a look here. It looks like they want to do the Ledger. They did the Dragon Rage Channeler first and then the Ledger Shredder. So they kept whatever it was on top. It was a Bolt, drew it, and then discarded it to Ledger Shredder. So Ledger Shredder going to get a little bit bigger here.
So rude when you steal your opponent's card and then ask them for the token to steal that one too. I stole your card. I have a token that goes with it too. Okay, I guess. Yeah. This is a card like Hidetsu's Consumes All or some sort of big sweeper here. I think this is going to be mostly all she wrote for Tyler. A lot of mana. 8 mana available is a lot, but with Ragavan hand, Ragavan's obviously a card that, snowballs very well. It's a very good card, but not a very good comeback card. More of a good get things started kind of card.
Yes, and because Tyler already down at 13. Was it 20 for most of this game? Dropping really quick, dashing out those Ragavans. Ragavan is also in hand, so even the Hidetsu Consumes All wouldn't take care of that, or the Ledger Shredder.
That's true.
So it's still some big guns to deal with.
Let me see a Murktide and an Unholy Heat in hand for David as well. So, yeah. Just gonna see David is making sure that nothing can go wrong here, but just gonna jam it all out. It looks like I get that extra connive on the Shredder.
All right, Shredder gets a little bit bigger here. Again, filtering through the graveyard, see exactly how much bigger this Ledger Shredder is going to get, and I think the answer is much bigger.
Yeah, big enough is probably
big enough.
This is the point where we're going to be looking at that Pokemon card and thinking, well, what card is that? That's the most interesting part of this game cleaning up here. David looking like they're going to move on out of the little wild card round into the top 8.
Getting wild here. We'll see. Well, Dragon Rage Channeler has to attack, but we're seeing everybody get into the red zone here. Tyler at 13, going to take 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, drop down to 3. And flipping a Croxa.
You don't want to guess that one.
But, or do you?
Well, David knows Tyler has a Ragavan in hand. So that would be the free discard. Yeah, you're right. If there's a land in hand, it could kill Tyler in theory. But putting that Croxa into Tyler's graveyard when Tyler has a bunch of mana and a bunch of cards in the graveyard, not much to do, is probably not a good idea. So David will be content just to live with the board. Is there another Murktide too?
Play another Murktide, yeah. Coming down, trying to math how many cards were coming out and then put the extra.
The card Damnation is legal in Modern,
It is?
I don't know if I like casting that last Murktide there.
Who's playing it?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe Rakdos midrange,
Maybe. But unfortunately, we did not see that out of Tyler's hand. So David is going to take that one down 2 games to none and move on to the top 8.
Moving on through.
Just one match win away from one of those regional champion invites.
It's interesting when you're playing in an event like this where, if you're playing in a PTQ or an RCQ or a qualifier, where first place is all that matters, right. Everyone has eyes on the prize. But in an event like this where the top 4 players qualify, you end up in a weird spot where like the fifth, this quarterfinal match ends up being more important than the finals almost in some ways. So But let's hop on over to Liam and Quinn and see what's up.
Yeah, we've got our backup match going here. We got a little looky-loo in before. Liam Carlton on Golgari Yawgmoth and Quinn Shipman on Amulet Titan. And it looks like Liam was able to take down that game we peeked in on before. But it's a brand new game, brand new board state. Let's take a look at what's going on here.
Ooh, big play for Liam. Of course, Force of Vigor taking out Urza Saga and Amulet at the same time is an exceptional turn.
Yes, so we'll see if Quinn has any responses here to this force. And
how about a Karn token?
How about a Karn token? One of my favorites.
Yes.
A Karn Struct out onto the battlefield. And Quinn going to draw here, and we'll see what they plan to do to rebuild this board back. It looks like a bounce land to start things off.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Amulet Titan's like, it's basically a combo deck. It's not a combo deck in the sense that it like just rock kills you all in one shot.
Right.
So occasionally the combo is just like assembling a whole bunch of resources really, really early. But Liam's deck is, an actual combo deck that can combo kill and can kind of just say, okay, well, you have, a Titan and 11 lands in play, but you haven't killed me yet. Now I can untap and kill you. So it's like a pretty good matchup for Liam.
Right. We see already getting those combo pieces in order on Liam's side. Going to find Yawgmoth off of that court. And is there much that Quinn can do here?
I'm gonna have to read Patra because I'm honestly I'm not exactly sure what it does off the top. I know I have the vaguest notion of what it does as far as dealing with one counters, but take a second and load that one up because it doesn't seem like the full effect is here.
Right.
But I could be wrong.
And like Hapatra not in every Golgari Yawgmoth list either.
Yeah, it's a one-off if it is, and then it's not always there. So
right.
Take a look.
One-up's not so bad when you can cord for them, or somehow fetch them up out of your deck. So we'll see.
So the ability on Patra, I'm probably saying it wrong. Whenever you put one or more -1/-1 counters on a creature, create a snake token with Death Touch. So you can keep making more snakes and drawing more cards with Yawgmoth. So basically, your life turns into 2 cards, which is kind of cool. So not like the full combo kill, but a very important part of the engine.
Right. And also, when it deals combat damage to a player, you can put a -1/-1 counter on target creature. So it lets you do it to any creature, like the Arboreal Grazer that is out on the battlefield on Quinn's side right now.
Yep.
So your creature gets a -1/-1 counter, and I get a snake. That doesn't seem very fair.
Yeah, and then these snakes are just kind of flying on through here.
We'll see. It looks like Quinn in a little bit of trouble here. No real engine going at the moment. They play the Boros bounce a land, and just say go.
Yeah, and the Dryad being dead is very important because it removes any Valakut shenanigans from the equation. So it's gonna be kind of hard for Quinn to get this Yawgmoth off the board. Imagine if there was Dismember in hand or something like that, it would have already been fired off. So Liam's got kind of carte blanche here to do whatever they want.
Yes.
A lot of cards in hand too.
Yes. Unfortunately, Quinn's graveyard, some of the more valuable cards in this matchup, I would imagine, in Dryad of the Elysian Grove, the Amulet, and Urza Saga.
Yeah, pretty bad.